First of all, let me just say I have very much appreciated working with you these past 4 years, working with the ranking member. I think we've done good and important things together.
Bloody Blinken, Secretary of Genocide, butcher of Moscow.
Remind the audience members, disruption of committee proceedings is against the law. Holding up signs or making verbal outbursts during the proceedings is disruptive and will not be tolerated. Any disruption will result in a suspension of the proceedings until the Capitol Police can restore order. This includes the raising of hands and other forms of disruption. With that, I now recognize the Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to say how much I've valued and appreciated working with you these past 4 years, the dialogue that we've had, including with this committee, where we've agreed, where we've disagreed, including on Afghanistan. I want to recognize everyone who served in Afghanistan, including on this committee. Our thoughts are with the Gold Star families of the 2,461 American service members, as well as State Department and USAID employees.
You can sleep at night when you're killing so many kids in the head.
Committee will suspend while the Capitol Police restore order to this committee. The gentleman will continue.
As I said, our thoughts are with all of the Gold Star families. They're with the State Department and USAID employees who lost their lives over the course of 20 years of our military involvement in Afghanistan. And I think today especially of the 13 heroes that we lost at Abbey Gate, and I deeply regret that we did not do more and could not do more to protect them. And to those families who are here with us today, you're in my thoughts, in my prayers. I wish that Nicole was here with us today. I'm deeply sorry that she's not. I'm also deeply grateful to the dedicated professionals from the State Department, from the Defense Department, from across the government, from civil society, other partners who did so much to support the people of Afghanistan over those 2 decades.
You scum! Blood of your victims will settle.
Committee will come to order.
People will never let you forget.
Committee will suspend
You've
while
killed
Capitol Police
in your cozy little
restore
office.
order.
You fucking slide back.
Committee will come to order. The gentleman will continue.
Thank you. I'm here today to continue the Department's extensive cooperation with this committee. As you know, Mr. Chairman, the Department's provided over 20,000 pages of documents to you. We've conducted 9 high-level briefings for members. We facilitated transcribed interviews for more than 15 people. I personally testified before the House and Senate committees 14 times with questions on Afghanistan, including 4 times before this committee. Now, I believe that any attempt to understand and learn from the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan has to be put in the proper context of what preceded it, both in terms of the 2 decades following 9/11 and the decisions and events of 2020 to 2021 that culminated in the removal of our personnel. When President Biden took office, he inherited an agreement the previous administration had reached with the Taliban to remove all U.S. forces from Afghanistan by May 1st of 2021. At U.S. insistence, the Afghan government had released 5,000 Taliban prisoners, including top war commanders. The United States reduced our own troop levels from 14,000 to 2,500 in December of 2020. In return, the Taliban agreed to stop attacking U.S. and partner forces, to refrain from threatening Afghanistan's major cities, and to pursue intra-Afghan negotiations toward a ceasefire and a political settlement. But it continued a relentless march in the countryside so that it controlled or actively contested territory containing 3/4 of Afghanistan's population by December 2020. In January 2021, the Taliban was in the strongest military position it had been in since 9/11, and we had the smallest number of U.S. forces in Afghanistan since 2001. Despite the profound effects of the Doha Agreement, President Biden ultimately opted to implement the previous administration's decision to withdraw American troops and honor his pledge to end our nation's longest war. the extent President Biden faced a choice, it was between ending the war or escalating it. Had he not followed through on his predecessor's commitment, attacks on our forces and allies would have resumed, and the Taliban's assault on the country's major cities would have commenced. That would have required sending tens of thousands more U.S. forces back into Afghanistan to defend ourselves and prevent a Taliban takeover, with at best the prospect of restoring a stalemate and remaining stuck in Afghanistan under fire indefinitely. President Biden inherited a deadline, but no plan to meet it. At his direction, beginning in the spring of 2021, the administration, and the State Department in particular, engaged in extensive planning for a whole range of outcomes. We pursued a sustained campaign to urge any Americans in Afghanistan to leave. We restarted and dramatically increased resources to what had been a moribund special immigrant visa program to bring Afghans who had worked by our side over 20 years to the United States. Even the U.S. government's most pessimistic assessments did not anticipate that the Afghan government and security forces would collapse so rapidly in the face of Taliban advances. Nevertheless, because of the administration's extensive interagency planning and coordination, when Kabul fell on August 15th, the United States was able to evacuate our embassy and relocate our diplomats to the airport within 48 hours, and then conduct the largest airlift in U.S. history, helping approximately 120,000 Americans, Afghans, and citizens of allied nations depart Afghanistan in just 2 weeks. In the 3 years since the end of our country's longest war, all of us, including myself, have wrestled with what we could have done differently during that period and over the preceding 2 decades. I asked retired Ambassador Dan Smith, one of our most senior diplomats, to lead an after-action review of the State Department's actions between January 2020 and August 2021. In response to Ambassador Smith's report, the Department has taken more than 40 concrete initiatives and identified steps to guide our response to future crises. The actions we've taken have already made a difference in subsequent emergencies, including in Sudan, in Israel, in Lebanon. Even as we work to address the places where we fell short, I firmly believe the President's decision to withdraw from Afghanistan was the right one. American troops are no longer fighting and dying in Afghanistan. The American people are safer and more secure. In fact, many of the most pessimistic predictions have been thoroughly disproven. We were told Afghanistan would once again become a haven for terrorists, and that, as the majority report contends, we would be all but blind to the situation on the ground. In fact, al-Qaeda, the group that attacked us on 9/11, has not regrouped in Afghanistan, and in August 2022, we launched a precision strike in downtown Kabul that took out its leader, Ayman al-Zawahiri, with no American boots on the ground. We were told that our allies would no longer trust us. Well, having just returned from more NATO meetings in Brussels and my 20th trip to the Indo-Pacific as Secretary of State, it's clear that our alliances, our partnerships, are stronger today than they've been in a generation. You can see that in the more than 50 countries that we brought together to defend Ukraine against Russia's ongoing aggression, and in the unity of purpose and action that we built for contending with the challenges posed by China. We were told hundreds of Americans and Afghan partners would be left behind. Yet today, every U.S. citizen who told us that they wanted to leave during the evacuation has now had the opportunity to do so. And to those Americans who entered the country since August 2021 and have been detained by the Taliban, we will not rest until we bring you home. Since September 2021, the administration has resettled more than 185,000 Afghans. We've approved or welcomed to the United States more than 68,000 Afghans under the special immigrant visa program. That is nearly half of all of the SIVs issued since the program's inception in 2009. This is a profoundly difficult period for the Afghan people, especially Afghanistan's women and girls. But I believe the final chapter has not been written on Afghanistan. Just last week, I had the chance to be with many partners who supported the evacuation effort, including members of Congress. We were joined by a resilient and resourceful young woman who left Afghanistan in August 2021 and is now an aerospace engineering student at MIT. She aspires to be the first Afghan woman astronaut. In part because of our two-decade commitment to Afghanistan, there are many more women who have the opportunity to go to school, to connect with the wider world, to imagine a different life for themselves. And these women, their experiences, their hopes, will, I know, one day help pave a path to an Afghanistan where all people can actually choose their own futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I personally, and other members, we got 4 busloads of girls at the American School of Music out after Abbeygate, who are now in Portugal. They performed at Carnegie Hall and the Kennedy Center. But there are many women, unfortunately, who are now enslaved under Sharia law by the Taliban. I now recognize myself for questions. Mr. Secretary, in September of this year, your State Department's Inspector General revealed that Embassy Kabul, under your leadership, abandoned, quote, sensitive security assets, unquote, during the deadly Afghanistan evacuation. Those lethal assets included firearms, armored vehicles, and other weapons. Your IG concluded the embassy left them intact for the Taliban. And if that wasn't bad enough, documents, classified documents, many that I subpoenaed, also revealed that you left behind droves of the embassy's, again, classified documents to the Taliban. Your own diplomats described desperate attempts to burn documents on the rooftops and in the embassy while helicopters took off the embassy's roof, very reminiscent in my younger life of Saigon. All because the administration failed to prepare. Finally, your chief of mission kicked out the embassy's Afghan employees from HKIA, telling them to come back later, leaving them to the Taliban, who never made it back, who never survived. Telling them to come back later, leaving them to the Taliban, who never made it back, who never survived, who we gave our trust to that we would protect them. You left weapons behind to the Taliban, classified documents to the Taliban. You left behind embassy employees to the Taliban. And now 3 years later, your own IG, Inspector General, concluded that your State Department has been unwilling and unable to learn from its mistakes. My question is, have you read the IG report and have you held your own State Department accountable?
Mr. Chairman, first, with regard to the documents, we have in place at every embassy, including in Afghanistan, a process by which sensitive documents are destroyed in the event of an evacuation and shutting down the embassy. We began that process on August the 1st. And then when we got to August the 12th, before the collapse of Kabul, we proceeded with the emergency destruction of all of the remaining sensitive documents. And that process was complete by the 14th, a day before Kabul fell. That's a process that we engage in wherever we have an emergency, and that's exactly
we're reclaiming my time. I mean, the fact is, they should have been evacuated long before. I mean, you were still negotiating as the Taliban entered Kabul. The embassy should have been, as the military advised you to do, evacuate that embassy. Let me ask you this. When President Biden announced his unconditional surrender to the Taliban on April the 14th, 2021, you demanded that Embassy Kabul remain open, no matter what the cost. Your personnel opposed that. In fact, they did so in a cabled dissent that we were able to get from you in our discovery process, a cry for help. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs to the CENTCOM commander, Millie McKenzie, said this was a fundamental mistake, a fatal flaw, and their biggest regret is keeping the embassy open despite the advice of your own people on the ground and military advisors. Why did you do that?
Very simply, because no one anticipated that the government and the Afghan armed forces would collapse as quickly as they did. We anticipated, and every intelligence assessment that we had anticipated, that Kabul would remain in the hands of the government and the hands of the Afghan armed forces through the balance of the year. And
I mean, reclaim my time because I want to say.
Please let me finish.
I will let you finish.
The chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mark Milley, said, "Nothing I or anyone else saw indicated a collapse of the army or the government in 11 days. The DNI, Avril Haines, said, in the days leading up to the Taliban takeover, intelligence agencies did not see collapse as imminent. This unfolded more quickly than they anticipated, including in the intelligence community." Okay,
reclaim my time. I hear what you're saying, that no one saw the collapse coming. However, I've read the dissent cable, your embassy personnel, that you provided to me, that they sent to you in July before the collapse in 2021, warning of Afghanistan's imminent collapse, fearing for their safety. You personally read this, sir, and cleared it. Your Deputy Secretary, Brian McKeon, testified before this committee that you took no step to answer the cries for help. And as you know, as Secretary of State, you have a responsibility to protect Americans and diplomats.
Mr. Chairman, that's incorrect.
Why did you ignore the cries for help? Why did you leave this embassy open? And finally, who was in charge? Was it you or Mr. Sullivan? Because it seems to me you delegated all your responsibility on this. You had very little to do with it, and it was Jake Sullivan and the National Security Council at the White House calling all the shots. However, under law, sir, you're the captain of the ship.
Mr. Chairman, that's incorrect on a number of counts, as is the report that I've read. First, when it comes to a NEO, the evacuation, that is a decision that's reached by the entire interagency and ultimately by the President. The State Department initiates it by asking the Department of Defense to proceed with it, but the decision itself is reached as a result of interagency deliberations. And we did not, as an interagency, and that includes the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the National Security Advisor,
who's in
the
charge?
President.
This is going to help us legislate,
no, this is
sir.
important.
Were you in charge of this evacuation?
I was in charge of the State Department. The government, the administration, was in charge of the evacuation. Specifically, the State Department and the Department of Defense together on any NEO work closely together with clearly assigned responsibilities, and that's exactly
and
what we did.
it is the
And
statutory responsibility, sir, for you to execute the plan, correct? The NEO.
The NEO
plan.
is executed by the State Department and the Defense Department.
And I would have to say, sir, waiting to the last minute is not executing a plan at all. And it led to the deaths of many Americans
Mr. Chairman,
and Afghan people and Afghan allies.
Mr. Chairman, the record reflects that, again, this decision was reached collectively. No one urged initiating the NEO until we decided to do it on the 14th.
I think in my review of our investigation, there was so much confusion coming out of your embassy, coming from the top military advisors who told me, testified that they told you to close down that embassy in advance to protect Americans and American assets and classified documents. They were left to the Taliban. You were in charge by law. You may have delegated this. I don't know. But to legislate moving forward, I need to know who was in charge. And that's why it is so important that Mr. Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, come before this committee and give his testimony about what the hell was going on during this disastrous evacuation. With that, I now recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do recall a meeting here in the Capitol, bipartisan, downstairs, and we were meeting with President Ghani of Afghanistan. And we had talked to some folks, and President Ghani was very vehement that he was not going to leave Afghanistan. He was vehement that the Afghan troops were there and he would stay there, to all these members of Congress. And to everyone that I talked to from almost anywhere was clear that that was his position. No one knew that 1 week later, not 1 month, 1 week later, he would get on a plane and get out and all the troops were gone. Everybody at that moment in time was surprised. And that's a fact. Let me ask some yes or no questions real quick, because I believe that you got to look at this whole thing. You talk about, so, Mr. Secretary, President Trump's Doha deal explicitly committed to the United States to withdraw all U.S. and allied troops, as well as contractors, by May 2021. Yes or no?
That's correct.
But the speed of that withdrawal, outside of an initial reduction to 8,600 troops, was not specified by the deal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And despite that, President Trump unilaterally reduced the U.S. presence twice beyond that, leaving just 2,500 troops when President Biden took office. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, and we've seen that President Trump was prepared to go to zero. In fact, Ambassador Kelazar testified to the committee that the messages coming out of the Trump White House led the Taliban to conclude that Trump was getting out regardless of what was agreed in the Doha deal. So let's be clear about the conditions. If we're going to be factual about this, you've got to consider the conditions that Trump handed over to you in the Biden administration. A firm commitment for a total withdrawal with no allowance for a residual force or contractors, a limited number of troops on the ground, and no real prohibition or attacks on our Afghan allies. We've heard testimony from General Milley, Ambassador Khalilzad, and others that if we had tried to reopen the Doha deal, the Taliban would have resumed attacks against us. Do you agree, Mr. Secretary, with that assessment? Yes or no?
I do.
So that was the fundamental choice facing President Biden, to complete the withdrawal that was initiated by President Trump or re-escalate the conflict. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So what do you think President Biden's decision to complete the withdrawal and end this so-called forever war gained us?
It gained us an end to America's longest war. It gained us not having another generation of Americans going off to fight and die in Afghanistan. It gained us the opportunity to refocus and rededicate our resources to the challenges of this moment, from the Russian aggression against Ukraine to the many challenges posed by China, to many other issues around the world where we were able to free up resources, free up focus, free up time.
You just hit something, because just months after the withdrawal from Afghanistan, we did face a new threat, and that was Putin's illegal and unjustified renewed invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022. So yes or no, do you see any connection between Putin's re-invasion of Ukraine and the United States withdrawal from Afghanistan?
No. On the contrary, I think our adversaries, including Russia, would have been delighted if we had doubled down and remained stuck in Afghanistan for another 20 years. Now, in 2008, we had, between Afghanistan and Iraq, about 200,000 forces deployed. You'll recall what else happened in 2008. Russia invaded Georgia. In 2014, we still had about 12,000 forces in Afghanistan. You'll recall what else happened in 2014. Russia, for the first time, invaded Ukraine. Because we were able to refocus our time, our resources, our efforts, we were able to build this coalition of more than 50 countries that has stood up to Russia's aggression. And I must say, the chairman has done a remarkable job over these last 3 years.
I agree. We work very closely,
in that coalition.
The chairman and I, in making sure Ukraine has everything that it needs. In fact, you know, sometimes he was in front of me, and other times we went together, but he has been a champion on Ukraine. But the issue that I'm trying to make sure, and I think this is what you said, that the withdrawal from Afghanistan did not hinder our capacity or our credibility to lead our allies in a robust response to the invasion in Ukraine. That's correct?
That is correct.
As well as that withdrawal did not inhibit our relationships with our allies.
That is correct.
In fact, just the opposite. It may be my last question, your assessment of the strength of NATO and our alliances system today. Has the withdrawing from Afghanistan let us focus on the most urgent threats to global security? Yes or no?
NATO is stronger, it's bigger, it's better resourced, it's more focused than it's ever been.
All right, the gentleman's time has expired. Let me just say, with the fall of Afghanistan, within months, Chairman Xi and Putin made an agreement at the Olympics in Beijing, and we saw satellite imagery of the Russian Federation moving towards Ukraine. I don't think that was by accident. That was by design. Putin saw weakness, and he took aggression, and he invaded Ukraine. And then the Ayatollah reared his ugly head in the Middle East, and Chairman Xi is on fire in a hot zone in the Indo-Pacific. With that, the chairman now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much. Pardon me, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Secretary. You know, I have a number of questions, and I've asked some of those in the past, and so I won't repeat those. But I chair the China Commission. I've chaired 105 plus hearings on human rights abuse in China, Xi Jinping's absolute malevolent behavior towards the Uyghurs, and all the other atrocities that are committed each and every day. But what concerned me with our, I believe, egregiously flawed exodus from Afghanistan was how dictators around the world, especially Xi Jinping, looked at that and his propaganda organs like the Global Times and said to the people of Taiwan, here's one editorial, why the U.S. will abandon Taiwan eventually. Another one was Afghan abandonment is a lesson for the Taiwan's DPP. And when you read it, they're telling the people over and over again in Taiwan that America's resolve was questioned, is questionable, that we will leave them too. And, you know, I won't read the editorial, but editorials, because they are very, very disturbing. You know, dictators love weakness. They probe with bayonets, and if they can get away with something, they will. And I think the chairman is right when he talks about Putin as well. And you had said before how you thought they would be happy if we were bogged down for the next 20 years. But I look at it a different way. They look at how it was done. Yes, we were going to get out of Afghanistan, but the way we did it led to the loss of American lives, which we've seen the pictures again shown here. And we've all met with those families of those loved ones and countless numbers of Afghans. So the impact of this, can you at least admit that to the dictatorships of the world, they saw that and they saw it as weakness, and they go to avoid if they think there was one. Secondly, how many Americans are still in Afghanistan? And post-Exodus, how many were jailed, killed, tortured, left behind? I know that there was a lot of talk that, we encourage people to leave, but we all remember that Reuters broke that story about how the president had, in a conversation with Ghani, had said very clearly that even if we have to make it up in terms of the situation, to project it as if it's better than it is, and here's the way he put it. This is President Biden. And there's a need, whether it's true or not, there's a need to project a different picture. And that was done on July 23rd. So while we may admonish people to leave, they're listening to our own president who says there's a 300,000-man army, well-trained, but meanwhile, in back channel, talking on the phone to Ghani, he's saying, project a different picture. Very, very disturbing. I mean, we got to be truthful.
Thank you. Two things on this. First, we engaged in a sustained campaign to get every American in Afghanistan who is still there to leave. 19 messages to that community between February and August. And by the time the evacuation took place, there were still about 6,000 Americans left in Afghanistan. Now, who are they? They're almost all dual citizens, almost all of whom had lived, worked, had their families in Afghanistan for generations. And so you were still down to 6,000, despite every effort to get people to leave, including offering to pay for their travel. The airport remained open until August the 15th. In the weeks of the evacuation, the 2 weeks of the evacuation, almost all of those 6,000 remaining, we were able to get out. We were left with a few hundred on August the 31st. There were a couple of hundred, and this is what I testified to, who had identified themselves to us. And keep in mind, as you know, when you travel to a foreign country or you leave a foreign country as an American, you don't have to register. You don't have to make yourself known. We made every effort to get in contact with everyone, but by the time of the end of the evacuation, there were still a couple of hundred American citizens left who had identified themselves to us and told us they wanted to leave and who couldn't get to the airport or get into the airport. There were several hundred others who were there and we knew of who did not want to leave, either because they didn't want to leave extended family members behind or they just chose not to leave. So after August 31st, as I said and committed to this committee and to this country, there is no deadline on getting Americans out of Afghanistan who want to leave. In the ensuing 3 months, till the end of the year, we got 500 American citizens out of Afghanistan who had identified themselves to us and said they wanted to leave. To my knowledge, every American who identified themselves and said that they wanted to leave has been given an opportunity to do so, and we've carried that out every single day. As to those who went back and some who got detained, we are working every day to get them out, to get them back, and we will not stop for the duration of this administration, and I know that the incoming Trump administration will carry that on if we're not successful in getting them back.
Out of time. Are any in jail today?
Yes.
They are.
They are. These are Americans who went after the evacuation for a variety of reasons. We're talking
Gentleman's time
about
has
7 people.
expired. I am going to keep the 5-minute rule to strictly because I want every member to be able to have time to ask questions. Chair now recognizes Mr. Sherman.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for your service to our country. You bring up the fact that Americans in a war zone don't have to register with the embassy. I think we've talked in the past about requiring Americans in designated dangerous countries to register, and I look forward to working with your successor.
Don't even let them go, damn it.
How difficult
So
it
we
is
gotta
for the
pay his
embassy
tax.
and to deal with these situations.
We let them go, and then now taxpayers have to pay to get them out. Why did we let them go in the first place?
Before I
We
get
could cut people's passports off so that they can't go to certain countries. We can do that.
to Afghanistan, back in May, you agreed that you would look at designating the Popular Resistance Committees, the third biggest terrorist group operating in Gaza, as a terrorist
Hey,
organization.
fuck you, D-Live.
They
Somebody
are
over there say
responsible
something.
for
I'm
so
going to
many
fucking
deaths,
turn it off.
including 3 Americans.
Idiots.
This committee voted for my bill to so designate them. Do I have your commitment that in the next 2 weeks, your department will make a decision as to whether to designate the Popular Resistance Committees a terrorist organization?
If we can complete the work necessary to go into that, yes. I don't know. If
Well, I asked you to do it in May. How many years does it take?
Well, as you know, there's a lot that goes into these designations.
I
That we meet the law, and if we can complete that work, we will.
When you were here in the past, I think you correctly told us you inherited a deadline. You did not inherit a plan. The gentleman from New Jersey argues that we should have stayed. But that's after Trump released 5,000 bloodthirsty terrorists. Had we stayed, would those terrorists, including the current head of Afghanistan, who was also released by Trump, been able to, would they have been willing to risk the lives, every one of those 5,000 risk their lives in order to kill as many Americans as possible?
That seems highly likely. I can't speak to every one of the 5,000, but certainly many of them went back to the fight.
So we we went into Afghanistan. We drove al-Qaeda out. We accomplished something in the George W. Bush administration. In Obama administration, we killed bin Laden. We stayed in Afghanistan for the whole Trump administration. 63 of our best and died. 57 came back without the president bothering to be at the ceremony with their return. The question is, did we accomplish anything during the Trump administration? Did we get a better deal in 2020 than we could have gotten in 2017? Now, the deal we got in 2017 was total surrender. The only requirement was that the Taliban not be a center for international terrorism. They have that obligation anyway. They did not commit themselves to protecting our troops on the way out or our embassy on the way out. And moreover, the Taliban is not in violation of the Trump agreement when they hold 12-year-old girls as sex slaves, kill every LGBT person they can, kill any Afghan that converts to Christianity. So the deal was the weakest ever, and it had no enforcement. So couldn't we have gotten that same deal in 2017? And would 63 more American soldiers be alive if we had done that then?
Look, in fairness, I think we have to ask ourselves about our ongoing presence in Afghanistan after we got bin Laden. We had dismantled al-Qaeda. We'd removed it as a threat. We got the leader, the guy who attacked us.
So if we got something,
we need to look back at the entire at this entire period. And look at the
but clearly the Trump years, 4 years of death of American troops, and we accomplished absolutely nothing. We signed an agreement under which the Afghan government is free to use 12-year-old girls as sex slaves and to kill those who convert to Christianity. Some 11 to $13 billion of U.S. weapons were sent by Trump and scattered all over Afghanistan. And this committee has put forward the idea that we should have somehow collected those weapons from men who wanted to keep them and who were armed with those weapons. Could we have accomplished that without any significant American casualties all over Afghanistan collecting the weapons?
No, we could not.
Would there have been hundreds of American casualties in your estimation?
I can't give you a number, but certainly there would have been casualties.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Let me announce also that Mr. Sullivan, National Security Advisor, has agreed to testify before this committee on December the 17th at noon. And I insisted on behalf of the members that all members be able to participate in that briefing. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mike McCall, and thank you for your 4 years of leadership on this committee. It's just been so effective for the American people. And then we all know that Chairman Brian Mast-Elect will do an excellent job continuing the tradition of serving the American people. And what an exciting time in history that as we face such positive changes with the removal of dictator Assad from Damascus, what can occur and what needs to occur. But sadly, the Assad departure and anything that's been positive was despite the Biden administration. Because, hey, until last week, there was an effort to try to some level of normalization with Assad, but that's not what we're here today. But it's a continuation, and that is the Biden administration's surrender in Afghanistan has actually set the stage for foreign policy disasters around the world, with mass murder shamelessly being conducted around the world. Our allies who stood with us for decades watched as the Americans capitulated to terrorists, creating safe haven for terrorism, and abandoned allies. It was so incredible that this catastrophic decision of American was the worst ever for American military and national security. Sadly, President Biden, on August 26, 2021, claimed that he had letters, quote, had letters from the military indicating they supported his decision. And Mr. Secretary, I'll be giving you copies that evening. I sent a letter respectfully to the president asking for copies of the letters, and every couple of months I've sent letters to the president respectfully asking for copies of the letters of where the military, he alleged, supported his decision. With the Doha Agreement, President Trump stated from day one that any withdrawal would be conditions-based and would actually maintain control of Bagram Airfield, which is so critical. The disorder and chaos that led to the murder of 13 of our service members at Kabul Airport just should not be forgotten. And then countless civilians, we understand, were the first domino to fall in the Biden-Harris appeasement policy. And also this year, it should be remembered, we lost 13 at Kabul Airport, but we also had 3 reservists from Georgia who were killed on January 28th by the Hamas puppets, Hezbollah puppets of Iran, and 60 were injured. And many with traumatic brain injury. It's just heartbreaking to think of the loss of life and the lifelong injuries that people will have. Today in Afghanistan, women have effectively been banished from public life, unable to speak in public or hold any job, including nursing. And I still cherish seeing little girls. I visit Afghanistan very frequently to see little girls going to school with their hijabs or whatever, and then little guys going to school with something not indigenous to people of Afghanistan.
You visit Afghanistan all the time, and you don't even know for sure if that's the head covering name or whatever. I mean, all the time, hijabs or whatever. Where's the respect at? He wants to respect him, but it's virtue signaling. You fucking shit with your bullshit little Ukrainian flag on your chest. Fuck you.
And it was baseball caps. And so that doesn't occur now. Terrorists have a free rein to regroup and work with their backers to coordinate additional attacks on American families. As we know, the FBI has said attacks are imminent. History reminds us that when America withdraws from the world, our enemies fill the vacuums. We now face a war that we did not choose, of dictators with rule of gun invading democracies with rule of law. It began February 2022, when war criminal Putin invaded Ukraine, and then on October 7, Iran, through its puppet Hamas, invading Israel. And we all see that the risk that we have, and it's personal to me, Mr. Secretary, my appreciation of the people of Afghanistan. I was grateful to serve with the late Sheila Jackson Lee as co-chair of the Afghan caucus, and we met with so many wonderful people who it's bipartisan, our concerns. And then I'm grateful my former National Guard unit, the 218th Mechanized Infantry Brigade of the 2nd Army Guard, served for a year under General Bob Livingston, and they developed a real fondness for their Afghan brothers. And finally, I'm really grateful my number 4 son, First Lieutenant Hunter Wilson, served for a year as an engineer in Afghanistan. And so I would just really want to let you know that I'm just so disappointed. Hey, I really get trouble at home. I said I wanted Biden to succeed, but this has not occurred, and we've just got to address this. And with that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your tenure and for your friendship and decency serving as chairman of this prestigious committee. I'd like to put a picture up which seems to suggest, Mr. Secretary, that the Republican narrative is correct about you. There you are with a prominent Taliban negotiator. Do our tech people have that picture? Well, I have it here. Isn't that you with the Taliban negotiator, Mr. Secretary?
I'm afraid I can't see the picture, but I'm not aware of having spent any time with a Taliban negotiator.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Secretary Pompeo. Was he your predecessor in the Biden administration as Secretary of State? In the Biden administration?
No, he was my predecessor in the previous administration, the Trump administration.
The Trump administration. And there he is in Doha with the chief Taliban negotiator. I guess I got that wrong. Well, Mr. Secretary, all things seem to flow from Doha. Secretary Pompeo and President Trump appointed a chief negotiator on behalf of the United States for the negotiations in Doha. What was his name?
Zal Khalilzad.
Ambassador Khalilzad. And he, of course, testified before this committee, and I can remember an exchange with him in which I expressed deep concern about the direction of the U.S. posture and the ramifications with allied Afghans who had worked for us or worked with us, and women. And he kind of brushed them off at the time. Tell us about the details of the agreement he forged in Doha. What were the chief elements of that? Concisely, if you would.
Yeah, in essence, the agreement provided for this. It provided that the Taliban would not use Afghan soil to attack us or our interests.
Right. No.
It would start an intra-Afghan negotiation, and as part of that negotiation, there would be discussion of a ceasefire and a political roadmap for the future of Afghanistan. And during the time between the agreement and the commitment that we made as part of the agreement to leave Afghanistan by May 31st.
So as a firm date was set
yes.
for all U.S. troops to get out. Is that correct?
All U.S. troops were to be out by May 31st. In the meantime, 5,000 prisoners were released from Taliban prisoners.
And as Mr. Sherman points out, among those 5,000 were terrorists, fighters, and people who returned to the battlefield against the Afghan government, which allegedly we were supporting at the time. Now, speaking of that Afghan government, were they in Doha at the negotiating table as equal partners?
They were not.
They were not?
They were not.
Why were they excluded? That's the government we were supporting.
I can't answer that. I wasn't there at the time, but they were not.
Well, if the government we're supporting is not allowed to have a voice at the peace negotiations where a deal was in fact agreed to by the United States, could that conceivably undermine confidence in that government and by that government in itself in terms of its future?
Yes, and indeed, I think General McKenzie has testified to exactly that point, that Doha created a tremendous crisis in confidence and about the future for the Afghan government and presumably to some extent for the Afghan security forces themselves.
Could it also have a morale effect on the Afghan military that we were training and equipping to, in fact, fight the Taliban?
Yes, it could.
So here we are cutting a deal with Taliban while at the same time asking the Afghan military and the Afghan government to resist. Is that correct?
Correct.
That sounds like a contradiction in diplomatic policy to me. That's kind of hard to follow, and it seems to me that we, by agreeing to that in the Trump years with Secretary Pompeo, your predecessor, and Ambassador Khalilzad, we actually set in motion an untenable but probably irrevocable kind of, folding of events. Is that a fair statement, do you think?
Once the deadline was there, all troops out by May 31st of 2021, and as part of that, an agreement from the signing of Doha to that date, not to attack U.S. forces, but with the obvious conclusion to be drawn from that, that if that deadline was not respected, the Taliban would resume its attacks on U.S. forces, on partner forces, and its attacks on the cities.
So in other words, Mr. Secretary, we cut a deal to get out and cut our losses at the expense of the Afghan government, the Afghan military, and ultimately the Afghan people. And that was all set in motion before you took the oath of office or President Biden took the oath of office.
Well,
Is that a fair statement?
I think that's where the Doha agreement led.
I thank you, and I yield back.
Let me just state that the Taliban was not in compliance with the Doha agreement when the evacuation was ordered. And your own senior advisor, Ned Price, said that the Doha conditions were, quote unquote, immaterial to the evacuation. That speaks volumes. I now recognize Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. Thanks for being here. A statement from you in a 2024 Senate hearing where you said no one has done more to support Israel than Joe Biden. Now, during the Obama term, Joe Biden was the vice president, so I understand it's difficult. It was difficult to say something, but he didn't say anything about the U.S. funding the campaign to oust Netanyahu. And I get it, while President Obama was the president, he's the vice president, that's a difficult thing to do, but he was unburdened when he became president, so he could have said something then. Immediately upon taking office, he redesignated the Houthis from a foreign terrorist organization. We see what they've done. That hasn't been helpful to Israel. He restored the sanctions waiver. I remind everybody that Iran exports are at a 5-year high with 3.4 million barrels being sold every day, funding their terrorist activities all across the globe. The president made a red line for Israel going into Rafah to defend itself, withheld arms shipments to Israel so it couldn't defend itself, continually called and calls for Israel to lay down its defenses in demanding a ceasefire, continues at this time to undermine Netanyahu in this time of war. Again, I think I already said about the sanctions waiver, but the president didn't even go to greet the prime minister when he came to the United States. He didn't even send the vice president. Actually used Israel funding to get Ukraine funding, used Israel. Again, oil exports at our 5-year high, and that money goes directly to support Iran, Israel's mortal enemy, and all their proxies, including the Houthis, Islamic Jihad, Hamas, Hezbollah, you name it. Continues to support United Nations Relief and Works Agency and the activities of those within involved in the terrorist attack on Israel on October 7th. That's just a few things that I quickly found, knowing that you would be here, Mr. Secretary, and you said, no one, starting with President Biden, has done more to make sure they have what they need to defend themselves from Hamas, to deal with the threat Hamas poses. And that's also from a 2024 Senate hearing, Mr. Secretary. No one has done more to support Israel than Joe Biden. I'm thanking the good Lord that he's not against Israel, Mr. Secretary. I don't know if you have anything to say. I'm sure you're going to have a list of all the wonderful things that he's done to support Israel, but you can't support Israel while you're at the same time supporting their mortal enemy. You can't support Israel at the same time demanding that Israel support Hamas. You can't support Israel when you're allowing Iran access to billions of dollars used to fund terrorism, not only in Israel, but around the globe, threatening not only Israel, our greatest ally, but also the United States of America and its interests abroad. So if you want to defend all that, you're welcome to it, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. I'll say simply this. When Israel was attacked on October the 7th, the President of the United States rushed there, the first president to go to Israel during a time of war. When Iran mounted attacks, unprecedented attacks on Israel, not once, but twice, the first time we've seen direct attacks by Iran on Israel, the United States, for the first time ever, actively participated in Israel's defense and rallied other countries to do the same, making sure that those attacks couldn't succeed and enabling Israel to take the strikes that it took to debilitate Iran's air defenses. If you want to go back more years than that, the Memorandum of Understanding, the 10-year Memorandum of Understanding that provides the money for Israel's defense, that was negotiated by President Obama, and Joe Biden was a lead in that effort to get it. And as a result, the equipment, the munitions, the arms that Israel has had, as a result of that agreement, have enabled it to deal with Hezbollah, to deal with Hamas, to deal with Iranian-aligned
If I may, sir, in the remaining 10 seconds, if this president were on both sides of this war providing Iran all that it has provided, maybe those people in Israel that died on October 7th would still be alive. I yield.
That is simply incorrect. And
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, to Gold Star families that are here, I appreciate your being here. Everlasting gratitude for your sacrifice. I come from a Gold Star family, and in my own family, even decades afterwards, the members of my family went back through military records in years-long painstaking research just to find out exactly what happened to him as he was killed serving our country. And I understand the need for that, and hope that you take advantage of what the ranking member has submitted, take advantage of what is there publicly, and I hope there's further opportunity to declassify, because it's important, as it was to my own family, to get the facts, not just beliefs about exactly what happened. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here in your last hearing. I want to thank you for your selfless public service, your integrity, your personal sacrifice. I came across some, I was researching the Budapest agreements the other day, just trying to get more detailed information, including our obligation to Ukraine in those agreements to defend aggression that they had. And the name that kept cropping up through the whole research was your father. And I know your father would be very proud of your service. And I want to thank you for that. I want to congratulate Mr. Mast, and I want to thank my colleague, Chairman McCall, for working together. When I first came into Congress, he was the chairman. I was the ranking member of a subcommittee. We worked together on investigating the Boston Marathon bombing, finding out what happened, what mistakes were made. And we saved lives as a result of that report. And it was comprehensive. I dare say, though, that the particular report that he issued here had things in it, but it was certainly not comprehensive. In fact, it was really, the report was painstaking in avoiding facts that are integral to seeing what happened here, why we got to the point we got to. The involvement of President Trump. He had committed the United States to a full, date-certain withdrawal in a deal he negotiated with the Taliban, as we've heard, without the Afghan government even being part of that, without discussion of rights of women or children in Afghanistan, forcing the Afghan government to release 5,000 Taliban fighters back into the battlefield before a final withdrawal. These are the things that should be looked at in a comprehensive report if we really want to get to the answers. And sadly, it's lacking here. In that time frame, too, something we should draw attention to is when President Trump unilaterally did this, he left out his own military people. When he announced that, he left out senior officials in his own office, and he left out our allies who are fighting in this battle in communicating to them. So I'd just like you briefly to talk about the importance, for the first time under Article 5, and the importance of NATO. Our allies came, and the only time, came to our assistance in fighting this war. I visited them in Afghanistan, along with our own troops. So could you talk to the importance of that NATO alliance, how important it was in this, how important it is in the future?
Thank you very much, Congressman, and thank you for the reference to my father. I deeply appreciate it. As you said, the first time, the only time Article 5 has been invoked was in defense of the United States after 9/11. And NATO allies came far and wide to join us in Afghanistan in dealing with al-Qaeda, in dealing with bin Laden, in dealing with the people who attacked us and attacked democracy on that day. And that's something we'll forever be grateful for. I'm very proud of the fact that as we leave office, that alliance is stronger, bigger, and better resourced than it's ever been. When we took office of the allies, only 9 were meeting the pledge that had been made in 2014 to dedicate 2% of GDP to defense. Now, 23 allies are meeting that pledge, and the remainder are en route to do so. We have 2 new allies in Finland and Sweden, making the alliance stronger and more effective. And I'll just say this in conclusion. I think what the American people need to understand about the alliance, and I understand it's easy to forget, is what makes it so unique and why it's so important going forward. When countries came together to join NATO, they made this commitment under Article 5 that an attack on one is an attack on all. And that means that any would-be aggressor thinking about attacking any one of these countries knows that if they attack one, they've got to take them all on. That is the best way to prevent war in the first place. It's the best way to deter aggression. It's the best way to make sure that we don't have a world of conflict. Americans don't want to be at war. NATO has been the best guarantor that we can have of making sure those wars don't happen in the first place, but if they do, that we are not fighting them alone.
Thank you so much.
Gentleman's time has expired. I will agree, and Mr. Meeks and I, that NATO has never been more united or stronger, and I do think Mr. Putin had a strong role. The chair now recognizes Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, sometimes we speak about decorum in here, and I would say that it doesn't take a 4-letter word to violate decorum. We insult every single person that served when we come in here and we say words like, we're sorry that the Afghanistan withdrawal was not exactly perfect, but maybe we could have done a few things. That is a violation of decorum against every person that put on a uniform. And this place absolutely lives up to being a swamp when we try to cover up the fact that 26 of your diplomats told you directly that if you continued down the path that you were going, that it was going to be a disaster. And we should not be covering that up. I want to talk about a couple of things today. You are our top diplomat. That's not in dispute. Have you been in Afghanistan since 13 American service members were murdered?
No, I have not.
Have any of your staff visited the U.S. Embassy in Afghanistan since that day?
We've had people in Afghanistan. I do not believe they visited the embassy.
Do you know who is currently residing in our embassy?
The embassy is obviously not under our control. We don't have the ability, not being in Afghanistan, to control it.
Do you have any information on anybody that has spent any time residing in our embassy since our departure?
No doubt. If we do, or in any event, the intelligence community does, and I'm happy to share that as appropriate.
Yet, we are still giving the Taliban tens of billions of dollars. There's an American citizen out there literally woke up this morning losing 30% of their paycheck, and a good percentage of that is going to the Taliban or other programs abroad. And this is something that we all need to think about, and we will be thinking about deeply for the next 2 years. There's a joke that's made often out there about kids going to college to learn basket weaving, and what a joke that would be. But the United States right now is literally sending tens of millions of dollars to the Taliban, 14.9 million to be exact, to teach Afghans how to do carpet weaving. Let's think about that. We are giving $280 million to the United Nations to do cash transfers for food in Afghanistan. Yet we're not sending an ear of corn from Iowa, a sack of potatoes from Idaho, or a cucumber or an orange from Florida. And that discounts the fact that there's no American tonnage going through our ports to send those things out of here either. It's just cash transfers. Another line item, these are directly from CIGAR reports, $75 million to teach Afghan women to be farmers. I don't believe that we spend $30 million in the United States of America to teach women to be farmers. My colleague, Mr. Wilson, brought up that they can't even dance in the streets or speak to one another or go to school. I'm not sure that we can trust that that $75 million is being used to teach them agriculture. And as you pointed out, we don't have any diplomats on the ground to confirm the validity of these programs.
Wow.
Here's one that I was entirely curious about, and maybe you could explain it to me. $3.5 billion transferred to the Afghan fund that is tended to protect the macro financial stability on behalf of the Afghan people. What the hell does that mean? Can you tell me? I don't know. That's a bunch of gibberish to me.
Happy to address all of this, Congressman. Thank you.
I'll give you one more before you address it.
Please.
Even worse, by the numbers, we've spent $9 billion to resettle 90,000 roughly Afghan refugees here since the fall of Afghanistan. My simple Army math tells me that's about $100,000 a person.
Oh, fuck?
That's absurd. So my question for you, we do not even have an embassy in Afghanistan. We have no diplomats there. What are we doing giving them $1?
So, Congressman, as I believe you know, the money that we provide and the international community provides is done through partners, implementing partners, UN agencies, NGOs. They have.
Yes, we could say that about all the State Department dollars, foreign NGOs, foreign countries, foreign companies, and in this case, foreign adversaries.
So each of these institutions, as verified by the department, has in place processes to make sure that the money that we provide and others provide is spent appropriately. And the money that has been spent in Afghanistan, and I think internationally it's about $8 billion since the evacuation, has helped avert famine. It's helped prevent the collapse of the health system. It's helped prevent the collapse of the entire economy. It's helped avoid bringing even more disaster
Mr.
on
Secretary,
people who are suffering.
You know for a fact that people literally, especially outside of this country, they directly lied to us. Your people had to come back and correct, hey, it turns out we were in fact spending $500,000 to expand atheism in Nepal through the third-party implementer of Humanist International. They were lying to us. They didn't show us the exact slideshow that they put together for $500,000 and all this. They lied to us. We have no eyes on the ground, and I would simply close with this. We do not even have an embassy there. We have no business putting $1 into that place.
Well,
I yield back.
And I respectfully disagree. I think that the work that we have done through these partners and many other countries have done has saved many, many lives in an incredibly difficult situation.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Secretary Blinken, welcome, and thank you for being here today, and thank you so much for your testimony and for your years of service as Secretary of State to our country. And speaking of refugees, before I get to the question, I want to note that my city of San Antonio, my hometown, and the place I represent, is home to a growing and vibrant community of Afghan Americans, many of whom are from the Coast Province and fled Afghanistan following the Taliban takeover of the country. I appreciate the work the State Department and other government agencies and nonprofits have done to help them adapt to their new lives in the United States. I wanted to ask you a question about the 2001 AUMF. Secretary Blinken, one of the legacies of the Afghan war is the 2001 authorization for the use of military force, which authorizes military force against al-Qaeda. This law continues to be enforced 23 years after it was first enacted and has been used by this administration for military action across the world. In a sense, the war that began on 9/11 will not end as long as this authority continues to be in use, and our nation remains at war across the world with little transparency for the American people. While much of this is reported to the Congress, too much remains classified and unavailable to the American people. The Obama administration, in which you served, released in its final days a comprehensive legal and policy framework on the use of military force. Will the Biden administration do the same and release a report so the American people know where we are still at war?
I appreciate what you're saying and the point that you're making. I can't speak to what we will do in the remaining weeks of this administration on something like that.
Do you think that it's a good idea in the same way that the Obama administration?
I think we should, in any event, as we've been very open to doing, revisit various authorizations and authorities to make sure that they are right for the moment we're in, not the moment we were in 20 years ago.
I want to speak also to a very important issue. It was mentioned that you're headed to the Middle East perhaps right after this committee meeting, and that is the war in Israel and Gaza. And I think you know, I've said it both publicly and privately, I have great respect, obviously, for our president, for your service, for the work that others like Bill Burns have done in trying to reach a ceasefire agreement. At the same time, this will be one of the defining foreign policy legacies of this time. And I'm profoundly disappointed in how it's been handled. All of us on this dais have supported Iron Dome to protect the Israeli people over the years. We've supported the money in the Memorandum of Understanding that goes for 10 years. We have condemned, in the harshest terms, October 7th. We have sanctioned Hamas and other terrorist groups and warned anybody about associating with them around the world. And at the same time, what we've seen by the Israeli government, led by Benjamin Netanyahu, has been inhumane. In fact, it's amounted to war crimes. When an army targets civilians in refugee camps, in hospitals, in schools, in churches, in religious institutions, and does it repeatedly over and over again, those are war crimes. And the people of Israel, many people in Israel, have said so. Former ministers in the Israeli government have said so. And I wish that this had turned out differently. I wish y'all had been successful in getting the ceasefire. But when you weren't, I wish that we had used more leverage with the far-right Netanyahu government, the same way that Ronald Reagan did years ago. The leverage of withholding offensive weapons to get them to change what they're doing, because what they're doing has been inhumane, and the world has seen it. We live in a different world now. This is no longer the world of the Vietnam War, certainly not World War II, not even the world of the Gulf War in the early 1990s. The world is much more transparent now. People can, all of us are essentially social demographers and documentarians who can record the world around it and then send that out to everybody else around the world. And that's why the world has become more transparent, and people can see the inhumanity on both sides. But again, we have taken action to go after Hamas, to label them as terrorists, to sanction them, to do what we can to stop them. We have not done enough to stop Benjamin Netanyahu and what he's doing to the Palestinians. And my question is whether you believe we should have done anything differently.
And I see I'm about to be out of time. I'm happy to take that up. I'm happy to respond if you want to give me more time. But
Chairman, can I get a few seconds on a response?
Yes.
For us, for me, there'll be a lot of time to look back and ask ourselves whether we could and should have done things differently. From day one, we've sought to accomplish several things. One, to make sure to the best of our ability that we helped Israel ensure that October 7th would never happen again. Two, to try to prevent a wider war from taking place that would result in more death, more suffering, and likely prolong the war in Gaza, including a potential war with Lebanon and Hezbollah, with Iran, with Iranian-aligned militia groups, and with others. And we have actually successfully done that. Third, to do our best to make sure that civilians caught in a crossfire of Hamas's initiation, who didn't start this and can do nothing to stop it, are protected. And we've worked every single day to do that. I've also been to the region 12 times since October 7th. I'm heading back in an hour or two to continue the efforts to get a ceasefire and hostage agreement, to get the hostages home, to get the guns to stop firing, to put Gaza on a better path, and meanwhile, to try to make sure that people have the assistance they so desperately need.
Gentleman's time has expired, and we wish you well.
Is with us every single day.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll miss your leadership. Appreciate your friendship, brother. Mr. Secretary, 13 brave Americans lost their lives. One of them, his people live in my area, and I live on the street named after him, Staff Sergeant Ryan Canals. And I remind folks that 13 brave Americans lost their lives, and there's a lot of moms and dads that lost their kids because of this. And the blood is on your all's hands, and that needs to be acknowledged. But, Mr. Secretary, in your opening remarks, you stated that al-Qaeda is not regrouped in Afghanistan. A friend of mine who just returned from there wants you to know that al-Qaeda, in fact, has thousands of fighters in Afghanistan and 8 new bases there. One of those bases is in the Panjshir Valley, which is the home to Afghan resistance. In July of 2024, a call was issued to foreign fighters around the world to migrate to Afghanistan and join the ranks of the jihad. This was widely covered by the media, and in fact, there is video evidence of al-Qaeda fighting alongside the Taliban. Knowing all that, is Hamza bin Laden still alive?
I couldn't tell you definitively.
Well, he was, as people don't know, he's the leader of al-Qaeda, and his father, Osama bin Laden, was killed. Hamza was thought to be dead sometime in 2019, but new reports suggest that he is alive and still in charge of al-Qaeda. What is the relationship between Taliban, al-Qaeda, and ISIS?
When it comes to ISIS, which is the group that is of greatest concern in Afghanistan, the relationship between the Taliban and ISIS is deeply adversarial. The Taliban sees ISIS as its #1 enemy, and it has the will, but not necessarily the capacity, to deal effectively with it. Al-Qaeda is a different story. This is obviously a group that the Taliban in the past has collaborated with, given shelter to, and otherwise acquiesced to.
Okay, what has the State Department done briefly to unify the Afghan resistance groups who want to drive out the Taliban?
There is not much of a resistance active in trying to do that.
All right. Well, my friend Legend, an Afghan-American and former U.S. Army non-commissioned officers, traveled to Afghanistan after the collapse and reports that the Taliban has been benefiting from U.S. cash shipments sent to the Afghan Central Bank. This is American funds, and that sanctioned terrorists are diverting U.S. aid meant for the Afghan people. Why are we giving the Taliban millions in taxpayers' dollars while they hold Americans hostage and are killing the Afghan people? And in my opinion, sir, they will hate us for free. We don't need to be giving them money.
We're not giving the Taliban anything. As I discussed with Congressman Mast, we are providing money, as many other countries are, to UN agencies, NGOs, to help the Afghan people.
And these agencies are funding the Taliban. Reports are saying between 40 and 80 million U.S. tax dollars are given to the Taliban every dadgum week. I mean, is that acceptable?
According to the report that I read and that the Congressman referred to, the CIGAR's report, of the approximately $8 billion that the international community, including the United States, has dedicated to Afghanistan, about $10 million of that is 0.1%, has no doubt gotten to the Taliban in terms
I don't care if it's that gum penny. I don't care if it's a penny. I mean, for you to sit up here and admit that our enemies, I mean, these people swear to hate Christians and Jews, and that takes care of about everybody in this dadgum room. And we're sending them, I don't care if it's 1%, and you can, but let me tell you, $10 million is a hell of a lot of money to the people I represent, sir, and it needs to be something that you all, let me get on my questions, I'm running out. I've invited President Salih and Commander Massoud of the Afghan resistance of the U.S. to meet with myself and colleagues. Will the State Department work to facilitate their entry into the country to meet with Congress?
I'll be happy to follow up with your office on that.
All right. just for the record, this State Department has funded our enemies, and they've turned a blind eye to our open southern border. U.S. Border Patrol has caught known terrorists sneaking into our country, likely using our tax dollars to do so. And this disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan was not a solution. It was the beginning of a much bigger problem waiting to happen. Let me ask you one more question. The committee asked, Mr. Secretary, according to Ambassador Kazalad, I don't know how you say that, do you believe the Taliban violated the Doha Agreement, and you purportedly advised President Biden during the interagency review to endorse the agreement conditions and not withdraw until the Taliban complied?
The Taliban was in violation of the Doha Agreement in a number of ways. It was in violation when the previous administration drew down forces repeatedly. It was in violation during the time that we were in office before the evacuation. But
why did you advise conditionally?
When it comes to the agreement, what we tried to do was to get them to abide by the conditions, notably to engage in a negotiation with the Afghan government to produce a new government that would bring everyone together. They didn't do that. But because we had the deadline and because we had the prospect of the Taliban resuming attacks on U.S. forces, which would have required us to put tens of thousands of Americans back into Afghanistan, we followed through with pulling them out.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, it's clear to me that this group is clearly out of their league, and the new administration couldn't get here fast enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Ms. Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Just bring things back a little bit to the realm of reality. Throughout this do-nothing Congress, which has been led by the Republicans, we've seen time and time again the majority's lack of interest in actually solving problems. On this committee, the Republicans have blown a lot of smoke about the process. They've tried to hold you in contempt, and they've ignored our kind of foreign policy making responsibilities by just not paying any attention to Democratic backsliding in Georgia, what's just happened with the toppling of Assad in Syria, just to do nothing but yammer about who's qualified and who's not to make these kind of decisions. You know, Democrats, on the other hand, have been focused on real solutions. We took the after action report and introduced legislation codifying some of these recommendations in an effort to support the State Department's crisis response, to protect our Afghan allies, which they claim they want to do, and to position our national security apparatus to address the landscape of this kind of new Afghanistan situation. Many of those proposals, in fact, made it into the NDAA that just came out over the weekend. I was glad to see some of those proposals in the State Department's appropriation or authorization, and one of those that I was especially pleased with was my CARE Authorization Act. This would codify the coordinator for Afghan relocation efforts at the State Department for the next 3 years. I wonder, Mr. Secretary, if you could talk about the importance of the CARE program, this measure to codify it, and how it can impact the work that you're doing in the new landscape.
Well, thank you very much, and I deeply appreciate the support that you've shown and other members have shown for these efforts. We have an obligation that I believe is a strong bipartisan obligation and sense of responsibility to the many Afghans who stood beside us for 20 years in Afghanistan. And we worked very hard, as I said, to revitalize the SIV, the Special Immigrant Visa Program. We brought in more people, more visas in the last 3 years, almost as many as in the entirety of the program going back to 2009. But part of that, of course, as well as refugees who come in under other parts of the law, needs a tremendous amount of support when it comes to relocating them, resettling them here in the United States. And the department established this effort in this office to do just that. To work to make sure that we could bring Afghans out, get them to so-called lily pad countries where we could finish processing them, then to bring them to the United States, and then to work with resettlement agencies to make sure that they could be resettled and integrated into communities. And we've also seen an incredible outpouring from Americans all across this country through a sponsorship program we set up so that private individuals and groups could also welcome Afghans to this country. And we've seen tens of thousands of people stand up to do that. But we do need the, I think, ongoing support from the department to make sure that we have the people in place to continue this effort, and so we welcome congressional efforts to support that.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up about the SIVs. You know, the report from the majority said that, or alleged that President Biden abandoned our allies, but the numbers tell an entirely different story. As you referenced, during Trump's time in office, the SIV coordinator role was vacant for the entire time. Trump, just to give the numbers to the point you make, Trump only issued 7,116 SIVs in a 3-year period, and processing time increased from 480 days in January of 2017 to 996 days in January of 2021. When you were here in 2021, you spoke to us about this immense backlog, that the administration had inherited of more than 17,000 applications of SIVs. Ambassador Smith affirmed that the Trump administration had taken, this is a quote, taken no steps to reduce the backlog. In just his first 8 months of the administration, however, President Biden issued 8,760 Afghan SIVs and halved the processing time. So, you know, the success is in those numbers, and it's very clear what the emphasis has been under the previous administration, not what's been alleged. And can you just talk a little bit about how you were able to accomplish this?
Well, I think you covered it very well, but simply to say that, yes, we inherited a program that was basically stuck. Nothing was happening. There hadn't been an interview for someone to get their visa. Going back to March of 2020, we had a backlog of about 18,000 people. And as soon as we came in, we restarted the interviews. The president issued an executive order, one of the very first, instructing us to look at what we could do to cut the delays, to beef up the staffing. We cut the time in half for processing SIVs. I quintupled the resources at the State Department, going to look at the applications so that we could get people through the system. And as a result, I won't repeat the numbers that you cited. We rebooted a program that had been moribund.
Bullshit.
And we brought many Afghans here, but
the numbers were down because of COVID. Of course we weren't bringing as many random people into our country at the time. It wasn't just Afghanistan.
Since then, almost 70,000 Afghan SIVs, and that was...
They're making Trump look like he's just anti-immigrant and shit. It was COVID.
With all due respect, Secretary, the gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Baird.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to start my comments. I appreciate you being here, Mr. Secretary, but I want to express my appreciation to the Gold Star families that are here today. And I also want to express my sorrow for your loss. And one of those was Corporal Humberto Sanchez from my area, Logansport, Indiana. So I just want to make that on the record because of their sacrifice. But, Mr. Secretary, I have questions about whether or not you've expressed opposition to the unconditional withdrawal to the President or Mr. Sullivan or to NATO, because on April 21st, you made a visit to Brussels to talk with NATO, and after your visit, you made an unannounced visit to Afghanistan on April 15th, 2021. Could you give us some idea what the purpose of that visit? And then what information did you bring back and share with the President from this unannounced visit?
Thank you. The purpose of the visit was to see for myself the situation on the ground in Afghanistan, to hear directly from our embassy how they were pursuing the mission, our diplomatic mission, our mission to bring more SIVs out, and also to talk to Afghans, not just from the government, but from across society, which I did on that trip, to hear from them how they saw the situation as it was evolving. And that was a very informative trip, as were my many discussions at NATO with our allies and partners throughout that period. Now, I'm not going to share the advice or counsel that I gave to the President. That's between me and him. Having said that, I think what we were looking to do was to see if we could get the Taliban to meet its requirements under the agreement, particularly to engage in a negotiation with the Afghan government to have not only an enduring ceasefire, but also to have a political transition in Afghanistan. We worked on that until the day that the Afghan president, Ghani, fled. In fact, I was on the phone to him the night before he fled on August the 14th, in which he told me that he wanted to continue working on getting an agreement with the Taliban, but if he couldn't, he would stay and fight to the death. And he left the next day. So that my trip back then obviously helped to inform our diplomacy, our approach to what we were trying to do, and I wish we could have gotten, obviously, the Taliban to agree to meet its commitments, but we didn't.
So thank you. The thing I'm also interested in, do you feel that the president acted on any of the information that you brought back to him from that meeting? And was it any coincidence that the president announced an unconditional withdrawal just 6 days after you had that meeting with him?
The president absolutely factors in, and I know for firsthand, the information, the ideas, the recommendations that I bring to him that many others in the administration bring to him, and we have a very deliberate process for working through all of these issues. And he's insisted from day one on hearing from everyone, on making sure that we're all questioning our assumptions, our biases going in. That's the way he operates. But ultimately, he has to make the decisions. We can all give our recommendations and advice. He's the one who has to make the judgments. He's the one that makes the final call. Again, it was our effort and our policy to see the Taliban meet its obligations. It didn't. But I remind, again, that we had a deadline that was bequeathed to us, and during that period, from the Doha Agreement to the evacuation, the Taliban agreed that it would not attack our forces or partner forces. It would stay away from the cities. Had we not fulfilled the Doha Agreement in terms of removing our forces from Afghanistan, those attacks would have resumed on us, on our partners, on the cities, and as I said, it would have required sending in thousands more Americans to defend against those attacks and to try to hold on to Afghanistan.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. Thank you to the Gold Star families who are here for your sacrifice and for representing the Gold Star families that we know have sacrificed so much over the last 20 years. I represent San Diego, the largest military community in the country, and my community has borne the cost of this 20-year war. And so, Secretary Blinken, rather than repeatedly revisiting the events of 3 years ago, I'd really like to look ahead and consider what we actually learned from America's two-decade, $2.3 trillion investment in Afghanistan, an investment which was intended to foster democratic growth, democratic governance, and state capacity, but which ultimately fell short, as evidenced by the fact that the government instantly collapsed after our departure and is long-standingly ranked as one of the most corrupt states in the world. So the Global Fragility Act, a law which was signed by President Trump, was designed to incorporate some of these lessons from Afghanistan and to pilot a more integrated strategic approach to how we deal with fragile and conflict-affected regions. Reflecting on the shortcomings of our 20-year war and the withdrawal's aftermath, what key insights have guided the department's evolving approach to conflict prevention and stabilization, and how have these lessons shaped the implementation of the Global Fragility Act to ensure that future engagements emphasize building resilient, accountable institutions rather than just propping up hollow, corrupt ones?
Well, I think you said it very well. I think one of the lessons that I at least take away from the 20 years is that while very well-intentioned and noble in aspiration, the idea of nation building and trying to impose a democracy on a country by, in effect, by military means alone is simply not going to work. And that while security is necessary, it's not sufficient to getting the job done. And unless you have a whole of government and really a whole of society approach that looks at the various things that are likely to drive people apart and create conflict within a society, you're unlikely to stop it, and you're unlikely to see the emergence of a stable, never mind democratic government. And I think what you and others have done in your work and support for the Global Fragility Act very well reflects that, that insight. Because if we're not operating across society and across the government, and not only us, NGOs, the private sector, and others, again, we're unlikely to actually prevent these countries from failing, never mind building something successful. So we've now had some beginnings of experience with the Global Fragility Act, but as you know very well, the other insight is that this doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen by flipping a light switch. These are engagements and investments that we have to sustain over a decade. So we're in the early years of this, but I think this is a much better approach to trying to get the results that, again, are extremely well-intentioned, but I think Afghanistan and in different ways Iraq shows us are unlikely to be achieved just by focusing on security in the military.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. And, you know, I know one of the other things that the Afghanistan withdrawal revealed was a sort of systemic vulnerability in the department's ability to manage urgent, high-risk situations. So I was also wondering if you could talk about what sort of organizational measures you've implemented to streamline decision-making authority, improve interagency coordination, ensure rapid, accurate communication during future emergencies, and how these reforms address some of the issues identified in the after-action review.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is something we've taken very seriously, and as you know, I think as the chairman knows very well, members of the committee know, we undertook an after-action review. I brought back a very senior retired member of the department, Ambassador Dan Smith. He conducted interviews of 150 current and former State Department officials, myself included, on this period, basically from January of 2020 through the evacuation, to look at the State Department, what we did right, what we did wrong. And as I mentioned earlier, a number of important recommendations came out of that to strengthen us going forward. We had 34 recommendations in 11 categories. We've taken 40 actions since then. And just very quickly, one was to the need to strengthen our overall crisis preparedness and our response capabilities. We didn't have before this a common operating picture of what was going on in a given emergency situation. We stood up something called the Orion platform. We bring together everything in one place: the cable traffic, news sources, intelligence, risk indicators, accountability for our engagement with U.S. citizens, all in one place. Before, we had a dispersed staff. We didn't have the proper capacity to surge our people during a crisis. We opened a new modernized operations center with that capacity, with the flexible spaces to have task forces develop overnight. We had before no comprehensive system for tracking or deconflicting the status of American citizens who were caught in the middle of a conflict. So we stood up a streamlined and cloud-based system to track, to communicate with American citizens in real time, to avoid duplication, overlap. There are a number of things. I'd really commend to you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes Mr. Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your service as chairman of this committee, and thanks for the great job you've done for us as chairman. Secretary Blinken, thank you for your service. In this, your last appearance before this committee as Secretary of State, I do want to ask you some tough questions, though, about what I see as not only a chaotic retreat from Afghanistan, but probably the biggest foreign policy blunder of the administration over the last 4 years, but I would argue maybe even the last generation. The failure was not the 20-year fight against terrorism in Afghanistan. That was not the failure. In fact, that was a success, where the brave men and women of this country who wear our uniform kept the homeland safe because they took the fight to the terrorists. And in fact, we eliminated terrorists like Osama bin Laden because of their valor and their bravery. That was not the failure. The failure that dishonored their 20-year service was the chaotic and disastrous retreat. And so from your opening statements, you said it's important to put it in context, the events of August of 2021. Important, I agree. So let's talk about the Doha Agreement, Mr. Secretary. According to Ambassador Khalilzad, you believed the Taliban violated the Doha Agreement, and you purportedly advised President Biden during the interagency review to enforce the agreement's conditions that Secretary Pompeo, your predecessor, and Secretary Trump had entered into, and not withdraw until the Taliban complied. Why did you advise on this conditionality?
To be very clear, and again, I'm not going to get into my advice to the President. I can tell you what our policy was. The policy was to seek compliance with the agreement and to get the Taliban to live up to what it had promised to do.
Right, and I'm going to reclaim my time. Yes, I agree with that. But the Taliban failed to live up to the agreement. The Taliban failed to engage in intra-Afghan negotiations, correct?
That is correct.
The Taliban was inflicting violence on Afghan forces, correct?
That's correct.
And the Taliban conducted indirect fire attacks against American forces. Is that correct?
Prior to the evacuation, that may have been incidental, but everything else you said is certainly correct.
Well, I don't think President Biden listened to you. And I don't think he was implementing the Doha Agreement. It was not that he was bound by the Doha Agreement. He disregarded the Doha Agreement, and he said, we're going to retreat regardless of the Doha Agreement, and that's what happened here. Let me talk about NATO because—
And just to be clear, the Doha Agreement said we would be out by May 31st, 2021.
Yes,
that's
based on conditions, Mr. Secretary, and you know that. In fact, you acknowledged that the Taliban was failing to live up to the conditions, and so Doha did not bind your administration to retreat the way you did. Certainly not the way you did. Certainly not the way you did. Now, Mr. Secretary, I want to talk about NATO because you all talk about and tout this great strengthened NATO alliance. I was just in Europe in October. I agree NATO's strong, but it's not because of your retreat from Afghanistan. It's because of Vladimir Putin invading Ukraine that required NATO to get stronger, despite the invitation to aggression that the retreat from Afghanistan gave to Putin. Let me ask you about NATO and how NATO felt about the policy of this administration back in 2021. According to the State Department documents that we subpoenaed, our NATO allies wanted the Biden-Harris administration to enforce the conditions of the Doha Agreement. You met with former NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg in March of 2021 at the NATO ministerial meeting, correct?
That's correct.
Yes, and according to State Department documents, Mr. Stoltenberg opposed an unconditional withdrawal, and you in response stated, quote, I share your view that it would be preferable to reach a political settlement before foreign troops depart. We've also learned that you were jolted by how strongly NATO officials argued against a complete withdrawal. Did you share NATO's concerns with the White House?
I shared everything I heard from NATO allies and partners. With the White House, with my colleagues, with the President. That's my job.
General Miller testified that NATO leaders were, quote, unhappy, unquote, with the President's unconditional withdrawal, and they, quote, voiced that unhappiness in different publications. Then, your number two, Mr. Cholette, lied to this committee saying NATO itself didn't take a position. We're told by public sources that NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg was, quote, livid, informing Secretary Austin and yourself that he, quote, strongly disagreed with the decision and felt that NATO's collective position hadn't been taken into account, unquote.
Yep. I'll let Mr. Stoltenberg speak for himself.
So
I have
here's
great
the bottom
respect
line.
For, but that's
NATO's stronger today, but not because of you all. NATO is stronger because your weakness invited Putin to move against Ukraine. You signaled you weren't going to stand with our NATO allies. You didn't care. President Biden didn't care about our NATO allies and what they thought about a retreat from Afghanistan. Instead, what it did is it signaled weakness, and Putin took advantage of it. The reason NATO is stronger today is because of the invasion. It's not because of U.S. policy.
No, that's incorrect. The reason NATO is stronger today is because of President Biden's leadership. This alliance is bigger, it's better resourced, it's got more members because of his leadership. But if you ask any NATO ally, that's exactly
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes Ms. Manning. Also, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden, be allowed to sit on the dais and participate in today's hearing without objection. So ordered, Ms. Manning. And we will certainly miss you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman McCall. Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks. Thank you, Secretary Blinken, for your service and for your answer to that last question. I want to express my appreciation for the Gold Star families in the room today. I have a Gold Star mother on my staff, and I do understand the terrible sacrifices those families make. I must say I am disappointed that we are having yet another hearing on the now 3-year-old withdrawal from Afghanistan. It seems to me that the fall of the Assad regime in Syria and what happens next, including the potential resurgence of ISIS or other terrorist groups, has major consequences for our security and the future of the region, and it would be a much better use of our time to talk about that topic today. So, Mr. Chairman, I would respectfully suggest that the committee hold a hearing and a classified briefing on this critical situation, the situation in Syria, next week. Thank you very much.
Running out.
I look forward to that meeting before I'm no longer on this committee. Mr. Secretary, in your view, what are our core interests that are at stake in Syria?
A number of them. First and foremost, of course, is protecting our forces that are there, that remain there. Second is making sure, to the best of our ability, that ISIS does not reconstitute. Through the Obama administration, then the Trump administration, we were successful in eliminating the territorial caliphate that ISIS had developed in Syria. We don't want to see that revive. And in particular, there are thousands of foreign terrorist fighters who are detained in a detention center that is being policed by our Kurdish partners in Syria. We want to make sure that that's preserved. Third, there may be, and I very much hope there is, an opportunity to move Syria away from the disaster of recent decades toward a country that is unified, that reflects all of the different communities that make up Syria, and so that we get a political transition that's inclusive and that brings everyone together. We have an interest in seeing that, because if Syria goes the other way, if it fragments, then we're likely to see more mass migrations. We're likely to see more places in Syria that become centers for terrorism and extremism, none of which is in our interest.
Mr. Secretary, the President-elect has suggested that we have no interest in Syria, that he doesn't want to get involved there when he takes over. What impact would that have if the United States were simply to step aside and wash our hands of what's going on in Syria?
Well, again, as I just said, in fact, there was, I think, a very important success through the Obama administration that was completed by the first Trump administration in eliminating this territorial caliphate that ISIS had established in Syria. That was a job very well done over 2 administrations, and I believe that the incoming administration will have an interest in preserving the gains that it helped achieve.
To what do you attribute the resurgence of the rebels in Syria and the fall of the Assad regime?
I think what we're seeing is a result of a number of factors, but first, all of the outside patrons of the regime, Hezbollah, Iran, Russia, were at the very least distracted and in some cases on the ropes because of problems of their own making and problems that we helped exacerbate for them. Second, Assad's utter refusal to engage in any kind of political process to try to bring the country together, despite everything he'd inflicted on the country, I think that sowed the seeds of his downfall.
I do want to address one thing that we're seeing happen in Afghanistan. And since the fall of Kabul in 2021, we've witnessed the tragic consequences of the takeover of the Taliban, particularly on the Afghan women and girls. Women who had high-ranking positions, who had good productive jobs, are no longer able to work. Girls who were attending school are no longer able to attend school. When I read the Trump-Doha agreement, I was shocked by how few conditions there were in there for the Taliban. There were no protections requested for Afghan women and girls. Since the withdrawal, we've seen the Taliban issue more than 100 edicts targeting women and girls, restricting not just their education and their ability to work, but also their ability to leave their homes, their ability to seek health care services from male providers. And just recently, the Taliban issued an edict suspending medical education for women. We know what this means. Afghan women will eventually be unable to get medical care that they need. This will be a disaster not just for the women of Afghanistan, but for the country. What steps have you taken to push back on those edicts and help the vulnerable Afghan women and girls?
These edicts are abhorrent, and they would take Afghanistan back to the dark ages. From day one, we've worked to do everything we can to defend, support, and where we can empower women and girls in Afghanistan, including having senior officials whose mission is to do just that, including setting up different mechanisms so that their voices can be heard in our policy deliberations and in the international policy deliberations, including when it comes, for example, to recognizing the Taliban. We've sanctioned many members of the
Generally,
Taliban.
time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Salazar.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Blinken, for being here with us. And you know, the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan had ramifications around the world, not only in the Middle East and only including the messages to dictators just like the Taliban, but to other people, specifically the Western Hemisphere. And I just want to concentrate my time on 3 countries that are highly important for my constituents, starting with Venezuela. Sir, I hear that you're planning to cancel the oil licenses to actors like Chevron and Repsol and others. And my question is, are you planning to cancel those oil contracts before or after January 10th, which is when Maduro is supposed to be assuming the presidency?
I can't speak to the actions that we'll take in terms of when we'll take them. I'm happy to follow up with your office.
You know, you can take this opportunity to announce, sir, that we are not going to be doing business with the dictators anymore. And then the whole world is looking at you. So why don't you send the right message to Maduro and saying, if you steal the elections, you're not going to make any money off.
Well, I think we've been sending very clearly the message about how we see the election, how we see the abuse of the system by Maduro, the work that we've done to support Mr. Gonzalez and
I know,
others
sir,
going
but
forward.
the problem is that if the Maduro regime has money from Chevron, that goes to PDVSA, goes to the Treasury, and then they have more money for the repressive apparatus. You know that.
And as you know, the opposition supported all the efforts that we took to see if we could get an election that would reflect the will of the people. We got an election. We saw the will of the people. Unfortunately, it's not been recognized.
And they stole it, and now he's
Right?
going
And so
to be
now,
sworn in on January the 10th.
And
But you can send the message to Chevron saying no more oil for now.
we will take the necessary steps to make clear.
But I hear that you are thinking about doing that. Is that correct?
Again, everything is on the table right now, including in terms of the licenses.
Good. Now let's go to Colombia, sir. President Petro from Colombia has asked President Biden to pardon a guy, but most people here won't know who he is. His name is Simon Trinidad. He's a terrorist. He is serving 60 years in prison, at a federal prison, for kidnapping 3 American contractors. What was your recommendation to the president to pardon Simon Trinidad?
I'm not aware of that request, but I'm happy to follow up. I'm not aware.
You're not aware?
I'm not aware of that request.
But, you know, if that request should go through the State Department. That's you.
Imagine it would.
So you have not heard about that. But if that were to be the case within the next hours, what recommendation would you give the president?
I'd have to make sure that I'm fully informed.
Well, he's a terrorist.
Again, I want to see if there is something. I want to see it, understand it, and read it. But certainly his record speaks for itself.
But you understand that if you were to pardon Simon Trinidad, you will make every single Colombian living in the United States a Republican, right? And we don't want to do that. I mean, we're happy about that, but that's not the honorable thing to do. So make sure that President Biden doesn't make a mistake. Just it's humble opinion. Let's go to Cuba. Is Cuba under review to be removed from the list of countries sponsors of terrorism? Is it under review, sir?
I don't anticipate any changes in our policy toward Cuba during the pendency of this administration.
All right. I'm happy you're saying that. Laudable to hear that. But specifically, is it under review right now? Because if you're going to remove a country from a list of terrorists, of this country's sponsors of terrorism, you need to start a review. And my question is it yes or no? Is Cuba under review?
Under the law, depending on the different authorities of this kind, some mandate a regular review, others don't. All I can tell you right now, sitting here today, is I don't anticipate any changes in our policy.
So you are telling me that between now and January 20th, the President of the United States is not planning to remove those bastards, the Cuban regime, off the list of countries that sponsor terrorism?
As I said, I don't anticipate any changes.
You don't anticipate. Right. So how can I interpret anticipating? Can you commit right now that that's not going to happen? You know why? Because all I'm doing is trying to give money to the repressive apparatus that has been taking everything away from the Cubans. You're aware of that, right? So I just need to make sure that you understand the message from my community. Do not do that. Don't give them the oxygen that they want to continue greasing the repressive apparatus. Tell me. You have 20 seconds.
I can't. I do not make decisions for the
Sure you
president.
do. Come on. Sure you do. You're the State Department. You give the recommendation whether to take them or not. Tell me. I'm sorry.
All I can tell you is I don't anticipate any changes in our policy toward Cuba between now and the end of this administration.
Thank you. I'm going to take your word as your bond. Let's keep it that way. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Blinken, I'd like to focus my questions on a topic of great importance to my home state of Arizona, the U.S.-Mexico relationship. I believe we're at a make or break moment for the region. Our two countries face significant shared challenges, and there remains a lot of work to do to address migration, securing our borders against illicit drugs trafficked north and arms trafficked south, and to fight pervasive organized crime. But the U.S.-Mexico relationship is more than just migration and security. Our economies are fundamentally intertwined. Mexico recently surpassed China to become U.S. largest trading partner, supporting hundreds of thousands of jobs in my home state of Arizona. And I am particularly excited about the vast economic potential of nearshoring, moving supply chains closer to the United States market as hundreds of businesses, including semiconductor supply chain enterprises critical to our national security, move from Asia back to America or to North America or even Latin America. Meanwhile, the upcoming World Cup gives us an opportunity to forge a durable security relationship to address international threats. There's a choice in front of us now. Do we choose to forge a strategic path forward together, rooted in mutual respect and cooperation, or do we each go it alone? The Mexican government recently passed a series of sweeping constitutional reforms that will harm the U.S.-Mexico relationship, overhauling its independent judiciary, eliminating independent regulatory agencies, and closing access to its energy markets. These changes could undermine Mexico's obligation under the USMCA, and I have heard from business leaders in Arizona and around the country who are anxious that these reforms will hurt investor confidence and their ability to do business in Mexico. Secretary Blinken, how do you see these constitutional changes impacting our economic relationship with Mexico?
Well, first, you're exactly right about the importance of that economic relationship. It's vital to this country, it's vital to Mexico, and our citizens benefit from it every single day. Second, the Mexicans, of course, have the sovereign right to make their own laws, amend their own constitution. That's not for us to say. As their friend and partner, and as countries that are bound together by the USMCA, though we do have opinions on some of the steps that they're taking, and we have raised concerns about certain aspects of the constitutional reform, the judicial reform in particular. And we've shared those very clearly and very directly with the Mexican government, both with former President López Obrador and with President Sheinbaum. But the Mexicans will make their own decisions about this. But the concerns that we've underscored are exactly what you just cited, which is what effect does this actually have on private sector and investment that's so critical to actually meeting the full potential of this relationship, including things like nearshoring, including having a supply chain where Mexico and the United States are joined on the most critical things necessary to our economies and even to our security.
And I want to commend Ambassador Ken Salazar for speaking with such clarity on this most important issue. There were a recent discussion about sweeping 25% tariffs on all imports from Mexico and Canada by the President-elect. Secretary Blinken, in your opinion, how would these proposed tariffs impact U.S. and diplomatic interests in Mexico?
Look, I don't want to speculate on what the incoming administration will do or not do. That's really not my place. I think what I can say is just to underscore what you said a few minutes ago, which is this economic partnership is so vital, and we want to maximize it, not minimize it. Mexico is now the U.S. It's our top trade partner for goods. We've got $800 billion traded in the last year we have accounting for, 2023. That's more than $1 million every single minute of every single day. So I think we just want to make sure, whatever we do and whatever the incoming administration does, how do we strengthen that? How do we build on that? Because it's good for both of our countries.
I mentioned the upcoming World Cup as a unique opportunity.
We reduce
North
it
American
because they're
World Cup
fucking us
for
over. That's
US,
what we
Mexico,
do.
Canada work together to build obviously an incredibly important security partnership to make sure the World Cup is as safe as possible, but then make that a durable security partnership and relationship. How should the United States government work with the Shane Bond administration on a security partnership to counter the drug cartel's violent crime?
Well, we've been working incredibly closely together over the last almost 4 years now on exactly that, and I think that work's continuing with the new Sheinbaum administration. You saw one of the results just the other day. The Mexicans seized, with our help, 20 million fentanyl pills. Each one could have killed an American citizen. They've seized more fentanyl at the border over the last 2 years than in the previous 5 combined.
Gentleman's time has expired.
This is a
Chair recognizes Ms. Kim.
The work that we're doing together. Thank you,
Secretary. Good luck.
Thank you, Chairman McCall and Ranking Member, for holding today's hearing. The American people and the families of our 13 fallen service members and the Afghan allies are demanding answers. Secretary Blinken, your appearance before our committee today is long overdue as we seek to understand the role that you played in the Biden-Harris administration's failed and disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal in August 2021. And in your previous conversation with my colleagues before me, you claimed that you have done everything you can to support Afghan women and girls, yet you excluded them and Afghan civil society from Taliban talks with the UN in Doha. So why do you continue to deprioritize Afghan women and girls? Sorry.
Just the contrary. We've done everything we can to integrate them, their voices, their views, into everything we do, including any engagements that we've had with the Taliban, including in the engagements that we have with partners around the world, particularly when it comes to decisions being made about recognizing or otherwise engaging with the Taliban. So it's exactly the opposite. We've made every effort to engage women and girls.
We're continuing to hear from those families, and also this committee has heard gravely concerning stories of what it was like trying to get through HKIA as an evacuee. Your own personnel testified that there was little to no guidance from you on who qualified to be evacuated from Afghanistan. So based on documents we received and witnesses we interviewed, at no point did you identify who the U.S. would be responsible for getting out during the non-combat evacuation operations. So did you ever determine which populations were eligible to be evacuated?
Yes, absolutely. And that was very clear. There were
Who were they then?
Very discrete populations. American citizens, legal permanent residents, and Afghan allies and partners, particularly those who had stood with us.
How did your department determine which populations were eligible for evacuation? Who was responsible for making those decisions?
These are determinations that are made by the administration, by the State Department, and when it comes to Afghans at risk, there were many Afghans at risk that we were seeking to get out. And because this was such a dynamic situation with conditions changing by the hour, at different moments during the evacuation, we had greater access to certain parts of that population than others. So we focused where we could.
What documents did those evacuees have to provide to prove their eligibility? Are you aware of a hall pass that your department provided instead of legal identification documentation?
We sought to do everything possible to get them the documents or identification that they needed in order, as necessary, to get through the Taliban, which had control of the area around the airport, and of course documentation is necessary for our own people.
That hall pass that we're talking about were reprinted in droves. That was then sold to people outside of HKIA. So did you direct them to replace legal identification documents with a forgeable Word document?
No, we provided, as best we could, legal and enforceable documents.
Because apparently they were shared.
I have not seen that, but I'm happy to look at whatever information you have about that.
Okay. You know, during the evacuation, over 80 Afghans who risked their lives to work with the United States government contacted my office for assistance. So when you include their families, that's more than 526 Afghans who claim they faced a direct or personalized threat. But despite the referral to SIV program, my office is only aware of only like 80 applicants who are able to complete the requirements and file. And of those 3, none have been approved and are still awaiting processing. Hearing from those Afghans, the SIV verification process has been difficult and tedious. And according to your deputy, one of the biggest obstacles to the verification process came from SIV applicants who have been employed by the DoD contractors, and that was well documented. Yet, you did not ask the DoD for support until the end of July 2021. So why'd you wait until just weeks before the Afghanistan withdrawal to fix that obvious issue?
No. These were long-standing issues and problems with the SIV program going back many years. And as I said earlier, we inherited a program that was totally moribund. There hadn't been a single interview for an SIV going back to March of 2020 when we came to office. We immediately reinstituted the interviews. I immediately surged resources to go through the SIV applications.
Is this his Secret
we cut
Service?
the time in half
Is this
to
to
process the
protect Blinken?
applications. We went from issuing 100 visas a week on SIVs to 1,000 a week. All of that happened in the space of just 5 or 6 months because of our dedication to the program. But we inherited a program not only moribund, but that had 14 different steps required by Congress to make sure that the SIV was issued in the appropriate way. And of course, security, usually important. We want to make sure that we're not bringing threats into the country. That's important. Being able to document effectively,
do you
yes,
want to be sure
that they had been working with us. And the challenge, as you rightly point out, was that because it was with DOD, it was contractors, many of whom were out of business.
I agree this is a very important issue
we can
that we'd like to follow up with you, Mr. Secretary. Chair recognizes Ms. Madeline Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I want to echo the words of many others on both sides of the aisle. I feel lucky to have had the chance to serve with you on this committee as you were our chairman. You are our chairman. Look forward to the renaming of this room. I thank Mr. Meeks as well. It's been a pleasure. I do acknowledge the attendance of Gold Star families and other military families and veterans. Thank you for your extraordinary sacrifice and service. And thank you, Secretary Blinken, for being here, for being in front of us and being available to tell us sometimes harsh truths, and also to just reveal the thoughtfulness that your department has taken over the course of these years. So I thank you for that. And it is important to understand what happened with the withdrawal of Afghanistan. It's important to understand what happened before, after, during, after. And my only problem with this report and this set of hearings and the set of questions that you are facing is that, sadly, this became a partisan investigation and never should have. This committee, sadly, came up with a report digging into evidence that would only focus on the Biden administration, a 20-year war, a withdrawal set in place by the previous administration. The cherry picking was clear. The report's own methodology says, quote, the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan is understood to encompass the U.S. military retrograde beginning with the Go to Zero order officially announced by President Biden on April 14th, 2021. That's a strange, very narrow window if we really want to understand what happened, what went wrong, what went right. So, Secretary Blinken, just to set the record straight, the Doha Agreement was entered into under the Trump administration. Is that correct?
That's sloppy.
That is correct.
Signed on February 29th, 2020. The agreement included a commitment to reduce U.S. forces in Afghanistan to 8,600 troops in 135 days. Is that correct?
It is, yes.
The only other force reduction commitment in the agreement was complete withdrawal of U.S. forces within 14 months. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Then President Trump, despite not being required by the agreement, ordered more troop drawdowns, as he was eligible to do as President of the United States, those being in September of 2020, reduction to 4,500 troops. Am I right?
That's correct.
And then, strangely to me, in January of 2021, on the administration's way out the door, a reduction to 2,500 troops. Is that correct?
It is.
Puzzling, absolutely puzzling. So those were all actions taken before Mr. Biden was even sworn into office, January of 21.
Wow.
What effect did the significant reductions have on the administration and on the withdrawal?
Well, I think the combination of the release of 5,000 Taliban prisoners under the agreement and the reduction in U.S. forces to 2,500 put the Taliban in the strongest position it had been in since 9/11, and the United States in arguably the weakest position we've been in because we had the fewest number of forces on the ground than we'd had since 2001.
What a terrible, deadly combination of factors. And also, again, so much good was able to be done under those horrifying circumstances, but nothing can take away the tragedy of Abbey Gate. I'd like to move, just as Ms. Manning did, to other issues of the day, very critical issues of the day. Ukraine. I have always believed that the United States must do everything in our power to be sure that Ukraine has everything it needs to win. What is going on in these last few weeks of the administration, lifting of any more restrictions, imposing any more sanctions on Russia or Russian banks? What is the administration able to do?
We're determined in the time that we have left to make sure that, to the best of our ability, Ukraine has everything it needs to be as successful as possible and continue to push back on the Russian aggression, to make sure that it has what it needs if it chooses, by necessity, to fight through 2025, or if there's to be a negotiation, that it can negotiate from a position of strength. And so that means making sure that it has the weapons, the munitions, et cetera. That it has
some bullshit. This administration is trying to lock in funds for Ukraine through the Biden administration, so they have to pay it. Whack, dude. Fuck, man. This administration just doesn't stop trying to fuck America over.
The resources, the money, and also that it has mobilized forces to deal with the aggression.
I appreciate all that. My time is limited. Israel, Gaza, where are we on a ceasefire? It has been 431 days since the horrific Hamas attack. 431 days, hostages still held. Where are we? When will we get them home?
We want to get them home now.
Yes.
As we speak, there are intense efforts underway to see if we can reach, finally, a hostage ceasefire deal. Again, it's ongoing. That's as much as I can say right now.
And I hope that humanitarian aid is flowing more fully. I appreciate your letter. Please see our letter to you.
Yes.
Again, thank you for your service, and I yield
food
back.
so they can buy rockets with it.
Recognizes Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Chairman.
Government's retarded.
Mr. Secretary, I want to review a couple dates. First, on February 29, 2020, the Trump
we just
administration
let them
signed
die
a Doha
already?
agreement with the Taliban. The agreement promised a conditions-based incremental withdrawal, and the Trump administration delayed that withdrawal precisely because those conditions were not being met. On April 11th, 2021, the go-to-zero presence in Afghanistan was given by the Biden administration, and that was given freely by the administration, despite not being in compliance with the Doha agreement. Your own Deputy Assistant Secretary Mark Evans testified before this committee that the decision to go to zero was not contingent upon the Doha agreement. Secretary, one of the dates I really want to focus on is July 8th, 2024. That's the date that the total withdrawal was finalized by the administration, and the date certain. It's shifted from a conditions-based to a date certain. Is that correct?
The date certain was there, I believe, starting in April, when the president said we would follow through on the withdrawal that the previous administration had agreed to, except it was extended from May 31st to September.
So it was always going to be date certain, not conditions based.
Well, that was what the
so that's what look. That's what you said. So when you made that decision, did the State Department block American citizens from departing from the airfield in Mazar-e-Sharif, Afghanistan?
Absolutely not.
They didn't? Who did then? Who blocked them?
I'm not aware of blocking any U.S. citizens. On the contrary, we were doing everything
You know
possible
they were
to get
blocked.
citizens
You
out.
know they were blocked.
I'd be happy to look at any information you have on that. I'm not aware of any American citizens who were blocked. And in fact, we were doing everything possible. And by the way, I want to thank you and thank every member who's been involved in this and the work that they did.
Mr. Secretary, your State Department blocked American citizens and Afghan allies from leaving there. I personally worked with your State Department during those days. I have the emails, I have the photographs of American blue passport holding American citizens who were on the airfield awaiting departure that got clearance for safe third countries to depart to, and the order came down from the United States government. Was it the State Department?
I'm not aware of any such orders. I'm happy to follow up and look at that. I'm certainly not aware of it. We were doing everything possible.
Last year, Colonel Francis Hong, my classmate, testified before this committee that due to the fiasco in Kabul, many Americans and allies were forced to conduct a dangerous 400-mile journey to Mazar-e Sharif Air Base where they were delayed for weeks. Colonel Hong testified, quote, that we spent 3 weeks hiding these nearly 400 people from the Taliban, keeping them alive and fed using funds from American donors. All this while the State Department delayed and frankly blocked American citizens from leaving. Secretary Blinken, I have communications, as I said, that show this happened. And you're saying that didn't happen?
Why would we block Americans from
leaving Afghanistan? That's the problem I have.
Why?
I had it at the time. Why?
Possible to get
and
them
here's
out,
the thing, Mr. Secretary.
To look at the information.
As I was working with your State Department while you were Secretary of State and relaying this information, someone said to me, which tail number? Which tail number? You mean there's more than one plane you guys are blocking? Are you freaking kidding me? And then your State Department wanted to deny it, and here today you won't even acknowledge the truth of that. It's disgusting. To try to blame this on Donald Trump when we all know there is no way that anyone forced you guys to do the dumbest thing possible. You don't have to have worn our nation's uniform like I and other people did to know that first you get the civilians out, then the military, not the other way around. This has to be one of the dumbest, most poorly executed paths to depart any country possible. My only hope is that in the 11 embassy evacuations that have happened on your watch, an unprecedented number, you've somehow gotten better at it. It's appalling to see you sit here and say, oh, I express sympathy, and yet have never acknowledged the failures or owned the consequences of it. In fact, to this date, the only person that's been fired was a lieutenant colonel in the Marine Corps who spoke out. None of you have been held accountable. None of you even expressed shame or embarrassment. Have you learned anything? Have you learned anything from this?
First of all, on the planes, just to come back to it, the Taliban was blocking planes. We worked to clear them. And I'm happy to go over that with you, with your office, and also to see any information you have to make sure that we get to the bottom of what you're saying. But we were certainly not in the business of blocking Americans. We were in the business of getting them out.
Well, I appreciate you did create a position after that to address the problem. So you clearly had to be aware of it. You created a position to facilitate the coordination after you left them behind.
Of course, we were determined to get every American who wanted to get out, and that didn't stop on August 31st. We got 500 Americans out between then and the end of the year because of that ongoing commitment.
Fuck you.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Blinken, for coming before the committee voluntarily and providing your perspective and helping address the questions of the committee. As you know, I served multiple combat tours in Afghanistan, and
that's crazy. Tim Pool doesn't even know who Anthony Blinken is.
We left pieces of our heart behind in that country, and even though the military chapter and the diplomatic chapter are largely closed, although there are still issues that are in America's interest.
The whole fucking show one night, they showed Blinken's picture from a Time magazine cover. They all thought it was Mayorkas. Bro.
Those of us who served in combat roles with the Afghans feel a special obligation to make sure that we are protecting those friends and those folks who, in many cases, saved our lives. I mean, there's a lot of Americans, and I know you know this well, Secretary. We've had these conversations, and I know this is a sentiment that you share very deeply as well. I mean, these are people who, at great personal risk to them and their families, took on jobs that helped bring Americans home. And the story of that is not a finished story. So with that in mind, I would love to hear from you. Can you speak to the number of currently eligible SIV Afghans who are in that country? How many do we think are still there? And what are we doing to help get them out? What does the pipeline look like, and what more do we need to do?
Thank you very much, and thank you for your enduring commitment to this. So we have right now about 63,000 SIV applicants who are in the so-called pre-chief of mission phase. That is, they've expressed interest, they've started to compile the necessary documentation. We believe, based on experience, that roughly 20% will become fully documented. That's 20% of 63,000. There are 54,000 who are actually at the chief of mission phase right now. Again, based on our analysis, we believe roughly 35% of those will likely be approved because, as you know, unfortunately, many people wash out either because they simply don't qualify or because of documentation issues, which we've tried to remedy.
Because they find out they're terrorists trying to enter a country.
We have right now 10,000 who have chief of mission approval. The only thing they're waiting for is their interview, which they need to do out of country. Of those 10,000, about 9,000 are in Afghanistan. We have 6 flights a week now that are going out of Afghanistan to different places. And so we're working expeditiously to move people out.
When was the last time you met in Afghanistan, an Afghanistani person, and that was like any at all, actually? Do we need them here? Do we need Afghanistani people here? Afghans, do we need them? What do we need them here for? I don't think we need them here. Get the fuck out of here. I'm anti-immigration Afghan. When Trump was like, yeah, all the Muslim countries, y'all can't come in. That was awesome. They should do that again.
Finish the process with an interview and then get them on to the United States. That's roughly the current population.
And
totally
I
agree
know
with
these
that.
averages change, but
no reason. We don't need them here.
Snapshot of a typical month. How many folks are we getting out of Afghanistan?
We're working
We need more
to
cab
get
drivers?
roughly 1,000 a week.
Okay. And at the current rate, I worked with House leadership to get 12.
Afghanistani people aren't known like Mexicans for being hard-ass workers. They're known for being terrorists. Do you think if Mexicans were known for being terrorists, we'd be wanting them to come in here? What is wrong with us?
1,000 additional visas authorized.
9/11 wasn't that long ago, man.
At the current burn rate, when do we run
Let
out
them
of
burn.
authorization? And I obviously will make a pitch to my colleagues here to join our effort to push for 20,000 additional visas.
God knows they would be celebrating in the streets if we were burning.
We will run out of
Fucking
our
idiots.
of the allotment we have. That's the basis for our support for getting another 20,000.
When do you think we're going to run out?
Let me come back to you with the exact time based on our most recent analysis.
Okay. The last piece is the State Department did a pretty extensive and thorough after-action review. There was a classified version of that, a public version of that. I've spent a lot of time reviewing both documents, and as a result of that, I have introduced legislation, the Crisis Act, to help codify some of the changes. Can you just tell us very briefly, what are some of the reforms and changes you made within the department to, ensure that the problems and the shortfalls that we experienced in the withdrawal, we're learning from those lessons and we're ensuring that we're fixing things going forward?
Yeah, and very briefly, and much of this is in the report, including the unclassified version. We now have a common operating picture that we didn't have before, where we're fusing all of the information that we need in a crisis, whether it's cables, whether it's open source, whether it's intelligence. We now have what we didn't have before, which is a modern operations center, so that we can surge resources, stand up a task force immediately, bring in the other agencies to do that. We now have what we didn't have before, which is a streamlined cloud-based system to track all of our engagements with American citizens, to make sure we're not duplicating, to make sure that we're in near real-time communication with them. We're working to better utilize our own personnel. We've stood up a 100-person roster of Rapid Response Corps. People sign up for 6 months. That means that they're ready on a moment's notice to become part of a task force. They get training throughout that period on what they'll need to know if there's an emergency. We've stood that up. I see my time is up. I'm happy to go over.
I'm just trying to make sure you stay on schedule for your
Thank you,
flight.
Mr. Chairman.
Your flight to the Middle East. I don't want you to miss that.
I appreciate that, Secretary. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Green is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your leadership on investigating this. I'm over here, Secretary.
Thank you.
This catastrophic withdrawal, and I want to thank you, Secretary Blinken, for attending today. I'm going to preface my comments with something very similar to what the chairman prefaced his comments with. We've worked well together on nearshoring and stuff like that, getting the Tennessean out of Venezuela.
Yeah.
Roger Carson's my classmate, did a fantastic job with that. But today, my comments are going to be, as a global war on terror veteran who served in Afghanistan, I want to once again recognize the sacrifice of all the Americans that fought for our country in Afghanistan. I lost friends there. But those of you who came home, your service was not in vain. Those of you who died there, your service was not in vain. You helped keep our country safe for 2 decades. And I am grateful for your sacrifice and the sacrifices of your families. As a Night Stalker flight surgeon and an Army Ranger infantry officer, I remember our most sacred creed, leave no man behind. Secretary Blinken, you and our Commander-in-Chief left people behind. You left those in your care behind. You left Americans and our allies behind. Your delayed appearance before this committee, I think, is a disgrace to those Americans who did die in Afghanistan, and your decisions or the absence of leadership on this issue during the withdrawal of 2021 are directly responsible for the disaster. Prior to President Biden's go-to-zero approach, the Taliban had ignored U.S. attempts for a smooth exit and shown themselves totally ignoble negotiators. We knew the dangers, and yet, as the military withdrew, you told U.S. Embassy Kabul to remain. Furthermore, you actually increased personnel when senior security advisors and leaders at DOD and embassy staff said it was time to make a non-combatant evacuation operation plan, an EO plan. You said no. Instead, when the day came for the embassy to evacuate, there was no plan. You left your personnel high and dry to figure it out on their own. In fact, you never even issued the NEO. As Secretary of State, that is your responsibility, but instead the NSC had to make that call. Did you step in? No. The NSC continued to lead the initial response, including decision-making regarding Afghan population eligible for evacuation, which should have been states' responsibility. Because you weren't at the helm, there was little documentation or communication. State personnel had to rely on spur-of-the-moment decision-making just to get to the airport, and thousands of evacuees were left in limbo. I also want to share a story, a conversation I had with the leader of one of our greatest allies, Britain. I had a conversation with Boris Johnson 6-8 months ago. I was at dinner with him, and I asked him, I said, hey, could you confirm a rumor, Mr. Prime Minister? Could you confirm the rumor that the Commander-in-Chief of the United States, Joe Biden, you called him and asked him to stay an extra 5 days, just 5 days, so that all the Brits could get out? And Boris Johnson told me, Chairman Green, I remember exactly where I was when I made the phone call. I asked for 5 more days, and President Biden told me no. This is our greatest ally on the planet, participating in the Red Sea with us against the Houthis when few others would. I pulled wounded British SAS guys off a target in Iraq. Their blood was on my hands. And I'm going to tell you that relationship is, it's one of our greatest, if not our greatest. And yet we slapped them in the face and said, no, you don't get 5 extra days to get your people out. This according to the Prime Minister of England at the time. I find that unconscionable. And senior leaders at DOD have come here and testified. Senior leaders at DOD have testified on the HASC and told us, we were telling the State Department 4 or 5 months in this drawdown period, get your stuff together, and they didn't. Why?
Mr. Chairman, I hope you give me time to respond, because I dispute virtually everything that was said, with great respect, though, for the member and particularly for his extraordinary service to our country. First, did we leave people behind? No, we got them out, including after the deadline of our evacuation. By the time we got to August 31st, we had, as I said, several hundred Americans who were left, who had identified themselves to us as wanting to leave but could not get to or into the airport. I committed to make sure we got them out, and between the end of the evacuation and the end of the year, we got the 500 remaining Americans out who either then or after August 31st identified themselves as wanting to leave. We made good on that commitment. Telling the embassy to remain open. Yes, we all wanted the embassy to remain open. It was fully our expectation that the Afghan government and the Afghan military would not collapse. It was the desire of Congress to make sure that we remained engaged in Afghanistan, including to look out for our own citizens, including to make sure we were doing right by the SIVs. And it was fully our intention to continue to bring them out by keeping the embassy open. And as I've said earlier, and as many others have testified, no one anticipated the collapse of the forces. No one anticipated the collapse of the government. When it comes to the NEO, again, let me be very clear. The State Department initiated the NEO. We did. That's what the record reflects. But this is a collective decision. As a instrumental matter, the State Department initiates it by requesting it of DOD. The decision to initiate it was a decision taken by the NSC and ultimately by the President. Not once before we initiated the NEO did anyone say you need to do this among the principals in the administration. It was a collective decision on the 14th of August. Those capitals, provincial capitals, started to fall on the 6th, and by the 14th, we decided that the NEO was imperative. Now, there's a reason, Congressman.
Dude, do these fucking Gaza idiots really think they're doing something? Like, what is her being back there in the background? Like, what is that going to do? Is somebody going to be like, oh my God, she's right. What are we doing? I'm so glad she's there, because now I'm going to start protesting for it. I'm going to get all my friends together. Heck yeah, I'm going to get an outfit like that with the blood on it and stuff. We're going to make a difference, y'all. Hey, you want to fuck later? Heck yeah, man. I'm only here because I like to get laid, and you virtue signaling together. It makes me horny. Let's do that.
And that it was so important that we focus on this. The Ghani government was pleading with us throughout the summer. Don't engage in an evacuation. That will actually precipitate exactly what we're trying to prevent, which is a collapse of the government, a collapse of confidence, people fleeing the countries in uncontrolled ways. So that was also part of our thinking. But in terms of preparing, yes, we started preparing intensely going back to April. Multiple exercises with different agencies, tabletop and otherwise, planning through different scenarios. We had tripwires, we had indicators, all of which came into effect. We moved the embassy in 48 hours to the airport. That wouldn't have happened without a plan. We got control of the airport because we had prepositioned forces. We were able to start moving people out in 72 hours. We moved 120,000 people out, the largest evacuation in the history of this country.
Mr. Secretary, I will tell you that your DOD colleagues don't remember it that way, and I remember your face when we got that secret briefing during the midst of this, during the height of it. We all gathered in HVC, and I'm going to tell you, I think our memory here isn't as accurate as it could be, and I'll just leave it at that, Mr. Chairman. I'll never forget the fear in your face and I don't have anything else to say.
Gentlemen, let me just add, I think this is a very important issue the gentleman raised from Tennessee, and I appreciate your perspective, Mr. Secretary. I'll tell you what our investigation revealed, that Ambassador Wilson did not want a NEO. In fact, he punished his staff for even mentioning the word NEO. And it wasn't, we got from the DOD, as you indicated, on August 6, 2021, that the NSC said, National Security Council said, a NEO equates to failure, quote unquote. That is what was going on, and NEO equates to failure. Maybe that's because President Ghani, as you said, Mr. Secretary, but those are really the facts, and only until August 15th, the day that Kabul fell. Think about that. The day that Kabul falls is the first time that Ambassador Wilson requests a NEO, and by that time, sir, it was too late. With that, I recognize Ms. Kamlager-Dev.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary Blinken, for gracing us with your presence again. I have actually some questions about the Sudan, but because we have continued to talk about NEO, I will also ask a question on this. So Ambassador Wilson testified to the committee during a transcribed interview about the specified reasoning for why he called the NEO on August 15th, describing the situation that included thousands of Tlaib fighters streaming directly into Kabul, a flow that contradicted assurances that we had received from the Tlaibs, and orders that we believed had been given for them to stop by Taliban senior leadership, the expected seizure of 2 prisons later that day, and the release of thousands of inmates. Tlaib fighters, ISIS fighters, common criminals, and the abandonment oversight of checkpoints into and within Kabul's green zone that were vital to our security. We had been striving to maintain embassy operations in accord with the direction given to us. This was no longer possible. And at that point, I recommended to Secretary Blinken our immediate evacuation. He agreed, and the White House subsequently approved a non-combatant evacuation. The majority has repeatedly pointed to the testimony of military leaders to argue that the State Department waited too long to initiate the NEO. But Ambassador Wilson had a clear rationale for his timing, and that calling for the NEO too soon would have complicated our ability to get out. If we had left earlier, several thousand SIV applicants that we got out in whatever the number of days that you want to talk about would not have been able to leave the country. We would not have been able to provide support to American citizens trying to get out. Our eyes and ears about what was happening around us would have been drastically degraded. Secretary Blinken, would you agree that Ambassador Wilson's testimony reflects a detailed and realistic understanding of the conditions on the ground?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. What would have been the repercussions if the State Department had called a NEO before conditions on the ground warranted one?
Yeah, it would have actually precipitated those very conditions, and it would have made it more difficult for us to get people out, including American citizens. The airport was open until August the 15th. We were trying to avail ourselves and push people out to take commercial flights. It would have made it much more difficult to get SIV-eligible people out of the country, other Afghans at risk. All of that would have been made more difficult by precipitating the very kind of crisis we ultimately saw. And again, I come back to a fundamental proposition, which is that no one, and I say this collectively, this is the State Department, this is the intelligence community, it's the DOD, in terms of the consensus view on where this was going, there was no consensus view that the government, the Afghan forces, were going to collapse. Our military, having worked with them for 20 years, believed that they would stay and fight. They needed to have the sustained support to do that. General McKenzie
That's
has
bullshit.
said that, including financial.
Our military knew that those fucking Afghan people were extremely underprepared for what they left them with. They knew that. Those people are retarded. Look at their average IQ. There's fucking no way they can handle that shit. You think we were getting the best and brightest? No. The Taliban was getting the best and brightest. We were getting the morons that were willing to protect it for us. You know what I mean? Like, oh man.
Logistic support. We had no indication that the government would fall. The intelligence community didn't see that. We had very remarkable people
wants
at the
to
State
shit in our
including
fucking
those
mouths.
who wrote the so-called
Democrat
Channel
piece
cable,
of fucking
who were very
shit.
concerned about what would happen after we left in terms of the durability of the government. I read that cable immediately. I responded to it almost immediately, and many of the measures that they called for in the cable were already in train, because what they were focused on was trying to make sure that we got people out of the country, especially the SIVs. And as I've talked about earlier, that's exactly what we were doing, having taken a program that was dead in the water, revived it, and accelerated it dramatically.
Thank you.
There are multiple videos, you can look them up online, of our soldiers trying to train Afghan soldiers. They're stoned all the time. They would have to get onto them for smoking all the time while they were trying to train them shit. They'd be, hey, no, you've been smoking again this morning, haven't you? Look it up. It's fucked up. We got like the bottom of the barrel of Afghanistan to try to like patrol and police the best and brightest of the Taliban.
Also for just even mentioning the dissent cable and the fact that regardless of if you agree with them or not, there is still a space for folks within the State Department to register discontent. I certainly hope that that is a practice that will continue in this next administration. I would now like to ask in the few moments that I have left about the war in the Sudan, which is a catastrophic.
You're dabbing right now. I'm not sitting here trying to be trained. Like, you think I was dabbing in boot camp? Motherfucker.
Humanitarian crisis impacting innocent civilians. I think it is a moral outrage. Over 150,000 have been killed. 11 million have been displaced. The evidence of genocide in Darfur is significant, and I believe an official genocide determination against the RSF and allied militia is long overdue. Why has the administration refrained from making a genocide determination, and do you intend to come to a decision about a determination before the end of this year?
First, and very quickly, you're right to put a spotlight on Sudan. It's the worst humanitarian situation in the world.
Sudan. It's comical to a point, right? It's comical until you really think about what's going on. So much money went into training those people. So much time, effort. And we knew, our soldiers all knew that they weren't ready, dude. And they knew. They had to have known, dude.
By far, by orders of magnitude. We're working intensely to try, of course, to bring an end to it, but in the first instance, to get assistance to people who desperately need it. We've made some progress on that in the last few weeks with both the SAF and to a lesser extent with the RSF. But
I don't believe that our Central Intelligence Agency and any agency that would have been in charge of knowing that type of information, there's no way they didn't know it, dude. It makes us look like complete idiots to the rest of the world. If we didn't know, we should have known. We did know, dude. They know we knew that they weren't ready for that shit. That's why the whole world looking at it's like, what the fuck, man?
In terms of atrocities, war crimes, genocide, we've been making determinations already about atrocities and war crimes. We're looking at the question of genocide, whether we complete that review in the time that we have.
We should have stayed in Afghanistan forever, dude.
Time's expired. Let me just, if I could comment, I mean, you did not see it coming. I've heard that over and over. Perhaps we were getting different intelligence briefings, but I certainly saw it coming, and your own employees in the embassy saw it coming when they sent the dissent cable to you, a cry for help that Kabul's falling and the embassy will fall soon.
That's the way I see it. Now, how the fuck are we ever going to get back in a country like that and have it locked down? So many service members lost their lives in the beginning. You know what I mean? We weren't losing hardly any. Once we withdrew, it was pretty stable out there as far as service members dying. Maybe like, 50 a year, if that? Which is something. I don't even think it was that high, though. Compared to how many sacrificed their lives to get that base. That's sad, man. For nothing, pretty much. For nothing, because we should have stayed there forever.
You can say that, honestly, sir.
We had it.
With a straight
Our
face.
territory.
The chair recognizes Mr. Heisinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate your work as leading this committee. But Secretary Blinken, how many U.S. citizens are still in Afghanistan?
I can't give you an exact number because we never know for sure. There are several.
Do you believe they're all they're voluntary? I think you're going to start to say there's several thousand.
No, I believe that any American citizens who are left there, several, as you know, as has been noted before, who have actually been detained. These are people who went there after the evacuation for one reason or another, have been detained by the Taliban. We're working every day to get them out.
Are you, hold on a second. Are you saying that the only people detained are those who went after the evacuation?
I'm saying the ones that we know of who are detained and we're actively working.
We can clue you in. I got to give you credit. You are successful in doing this. You have completely pulled me off of what I was going to ask you about, much to my staff and everybody else's chagrin. But the crap that you are throwing out here about this is unbelievable.
Listen to this. In 2020, there were only 11 U.S. service member deaths. 23 in 2019, 16 in 2018, 15 in 2017. But if you go back to 2007, if you go back to 2002, 49, and then I'm just going to name the numbers off as the war's progressing with each year. 49, 43, 52, 99, 98, 118, 156, 311, 498, 411, 314, 132, 55, 21, 10, 15, 16, 23, 10, 13. So it went down fucking dramatically, and we had that shit locked down. It was up to 500 deaths in 2010. And we had that down to only, what, 20, was that 20%? No, not even 20%. 20%. 80 deaths. So that would be 40, 10, 5, like 2.5% of what it was at its peak. Those are all fatalities. So the killed in action fatalities are even less.
I will tell you, I was in that same briefing when you said that you thought there was, quote, several hundred citizens who were staying in Afghanistan.
It was worth the sacrifice, dude. I'm sorry.
My caseworker had 185 individuals alone in my district, the 4th District of Michigan, that were asking us for help to get out, including those who did make it to Ichkaya and were beaten by the Taliban and were known by the U.S. troops. And the troops that are being shown up here, including one of my constituents who I've referred to as Jose and Carlos and Juan and various things, because I haven't wanted to use his real name at his request, who was blown up and injured and knew every single one of those Marines and those Navy corpsmen up there on that screen right now. They have not gotten satisfactory answers. And I will tell you, Secretary Blinken, that we have citizens there who are not there voluntarily, and they want to get out, and the State Department has utterly failed them.
Dude, that's a good point right here. Look at this. I was going to just put this on here real fast, because this is kind of interesting. The deaths in Afghanistan. You're right. If you look at the numbers here, when Trump went into office, it reduced by half for fatalities. Went from 21 to 10 in 2016, and 15, 16, and then a little bit up in 2019. 2020 was only 11, and then Biden had 13 within like a couple months. So that would have definitely been higher under him, probably, if he would have been in charge of the military while we were in Afghanistan. And it's like, look, but even Obama was bringing the numbers down. At 15, I mean, it was coming down, but Obama also brought the numbers up, like, dramatically. Obama was the one where he had the more fatalities than any other president, actually. And it wasn't even at the start of the war. How did that happen? Was he just like okay and agreeing with them doing all kinds of crazy shit out there, or what? Anyway. Old Democrat, though, for you.
failed them.
Congressman, if there are citizens that you have identified that have been in communication with you and that want to get out, please, if you haven't already, share that information with us.
We've shared it. We'll share it again, and we'll keep asking. And
we're happy to sit down and go through each of those cases.
At some point, the exercise in futility gets a little frustrating as a member, Secretary Blinken, when it does not feel like you're answering Mr. Green's questions or Mr. Warren's questions, or you're going to have a couple of other military folks who were there, had friends there. Well, I had a friend who was in Doha, and he's telling me that there was no damn plan to have all of those planes divert to Doha. So they got caught flat-footed. There was no place for them to go. It was a bungled exit. So I have to hit on a couple of the things that I have here, and I'm going to try to truncate this. Recent report by Inspector General of Afghan Reconstruction, John Sepko, found since August of 2021, implementing partners of yours from the State Department have paid at least $10.9 million in U.S. taxpayer funds to the Taliban in form of taxes, fees, and duties. In fact, the SIGAR noted that while conducting its investigation, your State Department repeatedly refused to cooperate. They then requested that the State Department attest to that it had distributed a questionnaire to all the relevant implementing partners, that responses were not altered, and that no attempts were made to influence the implementers' responses. However, at the time the report was published, your department refused to sign the attestation. Mr. Secretary, did you instruct your employees to obstruct the SIGAR investigation of U.S. tax dollars going to the Taliban? And then, since then, has that changed?
To the contrary, we've done everything possible to cooperate with SIGAR. 13,000 staff hours dedicated to this.
Why would the Inspector General say? Is the Inspector General lying?
SIGAR, in its report of, I believe, in 2023, said that the department was cooperating with SIGAR.
I got to skip a whole bunch of stuff. I just will say, Mr. Chairman, I've got a bill, H.R. 9503, Protecting Taxpayer Dollars from Taliban Theft Act, which makes U.S. policy that tax dollars, U.S. taxpayer dollars, do not be paid to the Taliban in form of taxes, duties, and fees. I wish I had a few more moments. I've got a couple of seconds here. I have to hit on this. This is about Iran. Thanks to congressional notification, we know that on November 8, just days following the Democrats' election loss, you signed off on a sanction waiver providing the Tehran access to $10 billion in funds of Iraqi electricity payments. Last dated December 2023, Congress is aware of 2 releases of funds for humanitarian purposes to Iran. Have there been any other additional transactions since that period? So you have been allowing them access to the dollars. We know that there was 2 that got testimony, had problems. They asked for the explanation to be in behind closed doors. There was nothing that was top secret about that. It was just that egg was on their face. Have there been any more withdrawals?
I assume you've asked the previous administration about the waivers that it issued.
Oh, okay. Complete? No? Yes, actually we did. Yes. Actually we did. Well, and the explanation of why this administration allowed Korean funds, the funds that were used, that were shipped to Korea, that were supposed to stay in Korea, why were they shipped to Oman? No. Why were they allowed to have given a Treasury license and the State Department license? Oh, now you're conflating what had been going on.
I'm saying that the waivers that we issued were the same waivers issued.
They were not. Absolutely 100% not. See, this is the thing. A group of us are actually on the Financial Services Committee. I'm one of them. You can't throw this crap out because we actually write the sanctions. We actually know what the law is. And when you and Treasury come in here and say, oh, don't worry your pretty little head about all these confusing sanctions things, guess what? We wrote the damn things. We understand. And here you are throwing these load of, I wish I could curse more, Mr. Chairman, but I won't. This is so unbelievable. I am so glad to see this administration and you leaving because you have failed the American people with this. With that, I'm way over.
And for the record, let me say that I personally, in the emergency wartime supplemental that dealt with Israel, that dealt with Indo-Pacific and Ukraine, put the sanctions that was waived and are not enforced back into law. That would be on energy and on missiles and drones coming out of Iran, funding their terror operations, killing Israelis and killing Ukrainians. And, sir, I have to say, I agree with my friend here that it's very disappointing that that has not been enforced.
And Mr. Chairman, last administration did not authorize any releases of those funds. This administration did. That's the problem.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Schneider is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I start, if the Secretary wants to address the previous thing at all, I would be interested in your
I'm
remarks.
happy to share with the Congressman
a millionaire.
Everything we've done. We can go over this. We don't have time to do it now. I'm happy to do that. Happy to show you exactly what we've done, what we haven't done. Happy to get any information that you have to the contrary and work through this.
He's got 10 million.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, and let me thank the chairman, Chairman McCall, and Ranking Member Meeks, having had the privilege to again wait on this committee for this term. It's been an honor working with you, and I appreciate that. I want to thank the outgoing Biden-Harris administration and directly you, Secretary Blinken, for your tireless efforts navigating some of the most critical challenges in recent history. I looked up a definition of the Drake Passage, why it's so treacherous, and it's unimpeded currents, large waves, strong waters, frequent storms, rough and unpredictable seas. You have navigated, I think, exactly that, rough and unpredictable seas. And as has been said even by the chairman, our relationship with NATO, our relationships in many places around the world are stronger. I also, earlier there was talk about President Biden's legacy vis-a-vis Israel. And I think it is a defining element. Fact of the matter is, since the invasion by Hamas on October 7th last year, President Biden has stood with Israel longer than any president in United States history, ensuring Israel's security and strengthening its position in a very dangerous neighborhood. As you noted, he was the only president to visit Israel during a time of war. Not just the first, but the only. He supported Israel in immeasurable ways, including sending aircraft carrier, thwarting not one but two attacks from Iran. And today, as we sit here, there are still talks, as the chair of the Abraham Accords, there are talks of bringing peace to the region, putting on a better course. No one has worked harder than I in trying to make sure we get aid into and throughout Gaza. I hope we can find a path to continue to move it in a better direction. Turning to the topic at hand, the majority's partisan report recommended Congress pass legislation to require certain dissent channel messages be shared with the Secretary of Defense, the intelligence community, other relevant agencies, and the chairs and ranking members of the congressional committees. Salman Ahmed, the Director of Policy Planning, testified that you personally read every dissent cable that comes in and personally clear the response. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Director Ogman also testified about the reaction to the dissent cable. Quote, what I can say is that I think that those who read it at the time, their immediate reaction was, there's a lot here I agree with. There are a lot of things they're raising that in here that, in fact, we are already working on doing. They've added some details that are very helpful, so I think it was more a question of like having information that the drafters didn't have in some cases, in other cases, getting information from the drafters that was helpful. End quote. Does that testimony comport with your own reaction, namely that the dissent channel cable pointed to issues that were already under discussion with the department?
It does, but I want to underscore how valuable it was, both in reinforcing some of the things we were doing, as well as pointing some things that we then subsequently pursued.
Yeah. And if the cable had been more widely shared, do you think it would have changed the outcome?
No.
Okay. So although you made a single dissent cable available to us on this committee as part of a truly extraordinary, I want to emphasize again, truly extraordinary accommodation to the committee's investigation, do you think an expectation that dissent channel messages would be shared widely outside the department? What impact do you think that would have on the willingness of department personnel to utilize the dissent channel in the first place?
I'm very concerned it would have a chilling effect, and it would cause people not to engage in the dissent channel, which is a deeply honored tradition of the department going back to the Vietnam War, one I take very seriously. I read every single dissent channel cable. I respond to every dissent channel cable. It informs my views, but people need to know that they can come forward without fear or without favor, and knowing that this will be shared beyond the Secretary and my immediate office is something that I fear would have a chilling effect.
Not only would it possibly chill or make it people more reluctant to share that, if you don't get that information, what are the implications to what you're trying to achieve?
The implications are we will not be as well informed as we need to be, and it will make our decisions less effective than they otherwise would be.
All right. Thank you. You know, if I expand, this hearing addresses one of the most significant and complex issues in recent memory. And I do want to recognize the families, the Gold Star families that are here, and all the Gold Star families of great Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice in Afghanistan and other conflicts defending our nation. The withdrawal was in no small part shaped by the 2020 Doha Agreement that, as we have discussed, was negotiated not by this administration, but the preceding administration and handed over. By the time you received it, the Biden administration received it, the Taliban had gained significant ground. Options were limited. The recommit to a conflict without clear goals or commit to a complete withdrawal. It was an extraordinary achievement. More than 124,000 people were airlifted in just 17 days.
In keeping in time with the other members, gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Mills is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you for your continued leadership throughout this entire time. It has been an honor to serve in this committee, so I want to continue to thank you for that. Secretary Blinken, are you familiar with USC 22, Section 4802?
Please tell me.
It's basically your obligation in order to try and protect and provide security and safety for American citizens. Now, in one of your statements, you said we did not leave Americans behind. Well, see, unlike other members on this, I actually went overseas and was conducting rescues of Americans left behind in Afghanistan. I actually conducted the very first successful overland rescue of Americans that were left behind, which was Miriam and her 3 children. These are Amarillo, Texas, American-born natives, who was at the front gate waving their passport, trying to get inside, while we were on the phone, myself and Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, trying to get your State Department task force to let them inside. You're telling me you didn't leave them behind?
I'm telling you, Congressman, that we got every American out that we could, and when we got completed the evacuation, I said we're not leaving anyone behind. We're to keep doing this until we get every American who says they want to leave and identify themselves to us out. And as I
you also said, though,
500
that
between.
Well, I'm reclaiming my time. You also told Congressman Davidson that the U.S. government was not blocking aircraft. Is that correct?
I have no knowledge of the U.S. government.
Yet my aircraft, who had 5 approved PPRs, which are prior permission required landings, to HKIA to rescue 28 Americans, was denied 5 times, saying that it was at the behest of the Department of Defense and the Department of State to prevent us from coming in to rescue Americans. That was what was told to us over the radio from the ATC towers. But yet, to your knowledge, no one was being blocked. Let me tell you, that is a farce and it's a complete lie. I will also tell you that
there's a whole
in a NEO,
flock
State
of really small birds in my
control
tree.
once it is declared is the Department of Defense. Who actually is supposed to, yet your task force still tried to hold operational control, which led to a lot of disruption, and that has been reported multiple times by commanders on the ground.
Yeah,
so I will tell you, I'm going to finish, sir. The other thing is that in Israel, a horrible incident occurred where over 1,200 people lost their lives. And yet the State Department had done nothing to come in and actually rescue Americans who had been left behind. How do I know that? Because the very first rescues conducted was on October 11th from Nazareth, Tiberias, and Haifa. How do I know it? Because I was the one who conducted them. 32 Americans that day, then into the West Bank, then into Jerusalem, then out towards Gaza. I got 255 Americans out by myself before the State Department lifted a finger and did anything to bring a plane in. Meanwhile, other nations were already flying aircraft in and out, rescuing their citizens. Again, another failure of 22 USC 4802.
Not correct.
I will also, it is correct, and the reason I know it's because I was there. Were you there, sir?
I had an
Were you there,
entire
sir?
embassy there.
You were not. Let's go ahead and start with that.
There, and I've been there 12 times.
Yeah, how many Americans did you rescue, sir?
Yeah, we've gotten
How many
Americans
did you
out.
personally rescue, sir? None, correct? So don't try and talk to me about ground truth. You couldn't even control what was happening in Afghanistan. Let's start there. The next thing I want to talk about is under your leadership, we have allowed Iran, the regime, to grow stronger than it's ever in its life. I'll give you some facts here. The Energy Information Agency said that Iran petroleum exports in Iran sold $144 billion in the first 3 years of your administration. Now, why is that number important? Well, because that is $100 billion more than what was permitted in the full 2 years of the Trump administration. You talked about we had to go forward with the Doha Agreement. That was part of the, even though it was a conditions-based agreement, you couldn't prevent from pulling out of that. But you had no problem pulling out of remain in Mexico. That's led to an increase in sex trafficking, fentanyl deaths, and illegal migrants. More angel families than ever. You had no problem, but again, you can't pull out of it, and trying to delist the Houthi rebels from a terrorist organization that now has resulted in 12% of global trade through the Red Sea being disrupted. Do you agree that delisting the Houthis as a terrorist organization was a good play?
In terms of making sure that humanitarian assistance could get to the people of Yemen and that the Houthis were designated under multiple other
So
authorities,
endangering American citizens while now that they're getting increased attacks as a result of your actual failures.
Being sanctioned,
and I can tell you with absolute clarity, sir, reclaiming my time, I can tell you with absolute clarity that Hezbollah got stronger while you were in office. Hamas was funded because of your failures to be able to impose necessary sanctions so that the Iranian regime couldn't continue to fund. I'm still talking, Mr. Secretary. You've had your time. You've had 4 years to destroy this nation. You and this administration. I will tell you with absolute certainty, sir, that America is better off with you not in office. That the Iranian regime will now finally start to weaken with stronger sanctions and with us being able to do our jobs for the Iranian people who are actually trying to lead a free democracy. I can tell you that Hezbollah, Hamas's leadership under Sinwar would not have been eliminated if they would have listened to Israel to what Biden had advised, which is ceasefire and stop. Hassan Nasrallah of Hezbollah would not have been eliminated if they would have listened to your leadership. And I can tell you right now that we are better off as a nation, we are safer as a nation, and our American citizens will be safer with you not sitting in that seat. With that, I yield back.
Expired. Mr.
Thank
Costa
you
is
for your judgment.
recognized.
I wish you very good luck.
Mr. Costa is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I, first of all, like others, want to acknowledge the Gold Star mothers and families that are here. My grandmother was a Gold Star mother, and I have a bit of an understanding of the difficult situation that you've been through. And Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for your tenure as the chair here. I've enjoyed serving with you and working with you. Mr. Secretary, you've done a good job, in my opinion, in the 4 years that you've been here under difficult challenges. We can all have different perspectives, but we're in a seminal moment in American and world history, I believe. And I want to talk about that as it relates to our efforts with Ukraine, clear and present. I know you're doing a lot of things, but I think that I want to have some assurance that in the remaining weeks allowed that we do everything possible to move the necessary military equipment, material, and authorizations that Ukraine needs to win this war. With that in mind, there's a transfer currently, and I think you have the information, your staff does, of a dozen Black Hawk helicopters from the United States. They're waiting approval from the State Department to complete this transfer. I'm going to add up a letter, but can you comment on that quickly?
Congressman, I can't speak to a specific transfer. I can just tell you that we are trying to push out the door everything we possibly can to make sure the Ukrainians have everything they need to deal with the ongoing aggression. We continue to do drawdowns, and I signed off on another one as recently as a day ago. I can't speak to the specifics, but I can tell you we're making sure that every dollar that has been authorized and appropriated, we're using.
These 12 Black Hawk helicopters, you have the information.
I'm happy to come back to you on that.
And please do. How about with other efforts in terms of the money that's been appropriated, that we ensure that Ukraine is in the strongest possible position?
Yes.
It's not clear to me what this next administration is going to do, and I think that it's incumbent upon us to to keep our promises and also to maintain that leadership with our NATO allies.
Yes, we're determined to do everything we can, and it's fully our intent. As I said, every dollar that's been appropriated, we want to see get out the door.
As it relates to Afghanistan, and I was there numerous times, what would you say are the lessons that have been learned? I mean, it's easy to Monday morning quarterback this, I think, and obviously we have people with strong opinions, but you inherited a treaty that had already been signed by the previous administration. You talked in your opening comments about your efforts to try to implement it. It clearly didn't go the way all of us wanted it to. What are the lessons that have been learned? And most important, what changes would you make and why?
I think there are lessons to be learned over the 20 years. There are lessons to be learned over the year preceding the evacuation. There are lessons to be learned from the evacuation itself. As to the latter, and actually the year preceding it, the report that I commissioned, the after-action review that I commissioned, looks at least at what the State Department could and should have done differently and how it could set itself better up for the future.
Was the Department aware of any Americans in Afghanistan after August 31st who asked for assistance to depart the country, but had not been previously did so?
Yes, we had about, as I said at the time, there were about 200 or so Americans who had identified themselves to us and wanted to leave, but who either who couldn't get to the airport or couldn't get into the airport. There were several hundred others who we knew of who did not at that point want to leave because either they couldn't bring extended family with them or they decided that they wanted to stay. After August 31st, the 200 or so who couldn't get to the airport, we were able to get out. Several hundred others came forward, seeing the success of our ongoing efforts to get Americans out, and said, actually, now we want to leave. And between August 31st and December 31st, we got another 495, I believe, American citizens out of Afghanistan because of that enduring commitment to leave no one behind.
Does it make sense that all Americans you may have heard of subsequent to August 31st or 2021 were ever in Afghanistan and then assumed that you had been there, or that the department had known waiting for your help to get them out prior to that date?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I missed the question.
I said, does it make sense to just to add up that all Americans you may have heard subsequently prior to the August 31st date were ever in Afghanistan and then assume that you knew that they were there and that they were going to have an option?
Again, the challenge we've had, as you know, is that our citizens in any country around the world don't have to tell the government that they're there. They don't have to register with us. When they leave the country, they don't have to deregister. And in Afghanistan, we had many thousands of people who were, in effect, dual nationals who had made their lives in Afghanistan. So
thank you for your service and thank you for the questions.
I tell members I'm going to keep a very strict 5-minute rule. And Secretary, I know you have a plane to catch to go to the Middle East. Chair recognizes Mr. Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank you for your leadership in this Congress as well as of this committee. Mr. Secretary, you are here with us today to discuss the Biden administration's failure in the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan in August of 2021 and your role in the sad chapter that our country witnessed. During President Biden's time in office and your tenure as Secretary of State, our country has seen many international crises that have become more inflamed. This administration has slow-walked critical arms and capabilities to Ukraine and has prolonged this war into what will be soon its third year. This administration has also intentionally delayed vital assistance to Israel, and that has eroded confidence around the world about American continued support for our strongest ally in the Middle East. We need to, in addition, you and your president's lack of accountability and ownership for the withdrawal from Afghanistan is inexcusable. Mr. Secretary, why did you believe that the Taliban would negotiate with the Afghan government despite President Biden's unconditional surrender on April 14, 2021?
As I said earlier, the Taliban had made commitments under Doha. We wanted to see them fulfill those commitments, including negotiating with the government on a transition. We made every effort diplomatically throughout that period to hold them to that, but it became clear that they wouldn't. And it also became clear that when the deadline expired, the deadline negotiated by the previous administration, they would go back to attacking our forces, attacking our partners, attacking the cities. It would have required us to send tens of thousands of Americans back to Afghanistan. That's not a decision the president is prepared to make.
During that entire time, what leverage did the United States have over the Taliban once President Biden announced that he would abandon our allies, no matter what the Taliban's violations of the Doha Agreement would be?
Again, we had a deadline negotiated by the previous administration, and the choice was not between the status quo and ending the war. The choice was between ending the war and escalating it, because, again, they would have gone back to attacking us. We had only 2,500 forces in Afghanistan at that point. We would have had to have reinforced them dramatically had the Taliban gone back to directly attacking our forces, directly attacking our partners, going into Afghanistan cities. That was the choice before the president.
Do you agree that your power sharing agreement further destabilized and delegitimized the Afghan government?
I'm sorry, Congressman, can you repeat that? The power sharing agreement?
Do you agree that your power sharing agreement further destabilized and delegitimized the Afghan government?
There wasn't a power sharing agreement. It was the intent of the Doha agreement that the Taliban negotiate with the government a ceasefire and a political transition, something that they didn't do. But that was what was in the Doha agreement. That was the objective.
It was clear that
didn't happen.
That the Taliban was going to violate, and they did. On May 8th, 2021, your State Department held a rehearsal of concept drill with the Defense Department to plan for the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And during that meeting, the military warned against keeping Embassy Kabul open. Your deputy, Brian McKeon, responded, quote, "We at the State Department have a much higher risk tolerance than you guys." Mr. Secretary, it was you who tasked Mr. McKeon with purportedly leading the State Department's NEO planning. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, again, I had trouble hearing that. Please repeat that.
It was during this meeting where you were warned not to keep Embassy Kabul open. Your deputy, Brian McKeon, responded, quote, "We at the State Department have a much higher risk tolerance than you guys." Mr. Secretary, it's you who tasked Mr. McKeon with purportedly leading the State Department's NEO planning. Is that correct? And do you agree with his assessment?
I can't speak to that conversation or to that meeting. What I can speak to is the fact that starting in April, we worked on every scenario with our colleagues from DOD. We did multiple exercises. We planned out what we would need to do, including in the event of a NEO. And as I said before, the decision to actually initiate the NEO is a collective decision made through the interagency process by all of the cabinet level members and ultimately by the President. The State Department technically initiates it, and it was on August 14th that everyone agreed that we should initiate the NEO. And for reasons that we've discussed before, we didn't want to precipitate a panic. No one believed that the government and military would collapse. We wanted to sustain our diplomatic efforts in Afghanistan.
Respectfully, your decision to keep U.S. Embassy Kabul open against military advice put people's lives at risk, and people were killed. And I want to also express my sympathy.
It was a collective decision.
I want to express my sympathy to the families of the 13 service members who were killed at Abbey Gate, who I know many of the Gold Star families are here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Almo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I certainly want to thank you for your leadership as I've started my time in Congress on this committee, and I certainly look forward to working with you in other ways in the future. I certainly also want to recognize the Gold Star families, adding to the comments of my colleagues. We are grateful to you. Thank you, Secretary Blinken, for being here today. And thank you for your extensive cooperation with our committee's oversight of the United States withdrawal from Afghanistan. Over the past 3 years, your State Department provided thousands of pages of documents and facilitated countless interviews with many career and political officials. I understand this is one of many appearances that you've had on this topic before our committee, and I can relate. Despite only being in Congress for just over a year, this is my third hearing on Afghanistan in this committee. Unfortunately, for my friends on the other side of the aisle, the quantity of these hearings is not really correlated with the quality of them. Their so-called investigation selectively airbrushed the full picture of what happened in Afghanistan. Their report ignores any of the actions that Donald Trump took to negotiate the withdrawal. The report claims we abandoned our allies, but fails to mention how Trump folks left behind a backlog of more than 17,000 applications made by our Afghan allies for special immigrant visas. A backlog that forced President Biden's administration to speed up visa processing, bring in temporary help, and work around the clock to protect our allies during the withdrawal. Of all the errors in this flawed report, its worst sin is that it refuses to let facts get in the way of a good story. The report repeatedly claims the State Department waited too long to initiate the U.S. non-combatant evacuation operation. But the U.S. ambassador to Afghanistan at the time, Ross Wilson, has testified that initiating this evacuation operation too soon, quote, would have complicated our ability to get out. If we had left earlier, several thousand SIV applicants that we got out would not have been able to leave the country. we would have not been able to provide support to American citizens trying to get out. Our eyes and ears about what was happening around us would have been drastically degraded, unquote. Secretary Blinken, do you agree that Ambassador Wilson's testimony reflects the conditions on the ground at the time and after you initiated the non-combatant evacuation operation? Were there any additional steps that you personally took to ensure that our personnel and allies had the help and resources they needed?
Yes, thank you. I agree with Ambassador Wilson's assessment. And once the evacuation was underway, the NEO was underway, we surged resources to the embassy, including dozens of consular officers, to make sure that we could process anyone getting to and into the airport, American citizens and others eligible to come to the United States. And I have to tell you, Congressman, I have immense pride in the people of my department. I had hundreds raise their hand and volunteer, including dozens who ran into the burning building of HKIA Airport during the evacuation to look out for their fellow citizens, to look out for our Afghan partners, and to do everything possible to bring them out of harm's way.
Yeah. Well, Secretary, I'm grateful for your leadership, and I frankly just wanted to give you an opportunity to correct the record on any claims that we've heard today, and really just communicate some lasting thoughts about this as you depart the State Department.
Look, all I can say is we don't have time to go through everything. I think we've addressed a number of these questions throughout this hearing. And I'm always happy to pursue these conversations. I just hope that somehow we can find ways to work effectively together.
You're about to be fired,
to shed more light
motherfucker.
and
We
heat
just talking
on
about
these
always
very
happy.
difficult issues. I think that's the spirit in which
Have always
we should
been
approach
happy.
things. And
How
for
about
my
that?
part, I've been determined to learn the lessons from this experience, not only to learn them, but to act on them. And we've made the State Department stronger and better able to respond to crises than it was when we found it or it was during the Afghan evacuation. And I think that spirit is the one that I would hope would apply to everything we do. I've worked so well with so many members of this committee on both sides of the aisle. I hope that that continues even in places where we have deep disagreements. We can question each other's judgments. That's totally appropriate. I hope that we can get out of the business of questioning each other's motives.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I recognize Mr. Lawler from New York.
Lawler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hell yeah, he's a
Mr.
wrestler.
Secretary, have you read this report in full?
Wrestler.
I have read the executive summary
Lawler.
of the report. I haven't read the entire report yet. Okay. I've read the executive summary.
I hope that you will take this copy with you on your flight to the Middle East and read it, because this is your legacy. This is your legacy. Starting with the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan that resulted in the death of 13 U.S. service members, creating 13 Gold Star families, families our Vice President hasn't even been bothered to meet with. Then the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the terrorist attack on Israel, the illicit oil trade between China and Iran to the tune of $200 billion under your watch. That is what is funding Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and other terror networks in the region. China threatening Taiwan. This is your legacy. And this stems from this disastrous withdrawal. So I hope you read the report in full and reflect upon that. You talk about the Doha Agreement.
I pressed it right when he said it.
This administration had no problem reversing policy decisions that it disagreed with President Trump on. In fact, Joe Biden revoked 94 executive orders to open up our southern border and create an absolute calamity. 70,000 Americans die every year from fentanyl overdose, as this administration has allowed fentanyl to pour into our country. Drug trafficking, gangs, human trafficking, women and children being sold into prostitution, not a care in the world. This is the legacy. So don't sit here and tell us having not read the report, that you disagree with it or it's not true. Saying to my colleague from Florida, oh, it's not true, we left people in Israel after October 7th. It most certainly is. I had constituents calling in a full-fledged panic, and we called the State Department and we're told there is nothing we can do. Don't tell us that that didn't happen. This administration had no problem trying to renegotiate the Iran nuclear deal. No problem lifting sanctions on Iran, allowing for the illicit oil trade. So when you say that the previous administration negotiated the Doha Agreement and therefore we were bound by it, that is complete and utter bullshit. And you know it. You absolutely had the ability, based on the conditions on the ground, to keep our troops there, to ensure the safety and well-being of American citizens, and to make sure what happened did not. Mr. Secretary, on August 26, 2021, who was the President of the United States?
Joe Biden.
On August 26, 2021, who was the Secretary of State?
I was.
Okay. Take responsibility. Don't shirk in your responsibilities. Don't try to shift blame. The reality is you guys allowed the conditions on the ground to deteriorate. You did not hold the Taliban to account. And as a result, 13 U.S. service members are dead, and the world is a tinderbox. We are in the most precarious place since the lead up to World War II. That is your legacy. Period. Full stop. And if Israel listened to this administration and didn't go into Gaza and didn't go into the south, Sinwar would still be alive. And if Israel listened to this administration, Nasrallah would still be alive. And Assad would still be in power in Syria. And Iran would be stronger than ever. That is your legacy. This Congress has passed the SHIP Act and the Abraham Accords Special Envoy. You didn't fill the Special Envoy, and you didn't enforce the SHIP Act. You've had over a year to do both. That is your legacy. You leave the world worse off today than it was when you inherited it.
Gentleman's time has expired. Recognize.
Enjoy reading this, because this is your legacy.
Thank you, I have a very different legacy, one that I'll be happy to reflect on. I won't have the time to do it today because, of course, you don't provide any time to do it. It's very nice to make a speech. Leave me no time to respond.
The chair is recognized, Ms. Wild.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
What he deserves,
Secretary
dude.
Blinken, let me just say that
Sit there and take
hearings such as this one probably will aid you in getting over this job very quickly. I do think that you have served commendably. I think also that you have been handed an unprecedented set of world affairs and that you've handled them very well, and I thank you for that. I, too, along with so many of my colleagues, want to express my tribute and my thanks to our Gold Star families and, of course, to our service members who lost their lives in all of Afghanistan's war, not just on the day that we withdrew, but that's really at the heart of what we're discussing today, Americans who wore our country's uniform, those who were injured, those who lost their lives, and, of course, their families that served alongside them. And I do so wish, I say to all the families, that your loved ones had not been there on that day. I personally feel strongly that we should not have been in that war at that time, and I'm sorry for your losses, and that that happened. Secretary Blinken, I do want to ask you the same question I asked Ambassador Halizad when he testified here a few months ago, because I think it really gets to the underlying reality of why we're here today. Why, over the course of 20 years in Afghanistan, did administrations of both parties fail to correctly assess the level of dedication and cohesion of the Afghan forces and their political leadership?
I think that's a critical question. I hope that the bipartisan commission that is looking into the 20 years of Afghanistan gets at exactly that. And as someone who served in several of those administrations, I also take responsibility for that we did not, I think, see with clarity not only the durability of the Afghan government and the Afghan security forces, but see with clarity how difficult, if not impossible, it would be for us from the outside to somehow build a cohesive country and society. And that is something that, as you said, took place over multiple administrations. And I think that is a critical question that we get a better understanding of. And my hope is that the Commission will look into that.
Well, thank you. I hope so, too. You know, I have grave concerns about the politicization of intelligence that somehow seems to fit a pre-designed agenda over several decades of U.S. military involvement. That is by no means any kind of critique of our troops ever. It's the people who are making decisions at a much higher level. And I worry that we have a cherry picking of intelligence and data. And I hope that's something that the Commission will also look at, because I think it's vital to make sure that we don't end up in any more forever wars. How do you account, and I know we're running out of time, but can you comment on the intelligence failures specific to Afghanistan?
Look, I think this is collective, which is to say the State Department had knowledge and perspective on this. The Defense Department, having worked with the Afghan military for 20 years, had perspective and knowledge, and of course the intelligence community did. So the judgments that we reached, I would say, were collective judgments. And as I said before, and we've said repeatedly, as we looked at the preponderance of views, there was no one anticipated the collapse of the government, the collapse of the Afghan forces, when it happened or as quickly as it happened.
Can I just stop you real quickly, because I wanted to ask you, were you personally surprised by President Ghani's decision to flee?
I was, because I think, as I mentioned earlier, I was on the phone with him late at night on the 14th of August, and he told me we were working on trying to get an agreement to move forward between the Taliban and the government to negotiate some kind of transitional government as a way of averting all of this and moving Afghanistan to a better place. He told me that he was determined to try to do that, but if the Taliban refused, he was going to stay and fight. That was on August 14th. He was gone on August 15th.
Well, thank you. I do hope we as a country learn from this experience. There's obviously a great deal of information to be gathered, and hopefully will be gathered in a nonpartisan or a bipartisan manner so that we can learn in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. You've mentioned probably 5 times today the fact that your intel failure to know what was going to happen. There's an old book you need to read. It's called Groupthink. It examines disasters exactly like this in the past. It probably is worthwhile reading because that's what happened, Groupthink. Now, those of us on this committee who served in Afghanistan and Iraq understand that evil still stalks the world. We saw it. And many of my colleagues on this committee served far deeper into Afghanistan and Iraq than I did. But evil still stalks the world. And I've also heard you say several times here about humanitarian assistance. There is an old military, political concept that says military use is a failure of diplomacy. It's the last bastion of it. Well, as expected, Mr. Secretary, this has been an interesting back and forth, as I knew it would be. And since I'm fairly low on the totem pole here, we've plowed that ground well. I want to talk about the consequences of this in the world following the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. I think one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talked about repercussions. There have been many. I'll just mention two. Following this botched withdrawal and the Taliban takeover, our adversaries have been on the march around the world, encouraged by this error, this strategic error. Words fail to capture the magnitude of the consequences that have been suffered across the globe because of this withdrawal. Yet, according to President Biden himself, the emergency evacuation that cost 13 American service members' lives left behind $7 billion at the low end of military equipment was an extraordinary success. Yet our perceived weakness following Afghanistan, I think it was 2 months later, Putin started moving troops toward Ukraine, also set the scene for the horrific attacks on October 7th. Hamas terrorists and thugs obviously invaded Israel in an unprovoked assault that left Israeli men, women, and children dead, wounded, and hostage, and Americans as well, I might add. That was a critical, unforced error by Hamas. Since that day, Iranian hegemony has faltered. Hamas has lost its leaders and uncontested control over Gaza, while Hezbollah's senior leadership has been eradicated, setting their ambition back for decades. And I will stop here and say that both UNRWA and UNIFIL did not do their job in Gaza and in southern Lebanon, to disastrous consequences. We now find ourselves in the midst of yet another serious issue, which is Syria. The fall of Bashar al-Assad, both Russia and Iran have lost leverage in the Middle East, and while it's good that his reign of terror is over, gassing, torturing, slaughtering thousands, there's still looming questions like, who's keeping the lights on in Syria today, and who's going to control the levers of government tomorrow? Amid the chaos, our steadfast ally, Israel, remains strong. They have significantly weakened Hamas and Hezbollah, directly diminishing Iran's influence in this region. Without Israel's chutzpah and determination, the threats to the United States in the Middle East would be far greater. Israel, over the past few days, has done the necessary work of destroying the military power of rump Syria. So whoever does emerge to rule Syria cannot threaten Israel. According to the White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby, it is an open question who is currently running Syria. Yes, Iran and Russia have failed, but have lost influence in the area, but I am very eager for the leadership of the incoming National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz. And I want to make sure that's Mike Waltz, the incoming National Security Advisor, not our recently failed Vice President candidate. So, a couple of questions for you. First of all, Mr. Secretary, are you confident that the leader of HTS will be able to keep his word to protect Christians and Islamic women in rump Syria?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not confident. I'm encouraged by the fact that they've said the right thing, but what we have to focus on is whether they do the right thing, including protecting minorities.
The second question is, do you expect Syria to descend into a terrorist enclave?
We certainly need to do everything possible to avoid that. And the coming days, the coming weeks will be critical to that. That's why, and by the way, I very much appreciate you keeping this hearing on time along with Chairman McCall. I need to leave to get on a plane to go to the region to see King Abdullah of Jordan. And I appreciate that there's some other members here who've not yet had a chance to ask questions. I'm happy to take those questions for the record and get back to you quickly.
Mr. Secretary, I yield back to the chairman, and he will recess this.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Mr. Moskowitz.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll be quick, Mr. Secretary. First, let me thank the chairman, Chairman McCall, for his bipartisan work on this committee. This has been one of those bright spots of this Congress. I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your sacrifice and your service to the country. These jobs are unforgiving. And have deep impacts on everybody's individual families. And so I want to thank you for your service. I want to thank the Gold Star families for being here. And like I have before, apologize to them for what happened to their loved ones in Afghanistan. I'm not going to go into all the stuff that's been said by 30 people, but I do want to say this, Mr. Chairman. You know, the official Twitter account of this committee put out a tweet at 11:27. And it says, at this committee's final hearing this Congress, we brought in Secretary Blinken to testify on the disastrous Biden-Harris withdrawal from Afghanistan after months of stonewalling. Sadly, many of the Democratic seats are empty at this important hearing. I don't know what intern put this out, but it is misinformation, and it is literally a lie. First of all, if you look at the picture, half the seats on that side of the aisle are empty, and I'm not blaming them. That's how these committees work. We all know this. People come in and out of these hearing rooms. But let me give you the numbers. 20 of the 23 Democrats on this committee were here today. 23 of the 28 Republicans were here today. Of the ones that were here, 17 Democrats asked questions, 17 Republicans asked questions. So the official account of this committee is making it appear that we don't care about what happened in Afghanistan. It is not true. And that tweet should come down, because while our enemies are trying to divide us abroad in social media, we're just giving them a gift by saying, hey, half the party, half the country doesn't care. There were major mistakes made in Afghanistan. I've said that in previous hearings. So I appreciate everyone going on their soapbox about morality and truth and facts and trying to hold the secretary to that high standard. But then we got to do it ourselves in this committee. Mr. Secretary, a lot of things were said. I know you have to leave. I just wanted to give you the balance of my time to close about your legacy.
Thank you. Look, I have to leave it to others to make those judgments. But from my perspective, we have worked from day one to re-engage, re-energize, and even reimagine our alliances and partnerships around the world. We've done just that. And as a result, we are in a much stronger position than we were to deal with a multiplicity of challenges, more complicated than at any time in the 32 years that I've been engaged in this work. We demonstrated that with the work of bringing more than 50 countries together in support of Ukraine as it dealt with the Russian aggression. We've demonstrated that in building extraordinary convergence that we've never seen before in terms of purpose and action when it comes to dealing with the challenges posed by China among European allies and partners and among partners and allies in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. We've seen that in bringing countries together to tackle everything from COVID to fentanyl to food security. Across the board, that's a result of our engagement, of our diplomacy, of bringing countries together in common purpose and in ways that advance the national interest. That's how I've seen it. Others are free to make their own judgments about it. But I think in doing that, one of the sources of our strength and success is the ability to work closely with Congress. We're stronger at home because we've made remarkable investments in things like infrastructure, the CHIPS and Science Act, the IRA. That goes directly to our strength abroad. Other countries see that. They see that we've reinvested in our own competitiveness. They want to work with us. They want to engage with us. They want to partner with us. And because we've been so attentive to our alliances and partnerships, we now have countries that before were looking to do things on their own without us that are now united with us in common purpose. That doesn't just happen. It happens because we have extraordinary men and women at the State Department, among other places, who are out there every single day building those alliances, building those partnerships, and then using them when we need to deal with challenges like Russia and Ukraine, like China, like so many of the other challenges we face around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. I yield the balance of my time back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Mr. Secretary. I know that your main responsibility as a secretary is to execute the president's foreign policy. As an Afghan veteran and as a guy who's got tons of friends that served over there even longer than I did, years away from their family, the guys who lost their limbs, the families who sacrificed, the people who lost their lives, my hat's always off for those families who are gold stars, and even the families who just served and made that sacrifice away from their families. I really have great respect. I know we were there for about 20 years in Afghanistan, so you can't take responsibility for 20 years, but you can take responsibility for those 4 years. I know that we spent about $2 trillion of that dollars. A lot of that wasn't on your watch. That's also a lesson learned that we had to live with. I know 2,462 lives roughly passed because of that war that we sacrificed as Americans, but most of those not on your watch. What I do want to hold you and our leadership accountable for is the stuff we left behind, very specifically. Yesterday I had the ambassador of Pakistan in my office, and we were talking about terrorism in his nation and how we create stability in that region. I'm a foreign affairs guy that's my region. And they've had over 600 terrorist attacks in their nation last year, and I was like, why? Why so many? He said, because a lot of the weapons that we left behind in Afghanistan are now being used for attacks in Pakistan and other areas around there, and it's munitions we left behind. I personally thought it was a horrible withdrawal. I've talked to Millie. I've already had a breakdown. He went down and step by step went through the process of the withdrawal. But quite frankly, it wasn't just the $4 billion of our troop supplies that we left behind, but the $90 billion that we had given to the Afghanis that was then used now to sustain their country and the evil empire that's basically spreading terrorism throughout the region. I don't really accept the premise that they're not harboring bad guys. I know we have terrorist cells there. I know that they're training. We've been briefed on that. We don't need to get into the specifics, but I quite frankly think in a real sort of way, the equivalent of equipment that we left over there, which is probably similar to what we just gave to Ukraine in aid. And to fight a first world army, the Russians, is now being used to spread terrorism throughout the world, and that's on us. The United States is literally sponsoring terrorism around the world using the weapons that we gave to them we didn't hold accountable for. And one thing we learned in the military, whether it was 16 years in the Marine Corps, 4 years in the Navy, or training with the Army, accountability is our first step. We take responsibility for what we do. How would you answer to that?
So two things, Congressman. I very much appreciate the question. First, the weapons you're referring to built up over 20 years. The hard reality is that in order to avoid extending the war, escalating the war, sending tens of thousands of Americans back into Afghanistan, would have been impossible to take out all of those weapons, all of that equipment. Much of it was dismantled or otherwise made inoperative. Much of it that remained is almost certainly inoperative because it had to be maintained, and they don't have the capacity to maintain it. But I grant you, there are no doubt some number of weapons or equipment that, yes, are being used by the regime. But the Taliban government itself is not in the business, for all of the horrific things that it's doing inside Afghanistan to its people, is not in the business of exporting terrorism in this moment. And that, at least, is a good thing. And so I don't see this equipment, such as it is, being used for that purpose. It is very regrettable that equipment was left behind, but I think it's a reality of 20 years, trillions of dollars of equipment to the Afghans.
So I would disagree with one premise, and this is where I think the crux of this is used, because I want to learn from this. We should never set a date or a time to be political about anything we do. This is about the survival of our troops, what's best for our investment, return on investment. And I think we got locked into a date. If I could learn anything from this, we got locked into a date, let us make some really bad decisions planning-wise that left a lot of equipment behind. And quite frankly, when I was there, we had fewer people there than we have Spain. We never fought a war in Spain. And we're so in a hurry to say, I want this feather in my cap that I got out of Afghanistan, that we forgot to do it right. When you forget to do it right, Shame on us. And I think we should never be locked into a date or a time or a situation where we're not in control, because we are the biggest, baddest country on the planet. And shame on us for not doing it right, because I think that costs us a lot of reputation. With that, I yield.
Gentleman's time has expired. We're going to try to keep this brief. I know the Secretary has to go to the Middle East to meet with the King of Jordan. Mr. Moran from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thanks for being here today. I want to start where Mr. Moskowitz left off just a second ago. Speaking about the withdrawal, he said, and I quote, "There were major mistakes made in Afghanistan." First of all, do you agree with that statement by Mr. Moskowitz?
I do.
Could you specify the mistakes that you believe were made in the withdrawal from Afghanistan?
Yeah. I think the most fundamental mistake was, again, not recognizing that the fragility of the Afghan government, the Afghan security forces, and not anticipating across the government, and I take responsibility for this along with the other departments of government, in recognizing that there was a potential, more than the potential, likelihood of very quick collapse by both the government and the security forces.
How would you advise a president in the future under similar circumstances to do something different? What different advice would you give to him or her?
I think we have to do what we did, but obviously we didn't see this piece of it, which is to continuously question the assumptions, to continuously prod and push on any assumptions, including about the durability of a government or the military forces.
Do you think it was a mistake to withdraw, even though the conditions preceding in the Doha Agreement had not been met by the factions in Afghanistan?
I do not. I believe it was the right thing to do to end America's longest war. I believe that our country is actually better for it, stronger for it. I believe our adversaries have seen that we were not going to get bogged down into another decade of war in Afghanistan, and that has been a good thing. And again, I just remind you that the basic choice, to the extent there was a choice, was between ending the war and leaving or escalating it, because part of the Doha Agreement was a commitment by the Taliban not to attack our forces between the time the agreement was signed and the withdrawal date that was set in the Doha Agreement was reached. Once that was breached, they would go back to attacking us. They would, our partners, our military determined we would have to send tens of thousands of forces back to Afghanistan.
I think I heard you say earlier that you didn't think there was a connection between the botched withdrawal and the aggression, the increased aggression by Russia as against Ukraine earlier. Did I hear you correctly say that?
That's correct.
When the withdrawal occurred, former U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Ivo Dalder, warned a few days after President Biden's unconditional surrender to the Taliban that, quote, "Moscow and Beijing will look closely at how we react in one situation to set the stage for the other." So did you disagree with that then, or do you disagree with that now?
So what we saw, first of all, is that, of course, Russia had massed all of these forces well before our the withdrawal or the decision actually to go forward with it. We saw that take place in the spring. Second, Russia has a long experience with Afghanistan. It probably knows better than anyone the folly of getting bogged down in that country. And what we've seen since is the United States marshaling more than 50 countries, coming to the defense of Ukraine and doing tremendous damage to Russia's efforts in Ukraine.
Let's look at what the Chinese said about this. On the second anniversary of the withdrawal, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Wang Wenbin said, quote, "On this date 2 years ago, the whole world witnessed the, quote, Kabul moment when the U.S. hastily withdrew its troops from Afghanistan. What happened in Afghanistan marked a military, political, and counterterrorism failure of the U.S. in Afghanistan." That's a quote by a Chinese government official. Do you think that our withdrawal from Afghanistan and the way that we handled it precipitated additional aggression by China towards Taiwan?
I don't. In fact, we've seen this build up for more than a decade. And again, as I said earlier, in 2008, we had 200,000 troops between Afghanistan and Iraq. That's when the Russians invaded Georgia. In 2014, we still had 12,000 troops in Afghanistan. That's when the Russians first invaded Ukraine. These decisions are made for their own reasons, and with Russia and Ukraine, or with China and Taiwan. This long predated any things we decided or did.
I want to ask real quickly, as my time expires, about before and after our withdrawal. So if we're looking before and after the withdrawal, do you think that the situation in Afghanistan is better inside Afghanistan today or before withdrawal as it relates to, number one, the safety and security of women and young girls?
I think the situation is worse for women and young girls. There's no question about that.
What about the access and opportunities for education for women and young girls today or before withdrawal?
Worse. No question
And
about that.
the opportunities to enter the workforce for women today or before withdrawal?
Worse.
Do you think a leave behind force, even a small force, may have created stability in the region, or would that not have been something?
That was not the choice. The choice was not leaving 2,500 people there. The choice was whether we were going to send tens of thousands of Americans back indefinitely with no guarantee of better results. It's also important to remember that by December 2020, the Taliban either controlled or contested territory that had 75% of the population of Afghanistan. Life for them then, including women and girls, was not good. But I agree with you, it's gotten worse.
Do you agree we need to take additional steps to protect the lives of women and young girls in Afghanistan?
Yeah, I agree we need to maximize every effort to do that.
Gentleman's time is expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Moylan.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm very sorry to interrupt, but
Sure.
as we said before this hearing, I had a hard stop at 2 o'clock.
I agree. If we could keep this limited, we have Mr. Moylan, Mr. Van
I'm happy to
Orden.
take, I very much respect the members and their questions. I'm happy to take the questions and respond within the next week.
Why don't we ask both of you, I want to give you the opportunity to ask one question.
One question. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Miller was our last commander of U.S. forces in Afghanistan, Mr. Secretary, and he came before this committee. And the important thing that General Miller wanted to relay to us was about the characterization of your State Department's attitude toward the military, Mr. Secretary. General Miller was saying to this committee that there was this assumption, the State Department's assumption, that we don't need the military. It was the State Department's assumption, according to General Miller, that why don't you know this, General? You're withdrawing. Why don't you get out of here? All of you, just go away. That's General Miller, our last commander of U.S. forces in Afghanistan, what he felt important to share with this committee. So, Mr. Secretary, in institutions like the State Department, your State Department, such attitudes often come from the top. I'm an Army officer myself, and it's all up to the leadership. So is it your assumption, sir? Did you assume to your State Department that your embassy in Afghanistan did not need the military?
Absolutely not. And on the contrary, Congressman, first of all, I have tremendous respect for General Miller, everything he's done, everything he's put at risk himself. Second, I've had the incredible honor of serving this country in various capacities, State Department, White House, National Security Council, for the better part of 30 years now. And throughout those 30 years, one of the things I take the most pride and pleasure in is the work that I've been able to do with our military.
I understand that, Mr. Secretary.
My department, in my time, certainly in terms of my own instructions to them, has done nothing short of do everything possible to strengthen and continue this essential collaboration. We can't do our jobs without the United States military.
I'll take back my time. In this case, Mr. Secretary, I understand what you're saying here now, but the General Miller, our last commander of U.S. forces, this is what he had to say to us. And sir, you may be saying this now, but however, the example that your employees understood is different than from what you're telling me. It's as if there was an absence of leadership that put the State Department of Employees in America and America at risk. And I'm sorry to say, sir, that this type of attitude that your State Department has had regarding...
I would ask the gentleman to please expedite the question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Basically, sir, it didn't work out, according to General Miller, our last commander of U.S. forces. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Van Orden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me on your committee, and thank you for your leadership throughout the years. Mr. Secretary, thanks for coming here. I'm just going to establish some bona fides. I'm going to ask you a couple of quick series of questions, and then I'm going to actually give you the chance, sir, to make sure that you could leave with your last hearing by doing something good for your legacy. I have served multiple tours in Afghanistan and Iraq, including one where I held one of my friend's hands as he was dying, listening to his wife crying through a satellite phone into his ear because she knew she would never see her husband again. And the Gold Star families here have my greatest sympathy. And we owe you a debt that does not go away. It's not a mortgage. It's not a 30-year commitment. It's forever. I'm the longest serving enlisted member of the United States military to ever be elected to Congress in the history of our nation. I was responsible for writing contingency plans for the entire continent of Europe and making sure that they worked. So with that said, I mean, I want you to know that because a lot of the stuff that you said to my colleagues is either not true, and that's either on purpose or due to incompetence. I would encourage you to hand to your successor Joint Publication 3 Tech 68 and have them open up to Chapter 5, Page 1, Paragraph C, because what you told these guys about who can do this is just not true. So you said that there was a plan. When was it written? Okay.
You're referring to the NEO plan? Through the course of the spring.
Okay, through the course of the spring. That should have been done years before. When was it rehearsed?
Can I add to that? I'm sorry, Congressman, just to be very precise. We have a team of people that go to every embassy, especially embassies of concern, every year, including Afghanistan.
I know, sir. I participated in those teams. So did it include removing the military and leaving civilians to fend for themselves against terrorists and then reinserting the military in a panic to help rescue the Americans that you abandoned in Afghanistan? Was that an annex on the plan?
It was based on the premise that
it wasn't.
Government
okay, did it include flying over 170,000 unvetted Afghans and distributing them throughout the country, including the 13,000 that you sent to my district in Fort McCoy, Wisconsin? No? Okay. Where are those Afghans, by the way? We don't know, and I was just given this note. What you just testified under oath is not true. The ambassador who led the NATO, led the NEO said they weren't operating on a plan. So you just lied under oath.
That is not true.
Okay. Did your plan include intentionally abandoning American citizens and green card holders to terrorists in Afghanistan?
Of course not.
Did it include unintentionally abandoning American citizens and green card holders to terrorists in Afghanistan?
No, of course not.
Well, it happened, didn't it? Were American citizens and green card holders left in Afghanistan? The answer to that is correct. How many? You can't tell me.
And you know
hey,
why.
Listen, man. I forgot to mention that, like my colleague, Corey, I was one of the guys who went to go rescue American citizens. So I know you couldn't tell me. We knew, and you either didn't know or you lied. And here is my question. You are the Secretary of State now. Can you, with Secretary Mayorkas, grant a green card to someone who can absolutely 100% be verified for saving hundreds and hundreds of American service members and risking his life for over a decade, who is currently here under humanitarian parole? Can you guys do that?
I would be happy to work with you on that.
His name is Azizullah Aziz.
Happy to pursue that with you, Congressman.
Thank you very much, sir. And I'll tell you right now, you get this done, it is going to go, it's going to be one of the best things you could possibly do to redeem your reputation and your legacy as Secretary of State. And with that, I yield back.
Joan yields. Let me just say thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. I want to thank you for your service as well. I think you'll be pleased to know this will be the last time you'll appear before this committee as Secretary of State and me as Chairman. And there's been a lot of talk about legacy. I know we've been working on legislation together called the Overseas Crises Response Implementation System and Immediate Strategy Act, or Overseas Crises. I hope that could be part of your legacy and mine as we close the chapter on Afghanistan, sir. And I wish you Godspeed to the Middle East. And again, thank you for your service. Pursuant to committee rules, all members may have 5 days to submit questions. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Your legacy is genocide. major update in a ruling for DACA recipients.
A federal judge has blocked a rule that would give them access to health care coverage under the Affordable Care Act.
KENS 5's Sarah Duran is following this development for us this morning. Sarah, just how many people does this impact here in Texas?
Jessica, according to the Texas Tribune, about 90,000 DACA recipients will be affected by this. Here in the state of Texas, they would no longer be able to access health care through the Affordable Care Act after the judge's decision. Texas and 18 other states sued the federal government after a rule was announced by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. It would have allowed Dreamers to enroll in basic health care plans. Monday, the judge blocked the ruling on the ground that the CMS does not have the authority to go around Congress and redefine Dreamers' status. Dreamers have been categorized as not lawfully present when it comes to health care law, which can lead to denied coverage. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton took to X last night after the ruling, saying, quote, "We prevented yet another attempt by the Biden administration to spend our hard-earned tax dollars on radically unpopular policies," end quote. Meanwhile, immigration advocacy groups say giving Dreamers coverage will lower high rates of unmet medical needs from delaying treatments. They also say Dreamers contribute to the economy and society as a whole and should have access to health care. In the studio, Sarah Duran, KENS 5.
Sarah, thank you.
About to skyrocket. So your lawn maintenance is about to skyrocket because 90% of workers in the lawn maintenance industry, they come from Mexico. And whether they're here legally or not, Stephen Miller, who Trump's going to put in charge of his mass deportation project, is going to deport them.
Hey guys, my name is Modi and you are welcome back to Body Speaks. So I am not surprised to notice that since Donald Trump won the presidential election, a lot of people from the all-loving and tolerant left have been exposing themselves as crazy, unhinged, and also racist. We saw how some of them came out to display surprising amounts of hatred for Trump supporters. Most of them ostracized their Republican voting families and friends. Some of them broke up their marriages and their relationships simply because their partners support or voted for Donald Trump. We saw how all that played out, okay? But now we are seeing more of these liberals exposing themselves as nothing other than pure racists. So in today's video, we're going to be listening to this liberal woman complain of Trump's mass deportation of illegal migrants, citing that Trump supporters are going to bear the consequences when there is no more illegal Mexicans to mow their lawns for half the price. She basically sounded like an evil slave owner who is against the end of slavery and is taunting those who wanted to end slavery and was like, who's gonna pick your cotton now if you abolish slavery? Okay, now if you come to think of it, back then Democrats were the ones who were against the end of slavery, and today it is still Democrats who are against the end of it, in the form of being against the deportation of illegal cheap labor because they are benefiting from it. This woman exposed herself without meaning to, and I'm gonna play the video for you guys to see for yourselves. But before we jump into the whole video, I want you to consider subscribing to my channel if you've not already. Like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or buying me a coffee if you like, as a way of supporting the channel. All right.
So your lawn maintenance is about to skyrocket because 90% of workers in the lawn maintenance industry, they come from Mexico. And whether they're here legally or not, Stephen Miller, who Trump's going to put in charge of his mass deportation project, is going to deport them. They're also going to deport people who are naturalized citizens. These are jobs that Americans will not do. okay? American families are not letting their young adults work in the lawn maintenance industry. These companies may be owned by Americans, but their employees are from Mexico. So not only will it be harder to find a company, the prices are going to double and triple. And this is going to affect a lot of other industries. It's going to affect our food supply and the housing industry, because I don't know if you know this, but there's not a lot of Americans lining up to haul cement in and out of buildings. So good luck.
First of all, I want to comment that she knew exactly what she was doing. She understood the racist innuendo
I've done that
infused
before.
in this particular video. She was aware that what she was doing is in fact downgrading and thinking less of those Mexican workers. And that is why she went straight to her comment section and turned off her comments so she wouldn't get any hits on that post. But madam, you cannot run away from retribution, okay? You have fallen under my radar. Now think about what this liberal woman is saying for a second. Just try to analyze this for a minute, okay? She is trying to tell you that you should remember that you get your lawn mowed for very cheap prices from these illegal Mexican immigrants. Right off the bat, she's trying to tell you, she's insinuating that all Mexicans in the United States of America are illegal immigrants. And that now that Donald Trump has vowed to deport all illegal migrants, you are going to have to pay higher prices for having your lawn mowed because the illegal immigrants are no longer available to give you cheap services. That is what she's saying. Now, how does that make you feel as a Mexican? For the Mexicans watching this show, doesn't that offend you? Isn't that a big insult to your personality, to your country, to your countrymen? That is why you should protect your dignity and that of your countrymen by never immigrating to any country illegally. But it beats me that this mature woman is not aware that most Americans, especially white Americans, are used to mowing their own lawns themselves. I thought this was common knowledge because millions of Americans take pleasure in mowing their own lawns and keeping their yard clean. In fact, in all the times where I've come across individuals voluntarily mowing other people's lawns, it is always white guys. Always. I once made a video about this guy here on YouTube. His channel is called Midlife Stockman, and in all his videos, what he basically does is to show up at properties with overgrown lawns and yards, and he cleans it up alone. And mind you, nobody pays him. He just does this because he enjoys it. White guys especially enjoy mowing lawns. It is like a pastime to them. Republicans don't have to oppose the deportation of illegal migrants because they want to pay less so that an illegal immigrant would do the job. No, they have been doing the job themselves. And even if they've not been doing the job, even if they cannot do the job themselves, they would pay a legal resident to do the job at the proper rate. It doesn't have to be too cheap. This way, more Americans will even have more job opportunities and the system will start fixing itself. And again, it is very insulting for this woman to insinuate that all Mexican workers are illegal immigrants. That is very racist. I wonder how she said all those things she said with a straight face and not realize that she sounded like a racist slave owner. And I know for a fact that she's not worried about the price of lawn mowing for Americans. She is just worried that she, a lazy liberal like her, would have to use her household budget that she kept away for Botox and hair extensions to take care of future expensive law care, since there won't be any slaves around to do it for a major amount of money. That's all she cares about. Very selfish woman. This shows you that most of these liberals are just out of touch with reality. I just don't know where they get their talking points from. Honestly, I have never seen Democrats this mad since Republicans freed the slaves. I didn't see that either, but you get my point, okay?
And whether they're here legally or not, Stephen Miller, who Trump's going to put in charge of his mass deportation project, is going to deport them. They're also going to deport people who are naturalized citizens.
They are fear-mongering again. They are just trying to create unnecessary fear and tension. She said Donald Trump is going to deport legal Mexicans too. How is that even true? How is that even possible? Okay, these people are just willing to say the most damnedest things just to provoke emotional responses out of people. And ignorant people who don't know better are just going to swallow her deceitful narrative hook, line, and sinker.
And this is going to affect a lot of other industries. It's going to affect our food supply and the housing industry.
Of course, the deportation of illegal immigrants is going to affect a lot of industries, but mostly for the better. These effects are going to be positive in general. Many American citizens and legal residents are going to have access to many job opportunities. Irrespective of whatever she thinks, people are actually going to mow their lawns, but at reasonable prices, okay? These companies are making so much money because they pay so little wages and so little salaries to these illegal immigrants who have no choice but to accept what they are given. But you don't expect normal and legal Americans to take up jobs that will just rip them off and exploit their services for just meager pay. So yeah, the deportation is going to affect a lot of industries, but for the better. This woman is against the mass deportation of illegals because she still wants to be benefiting from the broken system. She wants to still pay her slaves for half the price to do the job for her. That is all she cares about. Nothing more and nothing less. She has inadvertently told us her real motives and the kind of person she really is. And all I can say is, shame on her.
Look at this, all new reporting this hour. As we learn the surge of migrants under the Biden administration is the largest in U.S. history, 60% of which are illegal.
Griff Jenkins joins us with a look at the staggering numbers. Griff, what do you know?
Yeah, well, good morning. And Lawrence, this comes as probably no surprise to the entire nation who have watched before their own eyes the past 4 years of the border crisis. Fox has covered it on the ground and from our drones, and you have seen it. And now the New York Times is crunching government data, realizing that this border crisis may go down in the history books as the biggest story of the Biden administration. The Times took a deep dive into that government data and found the surge is the largest in U.S. history, surpassing the great immigration boom of the late 1800s. They say annual net migration, the number of people coming to the country minus the number leaving, averaged 2.4 million people from 2021 to 2023, according to the Congressional Budget Office. And they found that the total net migration during the Biden administration is likely to exceed 8 million people. In the article, they write this: that's a faster pace of arrivals than during any other period on record, including the peak years of Ellis Island traffic when millions of Europeans came to the United States. Now, their analysis did, as you mentioned, Brian, include both legal and illegal immigration and found 60% of immigrants who have entered the country since 2021 have done so without legal authorization. All of this comes as President-elect Trump is set to hit the ground with a mandate on day one with a plan for mass deportations. After all, Trump says that after mass illegal immigration, you're going to need mass deportation. But one thing is for sure, finally, even the New York Times is putting it front and center that this crisis has led to unprecedented numbers. And they found also, when you look a little deeper, that the U.S. foreign-born population has increased to over 15%, the highest ever on record as well. And interestingly, I'll leave you with this. They went through a section where they say, well, what may have caused this? They write the welcoming immigration policy during Biden's first 3 years in office as the primary cause of the border crisis. Guys?
Knocked you over with a feather, Griff. What a sentence, right? Did you circle that and say no idea?
So, Griff.
So much insight from the New York Times.
I know
it's amazing.
Griff, clearly, and you've covered this for years, nobody knows it better. Clearly, the New York Times is trying to explain to their baffled readers why Joe Biden lost. And, you know, immigration was one of the top two issues. And now it's like, oh, so many people in the country illegally, and Americans don't like it.
Well, and what's remarkable is that the New York Times, I would to guess, really, that they realized where the American people are. And we saw that in the election results. And I do think that the border crisis will go down in the history books years from now as the biggest story of the Biden era. What's really remarkable, though, and I just got back from the border last week, is that you still have these mayors that are saying that they will not cooperate with ICE and the feds when they try and go after the over 1 million illegal criminal aliens that pose a public safety risk. You just had yesterday in San Diego County, 3 out of 4 Board of Supervisors voting to go even further in their sanctuary policy than already on the books. It's going to be quite something to watch.
Yeah, you know why? Massachusetts, too. They spend between $1 and $2 billion, but they're going to fight Trump every step of the way because it involves Donald Trump. Not the people of Massachusetts, not the people of Boston. So we'll see. Because also heard, Griff, Tom Homan is going to take the land commissioner's offer in Texas, and he's going to make that 1.4 million acres a place, a holding area for the illegals to be rounded up and sent out.
Yeah, and I think the logistics are going to be something we'll be covering extensively, and it's not going to be an easy task by any stretch of the mind. But one thing is for sure, the will is there, and this is what's going to happen come some 40 days from now.
Thanks, Griff.
Absolutely. Thanks,
Well, you know, the story shows that despite all of the references that they say what's wrong with the country, that people want to come to America, which is a great thing. They want to come to America. But I think the frustration with Americans is not just the criminal element, but we got a lot of poor folks here.
Yes.
A lot of people struggling. And the fact that the illegals have become a priority versus the American citizens that are already struggling, there's some angst
Not
about
just a
it.
priority. The wages of the working class have been suppressed.
That's right.
People coming across the border are undercutting the wages
100%
of people
they
of
are.
that.
And the New York Times addresses this in toward the end of the story. They have to explain, there's going to be a problem. They say, but high levels of immigration do have downsides, including the pressure on society, social services, and increased competition for jobs. The CDO has concluded that wage growth for Americans who did not attend college will be lower than it otherwise would have been for the next few years because of
It would have been nice to get this report before the election.
Thank you. And also an emphasis on the 800% increase in Chinese nationals that have come over. We talk a lot about the Hispanics, the Venezuelan, that was the biggest.
China knows.
China knows. And also, we're having this drone issue. We don't know what's going on. We have just in 2023, 24,000 military-age men from China were encountered by our Border Patrol. We don't know how many since then. We don't know, how many, what they're doing here. But we know we have problems. And Alejandro Mayorkas, when I asked Congressman Jimenez earlier in the show, I said, who is the one person, other than Joe Biden, what agency most responsible? He said, Alejandro Mayorkas. This is Homeland Security. So as he's distracted dealing with this created crises that he created along with Joe Biden, he can't protect us from drones or let us know what's going on.
Obama sent out 400,000. Trump 300,000 deported back. He's going to beat both those records combined.
Well, Lawrence,
57% of the American public is for mass deportation.
And Lawrence, you said it would have been nice to have heard that story from the New York Times ahead of time before the election. Donald Trump told us these things all the time, and that's one of the reasons why he got elected. I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe.
Donald Trump's mass deportation plans are set to begin in major cities, but could face immediate backlash. Just last night, a San Diego county voted to deny aid to federal immigration enforcement. But News Nation is now confirming some migrants are starting to leave on their own, attempting to self-deport ahead of the second Trump presidency. And in the past few years, the U.S. has seen the largest immigration surge in American history, with an annual average of close to 2.5 million people, and that's just from 2021 to 2023. News Nation's Allie Bradley is live for us in Del Rio, Texas, with this exclusive. So, Allie, what more are you learning about these apparent self-deportations?
Yeah, so what we're learning here, Nicole, is that migrants who are going through their asylum proceedings.
Breaking news. Motorist was killed as police responded to a bomb threat at Georgia home of U.S. Rep. MTG. police officer in the local bomb squad was traveling to the scene when he collided with another car Monday, killing the other driver. The email threat, which warned a pipe bomb in Green's mailbox and referenced Palestine, was sent to the assistant police chief. The threat is the latest instance of crime known as swatting, in which false threats made, responded Green. Green said it has happened to her at least 9 times.
Actually cutting things short on their own, and they're finding ports of entry and they're trying to leave ahead of the possibility of Trump removing them. So migrants are actually finding Border Patrol agents or CBP officers, and they're asking them if they can leave. Here's the deal, though. Because those migrants are in actual legitimate proceedings, DHS really has no bearing here. They're in the court's hands right now. So all CBP can do is advise that they walk back to Mexico through a port of entry. They have that legal right to do that. Now, one man from Venezuela told agents that he was trying to get out before Trump gets in, and says that he heard there was an agreement with Mexico and Venezuela where they are actually helping to get people back to their home country. Now, Venezuela has not taken deportation flights back from the United States for nearly a year. Mexico does have a better working relationship with Maduro, and that might be a possibility for this young man. Now, we called the migrant stepfather in Pennsylvania, who confirmed that the migrant went back to Mexico to continue his journey to Venezuela. Interesting here, though, because they are in proceedings already, they are not self-deporting, they are self-departing. However, an immigration attorney that we talked to says that move is essentially the same thing, and they essentially issue a deportation order against themselves when they do this, and they likely will have issues coming back in if they have a valid hearing. Take a listen.
They are probably not going to be able to get back in to reapply or to start the process over. It's in many of these, asylum included, you kind of get one chance. And if you give up halfway through, you don't get to come back and ask for asylum again. You'll be put into a different type of proceeding and you won't have asylum available to you.
Okay, so of course this comes as President-elect Trump is promising those mass deportations come day one. So something we'll certainly be watching for. But many of the migrants that we're talking to here, Nicole, say they are worried, they are concerned of the threat of being deported, but they are also convinced that President-elect Trump is going to go after the criminals and the people that have a final order of removal first. However, remember, Border Czar Tom Homan said no one is safe because crossing the border illegally is a crime in itself. Nicole.
So, Allie, do immigration officials think that this self-deporting will potentially become more prevalent?
Yeah, we would think that we would be seeing it all over the place because they would potentially get kind of a ding on their record in the future if they were deported under Trump. But what's interesting here is that immigration attorney that we talked with, she says that she doesn't believe it will be a trend, but rather migrants will move within the United States into kind of sanctuary counties like San Diego or regions where they feel like they're going to be able to be more protected. She said the idea of them self-deporting is not something that we will likely see a lot of because they do end all of their opportunities within the U.S. when they do that, Nicole. And of course, they're watching the news, too, and they're learning right along with us. Nicole.
All right, Allie Bradley live for us there in Del Rio. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Guys, it's been nearly a month since large unidentified drones started being spotted all across New Jersey. But even after all this time, we have zero answers about where they're coming from and who's flying them. The United States spends billions of your money on military and intelligence programs every year. So tell me, why do the FBI and the White House have zero clue where these drones are coming from?
Is public safety at risk? Are we concerned that there are nefarious intentions that could cause either national security or a public safety incident that would put Americans at risk?
There's nothing that is known that would
lead me to say that, but we just don't know, and that's the concerning part.
You're telling me we don't know what the hell these drones are in New Jersey are? Is that correct?
That's right.
That's crazy. I mean, that's crazy. That's madness that we don't know what these drones are.
Has the federal government ruled out that these are controlled by foreign entities? Yeah. And do you know if they're conducting surveillance over these
So I
areas?
cannot make any kind of predictions or comments about that specifically from here.
I mean, and the New Jersey governor, Phil Murphy, says he doesn't know either. Watch.
What can you tell us? What is going on, and why is it taking so long to come up with an explanation?
Yeah, it's a good. I don't blame people for being frustrated. It's really frustrating that we don't have more answers as to where they're coming from and why they're doing what they're doing.
Rebecca, break everything down for us, and who needs to be the watchdog for this right now?
Well, this is incredibly frustrating because we have known that this country's very vulnerable to spy balloons, to drones, to missile strikes for a long, long time. So we've been beating this drum. Congress has been beating this drum for a long time. Fundamentally, I think that the problem here is that nobody at the very top of government is saying you are in charge. It's your job to fix this, because you have Northern Command, that's the military component, and then you have Department of Homeland Security, and then you have the FAA, which does all of the regulations that has to make decisions about who needs to do what. And of course, the Northern Command believes that they have the authority to protect military bases. But what about critical infrastructure? What about the rest of the American people who are looking up at these massive UASs? You know, I can't speak directly with knowledge about this particular incident, but I would speculate from an informed perspective that actually the government probably does have an idea about who is doing this.
They're doing
if they
it.
say who is doing it, that will require them to.
They're fucking doing it, dude. If they don't know who's doing it, they're the ones that are doing it. I bet we even have technology where we can override their controls and take over their drone if we wanted to. I don't know.
To have a response, and they
False flag?
are not prepared with a response, which is why we continue to get the answer that we don't know. But they seem too big to be hobbyists. They do seem to be coming from a foreign power.
Right. Okay. So you mentioned Congress, and Harris, last hour you had Congressman Jeff Van Drew on, which revealed this about the drones. Let's watch.
Iran launched a mothership probably about a month ago that contains these drones. That mothership is off, I'm going to tell you the deal. It's off the east coast of the United States of America. They've launched drones, is everything that we can see or hear. And again, these are from high sources. I don't say this lightly.
What?
From high sources, Emily. I mean, I was silent listening to him. He's followed up with the time to act on this information is now before threat escalates any further. These drones are intentionally flying into uncontrolled airspaces. We should have already taken action by imposing flight restrictions to regain our control. We're behind other countries on our drone technology, so on and so forth. This is what I learned from Van Drew and what I'm learning from military experts that I'm reaching out to just since, you know, this story broke a little while ago. I am curious at this point why they have not shut down. Where is Pete Buttigieg? Where is the transportation secretary? By the way, Van Drew sits on the Committee of Transportation in the House, also Subcommittee of Aviation. These things come together. That's why he's so vocal. So he and others, along with mayors in New Jersey, and you can see them from New York and other states at this point, each one about the size of an SUV, a drone. Okay, so they're all supposed to get together about 45 minutes ago. Governor Phil Murphy was supposed to be at the heart of this. What are we going to do? He did not show. He was a no-show today. That video we ran was from Monday. This started a month ago. We need to know what's in the skies above. Shut down the skies. I know it's a pain. I know it's Newark International and New York airspace and everything else. If one of those things hits the ground, either directed to or drops, and it has fuel or a battery capability that would fly something that big. It weighs thousands of pounds in that case, or its payload is fuel. It will explode. You could kill people. There are too many of them to take out in one location right now. Van Drew says we should be shooting them out of the sky. I pushed back. You got to get them back into the ocean. I mean, this is unbelievable.
And let's show, Kaylee, we can pop up just how extensive this problem is. We're going to put up a map and show you. Look at that. This is not one drone. People think drones might be small. As Harris says, it's the size of an SUV. A lot of people are saying, I'm going to shoot it down from my backyard. This problem is so much beyond. The risks here are so acute. Where is our commander-in-chief?
Well, let me give you the generous interpretation and not so generous. The generous interpretation is this is a special access.
Dude, you better believe if Trump was in office right now, he would hear about this happening. He would definitely be singing. He'd be going live, telling the nation about it. We're going to take care of these drones over there. You know what I'm saying? Because he wants to look like a badass. It's taking care of business. Biden's still sleeping. Harris would be laughing at it.
Program. That would be a highly classified program where we test our own drones. And it would be so secretive that only maybe a half dozen to a dozen United States officials are read in. That could be. And the White House would not tell you about that. We don't deserve to know that information. It's secret for a reason. That could be the case. But number two, do I have that kind of faith in the administration when, to your point, Rebecca, a Chinese spy balloon surveilled the United States? It was noticed on January 28th of 2023 by the Pentagon. The White House wasn't read in until January 31st, a full 3 days later, and as the Chinese were collecting information across the United States. If this were the Trump administration, I'd have confidence. Yeah, this is a special access program. Now we'll ask questions because of the track record of 4 years.
Yeah, that's the reality, that until January 20th, likely our enemies are trying to do all they can now while they know they can get away with it.
I put this all together and say this. I wrote a book on fear, and I think this kind of messaging scares people. We don't know. We don't have any answers. We can't tell you. If it was top secret, you could say this is top secret. We can't tell you. People would have confidence. What we feel is there's nobody at the switch. And by the way, this is connected all across to our other issues, our borders. People are leaking in across our borders. People have drones offshore. There were spy balloons. We have a sense now in the United States that we're not safe. Luckily, a new marshal coming to town.
Harris, I wonder, to your point, as you broke the news, Governor Phil Murphy wasn't in attendance. Was he on the phone with the president, I hope? That would be the only acceptable excuse.
And where is the missing Iranian mothership carrying drones that left, correlating with the time that Van Drew said that those things arrived in our airspace? Like, how do you lose a missing Iranian mothership loaded with drones? Like, it's a lot. I hope it's what you say.
But who knows?
I hope it's a big governmental secret that won't harm us.
Who knows? Bring you the news on this as it develops. Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagna.
I'm serious. It probably is us. And that's the first thing I thought. That's got to be us. Because I feel like we have technology where we could render those things either inoperable or we could take control of them remotely. I think so. I think we have to have that kind of shit right now, man. Come on, bro. I'm a dreamer. All right, I want to see this. This is news from last night.
A Chinese national living in Brentwood was arrested at San Francisco International Airport, accused of flying a drone over Vandenberg Space Force Base. The 39-year-old man, identified as Yin Piao Zhou, was apprehended before boarding a flight to China. Base security detected the drone on November 30th, flying at high altitude for nearly an hour. Investigators found aerial photographs of the base on the drone. If convicted, Zhou faces up to 4 years in prison.
Two people.
Oh, it's time to eat, ain't it? Yeah, it's weird.
President-elect Donald Trump and his incoming administration pledging to carry out mass deportations of illegal immigrants, and the state of Texas is vowing to help. In October, the Texas Land Commissioner Don Buckingham purchased over 1,400 acres of land on the Rio Grande and offered the land to use for deportation facilities. The incoming border czar, Tom Homan, has already says he'd take her up on that offer. But now the Texas Land Commissioner is also going a bit further, offering even as much as millions more in acreage if needed. Don Buckingham is the land commissioner in the state of Texas, joins me live here on the Hill. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, great
nice to see you.
Great to be on with you today.
1,400 acres is a lot. That, for example, is 1.5 times the size of Central Park, just to try to give a mental image of what this is. And you've said if you need more, you can have more. You have 13 million acres in the state of Texas land that you oversee. That's twice the size of Belgium, for example. All right. So is this not a blank check, but is it in that sort of a sense of you're going to give Trump whatever he needs?
Well, what we're anticipating is it'll be a land lease. That's how we raise money for the school children of Texas. But like you said, we have 13 million acres all around the state in every little part. So once the Trump team figures out what it is they want to do and what their strategic plan is, we're happy to partner with them. I'm sure we can come to a great agreement and not only make our community safer for our children, but fund their education as well.
What made you think of this idea, and what do you envision that it actually looks like? Because we're talking about land. I was looking at some of it today on Google Earth. Land that is basically right there on the U.S.-Mexico border.
Yes, it's 1.5 miles of wall. We're building it right now. Actually, we'll be done in about a week. So if you want to get it done quickly, Texas knows the way. But so we're excited. We originally purchased this property because the landowner would not allow law enforcement nor the wall to be built. It was at the top of all of the crime statistics for the entire region. So when we purchased that land and then President Trump won, we knew, hey, they may need a partner. We have hundreds of thousands of these violent criminals who've been harming our sons and daughters. We all want them out of the country. We want our sons and daughters to be safe, and they may need our help. So we're happy to partner with them. And once we made that first step and we knew they were interested, then we realized, well, we have lots of other properties that may be helpful as well.
So I was looking at what the Texas Land Commission does. You were explaining it to one of the folks here in the Bureau a little while ago. You manage state lands, obviously. You operate the Alamo. You help Texas when it has natural disasters. It's no stranger to it. You manage the coast. We know that's a massive coastline. And you provide benefits to veterans. I didn't hear anything there with immigration. Why do you feel that you are equipped to now get into this fight and this specific issue?
Well, the General Land Office actually built the first section of the wall several decades ago. One of the things we do is flood mitigation. The valley, of course, has a lot of flooding issues, and they needed a big levee, so we just put a really tall fence on top of it. Where there's a will, there's a way. We've been an integral part in border security as well. I made Texas bigger for the first time in a few hundred years by declaring 3 islands in the Rio Grande that were literally law enforcement free zones because they hadn't been attributed to a country, and the cartels were having safe havens there where they stashed all kinds of weapons and drugs and guns and bombs and you name it, it was there. So we declared those Texas so that the Texas Military Department and DPS could clear it and put the wire up. We have complete operational control of that as well.
Is there any risk of putting this facility directly on the border?
I don't think so. But, again, we'll see what the Trump team thinks they want. It's by a good highway. It's by an international airport and an international bridge. So it's a good place to get people out of the country.
You say when the Trump team thinks what they want. It's an interesting dynamic. Obviously, this is Donald Trump. It's immigration policy, and his team will follow it and carry it out. Anyone who's ever covered Donald Trump knows it starts and stops with him. But I look at this dynamic of Tom Homan, the border czar, Kristi Noem, if she becomes the head of the Department of Homeland Security. Who do you think is actually going to be running the border?
Well, it's the federal government's job, technically. Texas has been standing in the gap by the Biden administration.
No, I know, but when you pick up the phone, do you call Tom Homan? Do you call Kristi Noem? Like, how do you think that works?
Well, I know Kristi well. I don't know Tom as well. Of course, I know President Trump. So we'll just see whatever they want the chain of command to be, and we'll figure it out once they have their strategic plan set, and we'll get it done.
You say you know Kristi Noem well. Any reservations of having the governor from South Dakota?
Absolutely not. Kristi is a rock star. She's going to be a great.
All right, we'll leave it there. Dawn Buckingham, she is the Texas Land Commissioner down there in the state of Texas. Thanks for being with us here on the Hill. Appreciate it. Thank you for watching, and make sure you go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
informed council.
Chicago of this cruel product. I thank you so much for this opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Zoe Lee.
I, and state your name. I, Brandon Johnson. Do solemnly swear. Do solemnly swear. That I will support the Constitution of the United States. That I will support the Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the State of Illinois. And the Constitution of the State of Illinois.
For nearly 2 years, the City of Chicago has refused to resolve a case that blatantly violates the 5th and 14th Amendment. Instead, they have continued to commit federal law violations and support fraudulent documents filed by City of Chicago Attorney Bradley Wilson. Ironically, the city is prioritizing settling cases against the police, even in instances where individuals shot at officers first, while disregarding clear constitutional and legal breaches in this matter. Democrats love to accuse Trump and Republicans of corruption and constitutional violations. Yet, under their leadership in Chicago, black families like mine face the same abuses: constitutional rights ignored, fraudulent actions covered up, and public corruption left unchecked. Mayor Brandon Johnson, you took an oath to uphold the Constitution. Or when you took an oath, was it only intended to fight for the 10th and 14th Amendments regarding illegal aliens? You're paying for votes to pass the budget. Everything about this body and administration is unconstitutional. I keep coming here. You know I've been coming here for 2 years. I don't have to tell you about my case anymore because you know about my case. Mary Richardson Lowry, you know about my case too. And you also took an oath. All of y'all took an oath. Y'all are straight violating the U.S. Constitution. But y'all sit and talk about how Trump is so unconstitutional and how he's going to overturn the government and he's going to do all this. But I've been coming here for 2 years. This is the Democratic Party. This ain't Trump. This ain't Matt Gaetz. We come from the federal level to the state level, to Governor Pritzker, to Kwame Raoul that we cannot find, who's the Attorney General, to you guys fighting for some illegal aliens who haven't put a dime in this country when my mother has a building that the City of Chicago Buildings Department demolished because this disgrace alderman over there, 17th Ward David Moore, didn't do his duty as an alderman. This falls on you. It falls on you. You're the mayor this time. What was the purpose of you raising your right hand?
This is from today, dude.
What was the purpose of that? That's crazy. You are in violation of the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, the law of the land, the supreme law of the land. That's crazy.
This is 13 minutes long of
Thank
him
you very
getting
much for your
roasted.
comments. Our next speaker is Jessica Jackson.
13 and a half minutes. It came out 40 minutes ago.
Now, before you get offended and try to stop me from saying what I'm going to say, you're a biblical person, so you say, just like I am. The Bible speaks of stupidity. The Bible says that the children of Israel were a stupid, stubborn, stiff-necked people. That was the reason why they couldn't get out the wilderness. The stupidity of this administration, the stupidity of this administration to think that we don't know any better than to know that you all are going to pass that budget with all those tax increases. The stupidity to think that we don't know that you all could have corrected this stuff a long time ago. The stupidity to think that you all could come with this type of cut, this type of recommendation, and not come with the true accounting of how much money was spent on these illegals. You all have yet to be transparent with that. That's the biggest financial downfall of the city. Yet, there has not been any type of audit, any type of financial accounting for illegal immigration. It is stupidity of this administration to think that we did not know the other day at the budget meeting when they had the law department here, that key members of the law department that sit in here every day, like that Levine, like that other one with the glasses, to think, Mary Richardson Laurie, that you really could make us try to think that the city and the county are so different, so separate, that they don't intertwine with one another, especially when it comes to public corruption. For you to insult people like that. For you all to think that we believe that you did an 800 survey of voters that made you all step back and look at what you were voting on when we stood at this mic. And I told you that if you voted wrong for money, we was coming for them seats. That's where it came from. Not from no fake 800 people. So now, we're going to continue with what we started. Make you famous Friday. Until you all get it through your thick heads that we not playing. Afro Elite pulled the name yesterday for Michelle Harris. And she can sit there and rock like she don't hear it, but everybody knows when you hear your name, it triggers something inside of you. Tune in, 6 o'clock on Zoe Lee, Leigh, YouTube. We're going to make you famous, Alderwoman Michelle Harris.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Osiris King.
Go Red, Chicago Red. Good morning, Mayor Brandon Johnson. This is my first time seeing you in person. It's really cool and just not seeing it through the news. My name is Osiris. I'm a young 26-year-old man here in Chicago. And I remember when my elementary school in the area that I live in, the Wadsworth Elementary School, was turned into a migrant shelter. And I remember how Democrats talked to us like we were stupid. You need help. The immigrants need help. Y'all gotta work together. They live in poverty. This is something that you have to accept. And they talked to us like we were 5 years old. But y'all wanna talk about Republicans belittling black people and talking to them like they're stupid? I felt like I was 3 years old, like, okay, like I don't know where Venezuela is on a map. Half of the people who support these migrants probably couldn't point to Venezuela on a map, but a lot of folks are probably wondering, what is this young black kid or a young black man doing wearing this hard hat in City Hall today? Well, let me tell you, growing up, my favorite show was Bob the Builder. He wore a very funny yellow hat. This hat is a symbol of Bob the Builder building the wall, building it tall around America, around Chicago. We don't want illegals in our community. We don't want migrants terrorizing our own people. And to have y'all sit up here and say, we have to accept $70 million being given to them when you got black people who are already struggling and need help, it is a disgrace. It is a disgrace. And this election of Donald Trump represents something that is just more than him winning. This is the end of vote blue no matter who. This is the end of they black, you gotta vote for them. This is the end of Democrats saying lesser than two evils. They did that with Hillary. They did that with Biden. They did that with Kamala. It didn't work this time. People are sick and tired because nowadays you got to get your hands dirty. You got to come down and talk to the people. You got to give a little to get a little. Black people are not falling for the okie doke. A long time ago, y'all would say, black people jump. We say how high? They say stoop down. We say how low? They say go vote Democrat. We would run faster than Usain Bolt to get to the ballot box. But this is the end. And must I also say, people talk about Mayor Brandon Johnson, but he is just a microcosm of the problem in the Democrat Party. I want to talk to Democrats on a national stage. You got in New York City, Black Lives Matter being very upset, and that's fine, but also be very upset about what's going on in Chicago with these black people being terrorized by the migrants, the illegal immigrants, and no one can say anything about it. It's not fair. So at the end of the day, with the time I got left, I want people to think about who really has the power. Democrats think they have the power. Obama, who was an abomination to this entire nation, thinks he got the power. Hillary Clinton and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi think they got the power. They think they can bully us and we got to stand silent. But people in America everywhere know that we got the power. And we saw Donald Trump.
Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is More Real News. Our next speaker is More Real News.
Y'all like my blue shoes? They hurt. Because that's all you Democrats been giving is pain. I came down here a little bit at the same time as Zoe, Miss Jackson, and I've been homeless. My child and I have been on the streets. We actually slept in the car on Thanksgiving because some bogus stuff with some Democrats wouldn't get us in the apartment when the landlord signed the lease on the 22nd. But exactly, they can get the illegals in. You can get them in, you can get them in, Brandon, can you? You can give everything to them, even though I gave you information on how the shelters treat our people, etc. But y'all can build these nice shelters and put them in these nice hotels, you know. But you know, I got a little stability now. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna be speaking a little different and a little better. I ain't gonna cuss you out like they told me not to. I ain't gonna get you. I ain't gonna get you, because I'm not fake here. It's just that I'm a real man and a real father. So I feel a different hurt than maybe you do. And that makeup ain't for him. Don't crack jokes on him. That's for his wife. You know what I'm saying? I'm natural. My wife is natural. We will. I ain't faking. I ain't faking and saying, excuse me, I'm not faking and saying who I am. I tell them all the time, I'm a Moorish American, whether who like it or not. I stand on that. I ain't faking like Miss Clay, Islam, and more and things like that. You ain't even got a bay on your name. Stop faking. I ain't faking like Jeanette Taylor, claiming, oh, we for the people, and then vote something different against the people. And I'm running for alderman in that ward, in the 20th ward. And I'm standing on that 20 of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. So the streets know what I'm talking about. I'm running for that ward. A real man, a real person for the community. A real person that y'all know came for nothing. I've been down here, came for nothing, from the ground floor. Even when we was homeless, I still dressed nice and represented as a man, and as a father, and as a leader. That's right. And also prophesied things down here. And the well is my comrades. We prophesied go red. We prophesied we gonna get Trump up in here. That red look nice on you, Miss Coleman. You always look like a stripper, but anyway,
okay.
We gonna get you.
Okay, that's it. Shut his mic off. Your time is up, sir.
Excuse me.
You will not insult people on this floor. Your time is up.
Excuse me.
Back, please.
Speakers are reminded that people of all ages are listening to public comments, and we ask that you please refrain from personal attacks and using profanity. Thank you very much.
If you continue to have an outburst, I would ask you to be removed. Now, we've taken your time. If you can, please continue.
Our next speaker is Moises Moreno.
I guess everybody else was on his side that spoke. Oh. That's all they gave us. Oh, Moises.
Hit the grind! We're winning! 4 more years!
Those are the students of Beverly Hills High School the day after Election Day. That's right, Beverly Hills. Who would have thought? Well, it's become a problem.
An incident some students and others are calling racist.
People called MAGA supporters racist? No, I don't believe it.
I'm going to tell you how scary it was.
This is what Bella Ivory is talking about. She's a fashion teacher at Beverly Hills High School.
Wait, I'm sorry. She's a what teacher?
She's a fashion teacher.
I had to look this up because I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Yes, she is a fashion design teacher in high school.
On the day of the election, there was a mob going down the hallway.
There was just a mob of kids, just so many kids outside my door. And they had one had a Trump flag on a pole, on a flagpole. Another, it was just so many of them. Some of them had on MAGA hats. Some, had on just Trump fans apparel.
Now that sounds like a horror movie.
She says someone tried to open her classroom door. Says it upset some of her students.
The students said they look like KKK.
Miss Bella, please don't open that door. Oh my gosh, they look like KKK. I've said that we have a diversity issue on this campus. I grew up in the South. I've seen KKK walk the streets of Louisville, Kentucky. I grew up being called as a little girl.
Now she's suing Beverly Hills High School.
Two black teachers are suing Beverly Hills High for racism, discrimination, harassment, and retaliation.
Teacher Bella Ivory says the group of students tried to enter her classroom where there were several black students.
Some of the students were shouting Kamala as they walked down the hallway. The profanity towards our vice president, who is part black, combined with students congregating in front of my classroom, increased my fears and also the students' fears who were locked inside that room with me.
Bella's attorney has filed a formal complaint with the Beverly Hills Unified School District. He plans on filing a lawsuit next.
We allege discrimination, harassment, retaliation, racial comments, physical threats. That's what this lawsuit is all about.
Now that's just one piece. It seems they're also alleging a lax culture where everybody's calling everybody the N-word and someone pooped on the floor and wrote the N-word on the bathroom wall. We know how those accusations usually turn out, but let's see what happens.
Everybody poops.
U.S. Border Patrol agents being warned of a revenge attack from the cartels. That after an agent ran into one of their members, the cartel member, with a car. Texas Border Sheriff Thaddeus Cleveland joins me. Sheriff, are these explicit threats of revenge, and what are you doing about it?
Hey, good morning, Stu. It's good to be back on with you. And look, that's just the dance that we dance here along the border when it comes to threats, whether it's at the state level, the local level, or more importantly, the Border Patrol level. And it's nothing new. Throughout my career as a Border Patrol agent, we face these threats. We never take them lightly. We make sure that whether there's a threat or not, that we're out there, we're being cautious, and we're taking care of ourselves as well as our partners out there.
I don't think that incoming President Trump will be very happy about threats, explicit threats from the cartels to our Border Patrol. I would expect him to respond to that threat vigorously, wouldn't you?
Hey, Stuart, I agree with you 100% there. Unfortunately, this past administration has not had the backs of the United States Border Patrol agents. Their boss, Alejandro Mayorkas, has not had their back. So we have a supporter in President Trump coming into the White House. He has the backs. He's of the Border Patrol agents, and he's voiced that. So I agree with you. He will definitely have an impact when it comes to threats like this, and we'll definitely make a comment about
it. During President Biden's time in office, the U.S. has seen the largest migrant surge in our history. An average of 2.4 million migrants enter the country every year, again under President Biden. Worth noting, this data includes legal and illegal migrants. Have they all been properly vetted?
Definitely not, Stuart. That's something that we've talked about before, and that we continue to say that most of these countries that these people are coming from, they don't have systems like we do, computerized databases that keep track of criminal offenders. You know, here in the United States, those that we have vetted are bounced off our own databases, and if they've been here before and they have a criminal record, we'll have record of that. But the vast majority haven't been vetted. They've been released in the United States, and we likely won't see them again. And that's why it's very important that we have, you know, the new administration coming in, Tom Homan, Rodney Scott, that will put border security first and then start trying to work with state and locals to find these criminal aliens.
Yeah, we have to look long and hard to find them now. Thaddeus Cleveland, thanks for joining us. See you again real soon, Sheriff. Thanks a lot.
A major announcement about the future of more than 24 migrant shelters in the city. Today, Mayor Adams announcing 25 of them are slated to close in the next 2 months.
The reason? The city says the number of people staying in the shelters has been dropping for more than 5 months. Fox 5's Jessica Formoso talked to migrants staying at the shelter at Floyd Bennett Field, which is on the chopping block.
A sense of nervousness and uncertainty among the migrant families staying at Floyd Bennett Field. The city announcing Tuesday they are closing 25 migrant shelters in the coming 2 months, including the complex built on Floyd Bennett, which is federal property. It is something uncertain. There are many families here. This has been of great help, at least having somewhere to sleep at night. Darimar Almanzar came from Venezuela with her 2 sons and partner 3 months ago. She says she was just notified that come January 15th, everyone here will be moved. We are afraid because I have 2 children. The truth is, it's very scary. According to Mayor Eric Adams, the number of asylum seekers in the city shelters has decreased for 22 straight weeks and is now at its lowest point in over 17 months.
The height of the influx, I think we were seeing around 3,000 to 4,000 people a week coming into the city who were new entrants to the shelter system. That number is below 500 now.
Right now, there are about 467 families at Floyd Bennett. City Hall telling Fox 5 those staying here will be relocated to other city-run shelters. There's been a lot of controversy surrounding Floyd Bennett Field. Catherine Cliff is with the Legal Aid Society. She says they never wanted the city to use it as a shelter site, considering how far it is from public transportation and services, but adds that with the new presidential administration taking office next month, sites like these put migrants at risk.
We think it's safer for clients to be in Department of Homeless Services shelter sites rather than to be in these very publicly known sites that are just for new arrivals, putting them at risk potentially for ICE to find them.
We don't know what he will decide to do. We are all waiting. Many of us are afraid. The city's lease with the federal government to use this site expires in March, but again, this site will close on January 15th. In Brooklyn, I'm Jessica.
Exciting news for folks invested in the NASDAQ because it passed the 20,000 level for the first time in history today. The milestone was achieved just hours after the release of the latest consumer price index, which showed that inflation ticked upwards in November. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the consumer price index climbed 0.3% last month. That's up 2.7% from the same time last year. All this comes as the Federal Reserve prepares for its very last meeting of the 2024 calendar year next week. And CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady is here with me in Studio 57 to break down what these numbers mean and maybe a little bit more about what that's going to mean for all of us as we're doing our holiday shopping. But let's start with the CPI and tell us what this means in terms of where inflation stands, how the Fed is going to be evaluating all of this when it comes to their decision making.
So, look, this means that we've kind of hit a wall when it comes to the inflation progress, because this wasn't just a 1 month time where we saw this tick back up. We saw this happen last month as well. So now we're kind of in trend territory. We are by no means at that high we saw back in summer of 2022, where inflation was at 9.1%. But we are getting further away from that 2% target that the Fed has. So basically, we're going in the wrong direction, and it's really driven by necessities. Shelter, food prices, kind of the things that you need to buy, not that are nice to buy. You can't say, well, I'm just going to get food next month. So the question that you asked about the Fed, they're going to be looking at this when it comes to that rate decision next week and say, okay, look, are things moving in the wrong direction? Right now, the market is pricing in a 25 basis point cut, so that's a quarter point. But I would say don't panic yet. It's just that we're moving in the wrong direction.
So people who have heavy credit card debt, people who are shopping for a home, anybody who is shopping for presents even this holiday season, they're going to be caring about what all this means, both for prices, but also for those interest rates that they're carrying. What have you found out?
So when you're thinking about your holiday, see the prices creep up because, of course, all of these stores, they're going like discounts, discounts, discounts. But when it comes to carrying the credit card debt, we are likely going to get a 0.25% cut. The Fed has messaged this, and they're kind of backed into a corner whether they want to or not, because as you see, the market hit over 20,000 in the NASDAQ. You know, people want to see that cut. But yeah, when it comes to mortgage rates, that tracks the 10-year Treasury, which increases or decreases with where investors think inflation's going. So if you're in the market for a house, you could see mortgage rates tick back up.
All right. So if you are in the market for a house, lock in those rates now. As you always say, you marry the house and you take the rate. I love it. Kelly O'Grady, always so great when you come visit us on set. Thanks.
In our country to be their true authentic
South and Key West, which happens to be in my district. I strongly urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this NDA so that we can continue to deter our enemies, safeguard our nation, and provide for our servicemen and women. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve at this time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my friend and colleague from the Alabama delegation and also a great member of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Strong.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. I rise today in support of the National Defense Authorization Act and to thank Chairman Mike Rogers for his leadership. The district I represent
and
what are they going to talk
Elon
about?
Musk engaged in Lockheed.
This legislation, finally, the bill halts the on both sides of the aisle to vote yes on the NDAA. With that,
Mr. Khanna of California.
Bipartisanship. I got to travel with him. He did
in Afghanistan. I especially
see an effectiveness. First of all, it's important to point out that.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself 2 minutes. I want to address a little bit the concerns about the size of the Pentagon budget and the department.
Our military to lethal fighting
of Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Rogers. The world is on fire, and now more than ever, we must ensure we have the premier fighting force in the world. With our enemies encroaching, we cannot afford unnecessary diversions. This bill builds on House Republicans' progress to return our military to lethal fighting force and away from woke ideologies that seek to divide and distract. To confront the 21st century battlefield, we must invest in operations and technologies that deter our enemies and support our regional allies. Some of these state-of-the-art technologies are developed in Michigan's 9th District, and I was proud to ensure initiatives in this year's bill to bolster our national security and our workforce. The defense of our nation and safety of all Americans should always be our highest priority. I urge my colleagues to support this year's NDAA so we deliver mission-critical results. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to Ms. Takuda of Hawaii, a member of the House Armed Services Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last-minute effort to deny critical health care to military children diagnosed with gender dysphoria is a shameful attack on military families who deserve better from their elected representatives. Our military families deserve our support for the sacrifices they make, not our intervention into their deeply personal health care decisions, and certainly not those involving their children. For transgender people, gender-affirming care is health care. To deny them this care is to deny that they exist. The reality is they do. And yes, there are thousands of military families with transgender children. 15,000 transgendered individuals wear the uniform. They deserve, like any child in our country, to be their true, authentic selves and receive the care that helps them to live freely. As a mother, I cannot idly stand by and vote to deny health care to children who need it. Nor can I stand by while my colleagues use transgender people to score cheap political points. To pass a bill dedicated to the quality of life of military families while stripping away health care from their children, it's not just ironic. It's twisted, it's cruel, and it's plain wrong. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting against the NDAA so we can remove this discriminatory provision and truly, truly stand with our military families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
Gentleman from Alabama has 11 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I urge my colleagues to support the people of Guam by voting yes on the 2025 ND.
Really? Are you sure? Are you sure it was talks? I don't think it was talks. Because the neighbor's acting like their cat just got out. Because the neighbor's acting like their
I cannot idly the kids as they do. And
Guam is in the
gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I urge my colleagues to support the people of Guam by voting yes on the 2025 NDAA. Guam is in the Indo-PACOM area. This bill authorizes $4 billion for economic activity on Guam, $2 billion planned for 2025. This is historic investment for Guam. It supports our infrastructure, it defends our community, and it protects our nation. There's $600 million for Guam missile defense, protecting my constituents from direct PRC and North Korean threats. Additionally, it includes $100 million for Marine Corps Drive, our public roadway on Guam, for upgrades for easier access for our civilians and our military. Also, it recognizes Guam's history, which directs the DoD to provide a report regarding the use of Agent Orange on Guam. It will clarify how Agent Orange was used on the island, and it would start the groundwork for corrective action that is desperately needed. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your support of Guam, and I encourage my colleagues to vote yes for this year's 2025 NDAA. I yield back.
Chairman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve and am prepared to close.
Fast too.
So we can remove this discriminatory provision.
All an ass, dude.
To join me in voting against the NDAA so we can remove this discriminatory provision.
Sweet Pea even knew something was up too. Look at her looking. Look at her looking right before it happened.
In voting against the NDAA so we can remove this discriminatory provision and truly stand with our military families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
And that's me looking at her out there. I could tell that she was looking for something all of a sudden.
Back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman.
Sweepy knew before she got there.
Cruel, and it's plain wrong. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting against the NDAA so we can remove this discriminatory.
Isn't that wild? This isn't good. Oh.
At this time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman Rogers, for the time. Mr. Speaker, this will be my last floor speech as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives, and I'm beyond proud that the last few minutes of my time on this floor is dedicated to our troops. I rise today in support of the NDAA, but I rise above all things in support of our service members and their families. During my 4.5 years as a member of Congress, my office has championed this effort to get our troops off of food stamps and above the poverty line. At times it felt very difficult, but we have ultimately followed through with this commitment and this promise to our folks in uniform, especially our junior enlisted personnel who just a couple of years ago were making only $22,000 a year as a base salary. My historic Military Spouse Licensing Relief Act was signed into law in February of 2023 and allows our active duty troops' spouses to cross-deck their professional licenses across all 50 states when they move without having to spend thousands of dollars and potentially years getting recertified. It was a huge victory for our service members and their families, but it didn't solve the pay problems that our personnel were having. Now, this week, we will pass this year's NDAA, which includes our historic 14.5% pay raise for our junior enlisted. And this, in combination with the defense appropriation bills over the last 2 years, represents the single largest pay raise for our enlisted troops in our nation's history. I want to thank Chairman Rogers and Chairman Calvert from the Appropriations Committee for truly driving this and enabling this. And lastly, I want to thank God for this imperfect union that we call America. She is only held together.
1 minute to the gentlelady from Virginia, fine member of the Armed Services Committee, Ms. Kiggins.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I
Now we're
rise today
talking
to
about
voice my support
tranny
for the
stuff.
National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. Our men and be
and take care of our pay raises for.
Very much. It's worth that, based on the opinion. Yeah. All kidding aside, the Senate was, good to work with on this process, and I think ultimately.
I'm talking about tranny stuff.
The Supreme Court today ruling unanimously upholding the Department of Homeland Security's discretion to revoke visas at any time for any reason and without review of a judge. The ruling could have a major impact on future immigration cases as President-elect Trump prepares for a crackdown on undocumented migrants. ABC News senior Washington reporter Devin Dwyer has more for us. Devin.
Kana, the question the Supreme Court considered in this case is whether the Department of Homeland Security has full discretion to revoke the visa or legal status of any immigrant in this country for any reason without review by a judge. And the Supreme Court, in the first decision it's handed down this term, said unanimously, yes, it does. It was an opinion written by Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. 9-0, the Supreme Court said, in fact, that immigration officials in the federal government have broad authority to revoke legal status of anyone who it finds evidence of having violated the law. This was a case involving a U.S. citizen with 3 children who was applying for citizenship for her spouse spouse, a Palestinian national. DHS had originally approved his visa to get a green card, but once it was approved 2 years later, officials during a background interview learned that this man in a previous marriage had attempted to evade U.S. immigration laws through a sham marriage. That's when DHS revoked the green card. That Palestinian national was denied access to the United States. This appeal followed, but today the Supreme Court said, in fact, DHS has that authority. They can't be reviewed by a judge. And this decision, again, reaffirms to the incoming Trump administration the power now to execute on these revocations of immigration status. Kana?
All right, Devin Dwyer, our thanks to you.
This woman is way too close to the camera. My goodness. Back up, lady. You're gonna make the children cry. This video of Jen Psaki was circulating around. Let's see why.
There are two kind of interesting, nerdy dynamics happening in Washington right now behind the scenes. Some of it's a little bit public that tell you that it's not business as usual, which I think is a very good thing. One is Republican senators, not a lot of them, but enough of them are doing what I'm going to call quiet defiance, because basically they're not coming out publicly saying they're opposing nominees like Matt Gaetz or Pete Hegseth, which most are quiet about. Joni Ernst probably came the closest.
It took like one day for her to be wrong about that, but let's continue.
But behind the scenes, what's clear is they are making clear to Trump's team they are not going to support this guy. So would it be better if it was public? Sure, so that they could explain to the public why they're opposed. But even doing this means they might be able to get rid of some of the most problematic nominees. Gaetz first. Hegseth is clearly on his way out. We'll see how long he lasts. I expect someone like Tulsi Gabbard maybe next. We will see.
This is the part that's getting attention, is the idea if they get rid of one, they can get rid of them all. Let me tell you why Psaki is wrong about pretty much everything here and offering no actual insight other than parroting what every other liberal talking head is saying. The most problematic nominees, of course, means the ones the Democrats don't like. So they're counting on the biggest rhinos to help them, like Joni Ernst, as she mentioned. But I'm here to tell you that not only will Pete Hegseth get confirmed, but so will all of Trump's remaining nominees. To said rhinos, Matt Gaetz was a red line they weren't willing to cross. By torpedoing his nomination, they've used up all their political capital. There's none left to take out the other nominees. They're not going to piss off the incoming president and risk suicide bombing their own causes and futures. Joni Ernst is in charge of the Doge Caucus. Does she want to get ostracized and make enemies before they even get started? Mitch McConnell loves getting judges confirmed. You want to stay in somewhat good favor and keep doing what you love? Don't push it. John Thune does not want to start this relationship off on the absolute wrong foot. If you look, every potential no vote has something to lose if they push it any further. So Jen Psaki is wrong here. Every nominee is getting confirmed, and look for a few Democrats to contribute to it, especially once it becomes obvious the confirmation is going to happen. Now please, Jen, back up.
You all sit up there and said you will not allow Trump to come in here and get these illegals. Yeah, you can smile. We're in a $1 billion deficit. And you spent half of our money, half of that on illegals. You campaign and double down that you would not raise property taxes.
I won't raise your property taxes.
You wanted to raise our taxes $300 million. They shut it down. Now we back here for $150 million. Okay. See, this is what we asking now. Since you want to crash out, some of y'all said y'all willing to go to jail for it. Trump, Tom Homan, make an example out this Negro right here first. Please come here first, because you know what? We're going to help you. We want to forensic.
Ma'am, I would ask that you keep your, hold on a second, stop her time.
I see this one.
Stop her time.
This is an old one.
Just a second, stop her time. Ma'am, I would ask that you, if you want to continue speaking, you have to make sure that your language is appropriate, okay? All right.
We got Alex.
Okay, you can begin her time again.
You're going to spend our tax dollars to go, Michael Rodriguez, you said to take Trump to court to protect these illegals. That's cool, because we about to make all of y'all aldermen famous. Y'all think this is how it's going to ride? I think not. Flip Chicago red. We not playing.
This was going to happen to you. You got Kash Patel and Pam Bundy that you're going to have to deal with sooner than later. Then it's going to be an audit. Next, it's going to be an investigation. Then it's going to be an indictment. Conviction. That's what's going to happen to you.
Mr. Brandon Johnson, I'm up here. I am speaking right now, so I would love your undivided attention, please. I'll wait. So this just proves to you the lack of leadership that you show in this city. You can't even give me straight eye contact. Now, I'm gonna let you know now, the people of Chicago, we're done with you. It is insane how we have been voting Democrat for over 60 plus years, and we've never seen a change from people like you, Lori Lightfoot, Rob Emanuel. It is insane. Chicago was 37% red. In 2020, it was only 15%. So we're waking up. So you can pretend that this isn't happening, but I know for a fact that you will not have that seat the next election.
You so strong about protecting those aliens, but you won't do nothing for the U.S. citizens.
I got a great way how we can, what we can do with this budget. First, let's start with cutting off illegals, getting free everything. Free housing, free schooling, free food. Yeah, let's start with that. That'll save us a lot of money, what, $600 million? Let's start there. Then let's start with your salary. You are going down in history as the worst mayor in America. Let's start with cutting yours. You making too much money. Let's start there. You Democrats, and you remember you told us to defund the police? Remember, you ran on that. Remember, you was to defund the police? Let's start with that. Let's defund the police detail that you have. And let's put the police back in our neighborhood, because we're not for defunding the police. Won't you just practice what you preach? Remove all the details. We saw you coming in today. You had all the police presence. So let's take some of that away.
Investigators in New York have been able to match Luigi Mangioni's fingerprints to the scene of the murder of Brian Thompson, the United Healthcare CEO. More specifically, the New York Post is reporting that they were able to match fingerprints that were found on a snack bar and a water bottle that was purchased at a Starbucks near the murder scene by the suspect of the Thompson shooting in New York. We also know that in addition to the 3-page handwritten manifesto, Mangione had a spiral notebook on him. They found that notebook, and it included a to-do list of things to get done to carry out the murder. The New York Post quoting some of Mangione's writings in that notebook. Quote, Mangione allegedly weighed what could be better better than to, quote, kill the CEO at his own bean counting conference. He allegedly acknowledged, too, that a shooting would be more targeted, noting that a bomb, quote, could kill innocents. Investigators are also now focused on a traumatic back injury that Mangione suffered around July 4th of 2023, which resulted in a surgery apparently pictured here in an x-ray he posted on social media. So as they look into the motive, what happens next legally? Well, Mangione is fighting his extradition, but ultimately authorities are hoping he can be moved to New York to face murder charges in less than 30 days. Mangione met his defense attorney in court yesterday for the first time. The attorney says they intend to fight tooth and nail.
And this is not just a small thing. The fundamental concept of American justice is a presumption of innocence, and until you're proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and I've seen zero evidence at this point.
And new this hour, we have video of the Horseshoe Curve Lodge Inn Motel in Altoona, Pennsylvania. An employee there says Mangione tried to check into this motel before his arrest on Monday. He never took his mask off. They have handed over the surveillance video to police. Mangione is under maximum security at the local state correctional facility in the Huntington State Correctional Facility. We are told that he is not under suicide watch or any sort of special psychiatric care. Investigators in New York have been.
And I do have some breaking news in the arrest of the suspect for the murder of the United Healthcare CEO. I wanted to share this social media post with you. According to the Associated Press, the gun found on the suspect in the killing of United Healthcare CEO matches the shell casings found at the crime scene. That is according to the NYPD commissioner. That is new information just into our live now from Fox Newsroom. The gun found on the suspect, that is Luigi Mangione, in the killing of CEO Brian Thompson, matches the shell casings found at the crime scene. That is according to New York's police commissioner. She also said that lab results matched the suspect Luigi Mangione's fingerprints to a water bottle and protein bar wrapper found near the scene of the killing. A little new information, though, still has come about a possible motive, although writings found in Mangione's possession hint at a hatred of corporate greed. He does remain jailed without prosecutor, currently being held. This individual is and an inches the story bringing you of the way. And I do have some breaking news in the arrest.
Here's the Democrats' plan. Take the 13 million plus illegals who are here, taking jobs from Americans, taking wages down, taking health care benefits, and bring them here legally so that they can continue to drive down wages, flood the labor force, and suppress
Senator Hawley, they can't flood the labor force if they're already part of the labor force, which is
they are flooding the labor force now. That's what's happening now.
I want to read you what you said. Make sure I'm accurate. Here's what you said. President Trump is not like any sane leader.
Senator, I am happy to discuss my personal perspectives with you separately at any time. That's not the purpose of the hearing today.
You think you're smarter than the American people, don't you?
Absolutely not, Senator. I am here to discuss the use of the military as part of this mass deportation.
A Senate hearing on President-elect Trump's plan to deport millions of illegal immigrants turned heated yesterday. My next guest was there, Senator John Kennedy, Republican of Louisiana. And, sir, the New York Times this morning has this headline: recent immigration surge has been largest in U.S. history. Under President Biden, more than 2 million immigrants per year have entered, government data shows. And if you read into the article, it says it's the most since something in the 1800s. I can't remember the exact year. So President-elect Trump said he was going to do mass deportations. The voters decided he should be the president, and that is going forward. So at the hearing yesterday, what were you trying to get at? What was the answer you were looking for?
I was hoping to see some sanity. I didn't. It was a Democratic hearing, Dana. Senator Durbin called the hearing, so there were mostly Democratic witnesses. As best I can tell, most of the Democratic witnesses, they majored in online activism with a minor in puberty blockers. They were all from the Moonbeam wing of the Democratic Party. They all believe in open borders. They all believe that vetting people at the border is racist. Most Americans don't. And they all see allowing people to come into our country illegally and stay through a political lens. They think that it will mean more votes for them. It's a very cynical way to run government.
What was the issue in regards to what the General Manor was talking about in terms of utilizing the military? Was Senator Durbin basically putting the witness there to say that that should not happen?
Yeah, well, the scenario that Senator Durbin is trying to promote is that President Trump is going to call out all of our troops, including bringing troops from overseas, and implement on day one a mass deportation. It's a huge overstatement. Now, President Trump is going to enforce the law, and the law says very clearly that illegal immigration is illegal. Duh. And he's going to enforce the law, and I think most Americans want him to. But these activists, they just don't believe in having a border. They just don't. They think that you're a racist if you believe in enforcing the border laws.
Victims also got a say yesterday. Patty Morin is the mother of the late Rachel Morin, who was killed by an illegal immigrant. Watch her here.
I think deportation is necessary. The American people should not feel afraid to live in their own homes. You should put American citizens first. We are the ones that pay your paycheck. We are the ones that pay taxes.
So Patty Morin, of course, somebody that we always want to pay attention to. While I have you, can I ask you about this one other issue? I read this article twice because I thought it was a little hard to understand. But President Biden is vowing to veto a bill that would expand U.S. judiciary after Trump's win. And this is what the White House statement said, is that the bill would create new judgeships in states where senators have sought to hold open existing judicial vacancies. Those efforts to hold open vacancies suggest that concerns about judicial economy and caseload are not the true motivating force behind passage of this bill now. What is happening?
For 4 years, I've watched President Biden push on a door that's clearly marked pull. This is just another example of his administration's soul-crushing incompetence. We need more federal judges. It's very expensive to litigate. When your case takes 4 years to go to court, it becomes 2 and 3 times as expensive. It's a bipartisan bill, but President Biden and his team don't want to allow it to become law simply because a Republican administration would get to appoint some of the judges. It's the last spasm of a lame duck. It's a very cynical spasm by the president and his people. I wish they wouldn't do it. I wish they'd put the country first, but I think it's going to happen. And I wouldn't bet you a soda and a nice cap that they're going to back down, unfortunately.
I think that's probably right, but they will also complain about the backlog of cases as well and try to somehow blame it on Republicans. Senator Kennedy, thank you. Go have a good day and keep us posted.
Dana?
Yeah.
Dana?
Yep.
I hope you're getting some work out of Hemmer.
He's working.
Okay, just watch him like a hawk, okay?
You got it, Santa. Right here.
Thanks, Senator.
Nicely done. Merry Christmas to you, all right? Thank you, Senator.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley.
Philadelphia City Council to vote on 76ers arena measures amid protests. I got pee, tuck, slime. I'll be back. news. They're still doing the same shit. Where is he?
Head live to the Pentagon because they are briefing on this right now.
Coming from a foreign entity or adversary?
Representative Jeff Van Drew, who is a Republican from New Jersey, was just on the air saying that Iran launched a mothership probably about a month ago that contains these drones, and that mothership is off the coast of the east coast of the United States. Is there any truth to that?
There is not any truth to that. There is no Iranian ship off the coast of the United States, and there's no so-called mothership launching drones towards the United States. Phil.
Just a few questions really quick on Syria. Did General Kurilla speak to Secretary Austin before or after his trip to Syria? Can you give us any details?
So pretty remarkable, John, because obviously that was our own Jen Griffin there asking about an interview that happened right here on Fox News earlier today.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to
Investigators say a Russian bomb hoax against Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene inadvertently led to a woman's death. An officer helping with the response got into a crash with a woman. Police in Rome say that woman pulled in front of the officer moments before the crash. And this is highlighting the deadly consequences that can come with the crime of swatting. When people call in made-up crimes to the homes
Nothing left. There's nothing left for me here. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna keep an eye on the hole, see what eats the food. That's it for me. Hope you all have a good day. Alright, good luck with this tea. Hope it all turns out alright with the phone calls at least. Hope we get through. Hoping on the hold. Y'all have a good one now you're here.
Another one. Meow, 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 meow.